Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if 3-year-old Harry Potter was abducted and raised by Arcturus Black? Part 3. You can access all part at once by joining Potra. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. As Voldemort strode toward the darker part of the alley, it was late in the evening and most of the shopkeepers were shuttering their doors and windows for the day. He passed by Borgins and Burke's on his way. As he glanced at the storefront, he recalled the first job he had there after graduating from Hogwarts. It was where he had taken his RST steps on the path toward world domination. When he came to the place that his old source described, he found a makeshift tent, set up in a dead-end corner, next to a dealer in nasty potions, just as his source had described. This dealer in controlled magical creatures had a nasty reputation for using dark magic. Most people didn't dare to cross him. Before he entered, he circled the tent, Ching silencing wards on every side and the top for good measure. When he entered, there was an ill-favored man, sporting an eye patch inside. The two men sized each other up for a few moments before Quirrell spoke. "I suppose that you are One-Eyed William." The man glared at him suspiciously. "I ain't saying that I am or that I ain't. What are y'all looking fair him fair?" Voldemort took in the shabby 10-foot square tent. It was neither fine nor permanent. Such a thing was intended to deflect rather than attract attention and could be easily moved if needed. He said, "If you were One-Eyed William, I would offer you a substantial amount of galleons for one live dragon egg from your fine establishment. And if you weren't One-Eyed William, I would have to kill you and let him know that someone else was sitting in his shop. In either case, I don't have the time to quibble." The stranger responded immediately, keep her voice down. "Do you want everyone in the alley to know what lookin' fair?" Voldemort casually replied, "We will not be overheard. I've seen to that." The stranger thought for a moment, then responded, "If I was One-Eyed William, it'd be getting on to dinner hour and I'd be closing up for the day. I'd be suspicious of minstrel snoops and I wouldn't keep anything like that in me shop. And if I ain't One-Eyed William, I'd have no idea where to get such a thing." Voldemort responded, "Let's just suppose that you are One-Eyed William. If I were from the Ministry, I wouldn't be here alone and expect to leave here alive. So, let's suppose that I'm not one of them. I have the gold. Can you deliver the goods?" Quote, the wizard snorted, "I don't think you got that kind o' gold, squire." Voldemort looked significantly around the shabby tent then retorted, "You should be the last one to judge by appearances. I just might surprise you. Why would you turn away a potential customer?" The wizard softened a bit, "Which breed you want? Any of them would do. A dragon is a dragon." The other wizard nodded, "Right. A dragon is a dragon. I charge 10,000 galleons for a live dragon egg, if ya don't care what breed it is." Now it was Voldemort's turn to chuckle, "We both now that you seldom get more than 2,000 on a good day. For 10, I could get a full-grown Hungarian horntail delivered, complete with pedigree papers." "Try again." William sized him up again. This time, he made a reasonable offer. "If you had a breeder's license, that is, and ya don't, because I know every breeder in Britain and not one of 'em. 3,000, cash up front and all erong. Dead drop fare ya top pick up the goods tomorrow." Voldemort countered, 2,000, half up front and half on delivery when I've had a chance to examine the goods. "Same arrangement you have with your regulars." Now William was in a state. How did this man know the deal his regular customers had? What he didn't know was that the other wizard had been gently probing his mind the whole time they were talking. Voldemort also knew that the man already had one egg on hand, at his house, for another customer. William's eye widened for a moment, then narrowed again, no regular customer. It'll be 3, up front, or no deal. Very well. Voldemort snapped. He reached into his robes, pulled out 3 sacks and dropped them on the counter contemptuously. Here is your gold. Now, how will you deliver the egg to me? What William did not know was that the galleons represented Quirrell's entire life savings. Voldemort had ruthlessly ransacked the man's vault. It didn't matter since Quirrell would not live long enough to need retirement money anyway. William quickly inspected the contents and weighed the sacks, right then. We have a deal. He handed Voldemort a slip of parchment. Read this tomorrow at noon, not before. It will reveal where the egg is hidden so that you can pick it up. Voldemort nodded. I will see you tomorrow then. William's eye narrowed again. No. Ya won't. This is a dead drop. You will not see me again unless want and tear pay out again. Voldemort left the other wizard but didn't leave at once. He disillusioned himself and watched as one-eyed William closed his shop. Just as William was about to disapparate, Voldemort lunged at him and grabbed his cloak. They both disapparated to appear outside his home. The man went to fire a dark curse off at Voldemort, but he had already been disarmed. Voldemort stood back a pace, aiming both wands at William's chest. The last thing he saw was the flash of dual stunners. With the man unconscious, Voldemort quickly retrieved the sacks of gold. He wiped the man's wand clean and returned it to his holster. He took his time, learning where the egg was hidden and modifying the man's memory. When he awoke, he would remember closing up his shop as usual, then coming home to find that the egg was dead and having to dispose of it. Getting creative, he implanted the memory of the man being despondent over the loss of the egg and getting drunk. His work done, he carefully levitated the man into the lone chair at his table and placed an empty bottle of fire whiskey near his hand. Voldemort made his way to the cellar of the house where the egg was kept warm by a glowing magical fire. Wrapping the egg in enchanted cloth to keep it warm, he stuffed it into his robes. He could have killed the man, but murder would have attracted the attention of the ministry. He deemed it prudent to leave no traces that he had ever been here. Hogwarts. The twins cornered Harry soon after the Slytherins had been caught. He asked them warily, "Is there something I can do for you too?" Fred or George said, "Well, we are the only ones," George or Fred added, "who are yet to try." They spoke in unison. "So what's the plan?" Harry smirked. "I have a plan and it's beautiful." The twins eyed him suspiciously. "Would you mind sharing it?" "The first phase of the plan is the same as the others. We draw Filch away from his office and keep him away as long as possible. But before that you have to get caught in pranks by Filch so that he will put you into detention. I know for a fact that the drawer we need was recently found by the Slytherins and that their attempt was fouled. It is possible that Filch still has that drawer somewhere in plain sight. I.e. if he hasn't had the time yet to restore his office. Maybe, if you are lucky, he will ask you both to restore his office to order. We keep him away. We will keep him busy while you two and Lee Jordan find those detention records and copy them. We don't want to steal them. We just copy them and leave the originals there." The twins grinned. "It is perfect, Harrikins. But why would Filch give us detention?" Harry smirked. "Well, one of the rules they always announce at the beginning of term is, no magic in the halls between classes. Who's to say that the two of you didn't notice that Filch was around and started levitating snowballs at each off? And be even more effective if one went astray and hit Filch in the side of the head." Gred said, "That's brilliant." Fjorge continued, "But you forgot one important thing." Together they said, "We never get caught." Harry gave them his best lopsided grin. "Not entirely true," he said, holding up the Marauders map. "Besides, it's all for a good cause." Fred and George looked at each other and said, "He's got us." Then turning to look at Harry, they said, "We'll do it." "Excellent," said Harry. "Just leave the rest to me." When it was time to do the deed, Harry and Neville were on the second floor with Peeves. Harry grinned at the colorful poltergeist. "Peeves, how would you like to create some trouble?" Peevesy cackled with delight, bobbing his head up and down furiously. "Where there is strife, where there is trouble. Call on Peevesy. He'll make it double." Harry nodded. "Brilliant. If you would be so kind as to harass Filch when he is taking the Weasley twins to task. Cause some mayhem and make him come after you. Take him on a wild goose chase around the castle. Does that sound like fun?" Peeves bobbed his head quickly. Peevesy be doing that, potty. Harry wanted to correct him about using his name but decided it was not worth the effort. When Peeves left, Neville grinned. You are using the Claw's plan with the exception that you're getting Peeves to do the distracting instead of sacrificing ourselves. Harry nodded. Yes, and why not? Their plan was good. It would have worked if not for the mysterious and unfortunate events that thwarted it. Somehow, I don't think we'll have the same problem. Besides, Peeves can keep Filch busy all day and he's not going to get a detention or lose any points from our house and he will have us to help him a little. Stealing the records. The twins had decided to carry out Harry's cunning plan. All that was left was to decide who their hapless victim or victims would be. They thought that perhaps bombarding a teacher with levitating snowballs would be a bad plan because they would be serving their detention in a place that was not Filch's office. Provoking another student also may not be a good idea because they might decide to seek revenge upon their hides and that would be a distraction from their true purpose. Maybe the best way to get a detention with Filch was to use the snowballs on him. In the end, they just decided to prank the first person that came along, but the headmaster, their head of house and Snape were off limits. They set up in a first-floor corridor behind some suits of armor. They didn't have long to wait before who should come along but hapless, twitchy-eyed, stuttering Quirrell. The perfect victim. And just to show that luck was with them, Argus Filch was approaching from the opposite direction. The snowballs seemed to come whistling out of nowhere. They smacked Quirrell repeatedly on the back of that ridiculous, huge turban. He threw his arms over his head and tried running for cover. But the snowballs pursued him relentlessly no matter what he did. It didn't take Filch 10 seconds to reason out what was going on and who the culprits were. With a shout of, "Weasleys," the chase was on. The twins sprung from their hiding places and ran for the nearest secret passage behind a nearby tapestry. They weren't trying to lose Filch, but with his knowledge of the passageways, the old squib did a surprisingly good job of keeping up. They led him on a merry chase through many of their favorite shortcuts. They let it go on for about 10 minutes before they led him back toward his office. They hid in a small, unused room right next to his office and waited for him to catch them. Seconds later, with a huffing and wheezing to rival the engine of the Hogwarts Express, the door creaked open to reveal the flushed, sneering face of the caretaker glaring at them. That's the last straw. You two brats will pay for this. Attacking a teacher. You'll be expelled. Come along now. The twins pretended to be appropriately horrified at being caught and even showed fake remorse for what they had done, but Filch was having none of it. He dragged them to his office and gave them a thorough tongue lashing. He even cursed the names of other students who had recently given him so much grief. After satiating his hunger for verbal abuse, he pulled out a parchment and a quill to write. While he was doing all that, the twins had been carefully surveying the office. Evidently, Filch hadn't yet the opportunity to set his office right since the Slytherins had raided it. They could say, the drawer that had the desired detention records in it. Unfortunately, part of the mayhem left behind by the Slytherins was that those records were out of order. That meant they would have to sort through them before they would get the relevant ones. Filch was about to give them their punishment when there was a mighty boom. Filch cursed loudly. Peeves. I am coming for you. This time I will have you banished from the castle. He turned to the duo and sneered, don't touch anything and don't leave. I'll be back soon enough to award you two brats appropriate punishment. Filch was on his way up to the second floor where Peeves had smashed a bust of a medieval-aged wizard. The bust was in pieces. When he reached there, he found Peeves and some students running away from the scene. Filch followed them throughout the castle for about 10 minutes. He was almost bowled over when Peeves brought Mrs. Norris from somewhere and threw her at him. The cat landed on his chest claws first and he toppled over backwards. It barely took a minute for Filch to untangle himself from Mrs. Norris and regain his feet, but that was sufficient for the students to be able to get away and Peeves. Well, Peeves was already gone. Meanwhile, back at his office, as soon as Filch left, Lee Jordan entered the caretaker's office with a sack charmed with a bottomless charm, an idiotic grin on his face and asked the duo, so what's the deal? They both said in unison, stop wasting time, Lee. Filch'll be back any minute now. Copy these and make yourself scarce. They knew the duplicating spell. This was a good opportunity to practice it. One curious thing about the spell was that anything that they duplicated through it wouldn't last forever. It depended on the size of the thing and its complexity. If it was something like a book, it could last from a few hours to a day. For bigger and more complex things, it wouldn't last for more than a few hours. The detention slips, taken as a whole, were no more complex than a book. So, if they put all their intent and power behind it, they could make the duplicates last as much as 3 days before they vanished. They leveled their wands at the stacks and intoned firmly, Geminio. In an instant there was a flurry of activity as every piece of parchment slip lit up once before it faded again. As soon as they finished the duplicating spell, Lee left the caretaker's office lugging the sack on his back. Filch came back about 10 minutes later and the twins had to suppress their laughter. He was covered in dust, his clothes were wet, his stringy hairs streaked, icking to his scalp, and bits of food in his hair. He was so deep into fury and ranting about Peeves that he let them go without awarding any punishment whatsoever. The twins happily left, but they failed Ed to see the two blue eyes twinkling with amusement on the wizard who was standing in a corner. Headmaster Dumbledore had unraveled the mystery which he had been mulling over. Dumbledore was not called wise without reason. When he learned that Filch's office was being attacked again and again, he got curious as to what was in his office that attracted the students. He was amused when he realized that the Gryffindors too were after the detention records which the Slytherins had stolen a day ago. He had an inkling of the fact that the students were after the detention records of a particular WHAR since the Slytherins had been sorting through them. To know the end of the game, he had asked Filch not to rearrange his office yet. He could have stopped Lee then and Turfer because he wanted to see what the end game was. The Slytherins had been given a week's worth of detentions and 50 points had been taken off Slytherin as a punishment, which was a miracle since the punishment was awarded by Severus Snape. Unknown to Albus, the Slytherins had not said anything to Severus about the pranking competition, nor did they reveal anything about their last team member, Folly Eris. As a rule of the Slytherins, they never revealed their secrets to anyone. It was a pity that Neville had not been looking at the map when the twins performed their heist, or they would have discovered the headmaster observing their team. He and Harry were busy leading Filch around the castle on a wild goose chase. When Dumbledore returned to his office, he summoned the ghosts. When they were all in his office, he started addressing them. Take my word to all the portraits in the castle. Tell them that I want them to stay awake at night and keep an eye on every student who is breaking curfew, especially students belonging to Slytherin and Gryffindor. There is something happening and I have got to know what it is. He knew that Argus wouldn't be any wiser about the heist because nothing was missing from the records. He also didn't have the eye for detail, so he wouldn't know if something had been moved from its place. He mused about the year so far. The year had been exceptional, with more going on than any other he could remember. And his memory went back a long way. It was hard to keep track of everything, but it felt good to him. Something in his old bones told him that this year was going to be remembered for years to come, and not because of Albus himself but for something else. He also mused about bringing some changes to the castle. The comment that little Harry had made about bins only teaching goblin revolts was very true, and maybe it was time to hire someone who could engage the students and not just drone on and on. The only troubling bit was the post of defense teacher. He was reasonably sure that Voldemort had cursed the position so that no teacher could keep it. In fact, none of the teachers that he had hired since that night had lasted more than a year. Every year some kind of misfortune awaited them. Even the more celebrated or hardened individuals he had hired had fallen victim to this. One was the celebrated curse breaker Patricia Rakepick. She had to lose her job because of the fiasco of cursed vaults, and was forced to flee Hogwarts. Sadly, she was also the best instructor in Dada in the recent years, with the last one being Professor Merrythought, who retired decades ago. The Marauders grimoire. The first-year dorm was empty at that moment, save for Ron, who was reading a book on chess tactics. When they came in running, he cautiously asked them, "Where have you two been?" Then he noticed the twins and the shifty looks that they were giving each other. "What are you two hiding from me? You can tell me. Our business, Ronikins, is our business. We are doing no wrong." Harry, however, decided to include Ron in what they were doing. "We are actually doing something which must be kept quiet. We can use your help with it." Ron instantly agreed, how can I help? They poured the records out between the 5 of them on Harry's bed. Harry turned to Ron. These are detention slips for the years 1975. 78. We are to find those detention slips which belong to year 1975. 76. The sooner we can sort them out, the better. They started sifting through those slips and in about 25 minutes, they had sorted through all of them. Making sure that they had indeed collected all the slips, Harry turned to the twins. Since we only needed the 1 year's records, the rest are superfluous. Let's copy the pranks from them for future reference and compile them. You know, sort of a Marauders grimoire which we can use and add any pranks of our own for future generations to use. My father and his best mates created one marvel, we can certainly add on to it. The twins grinned. That would be a mighty fine idea, Harry. Ron heard everything and had many questions of his own to ask. His brothers never actually made him a part of any of their plans, yet they had accommodated Harry easily. He had to know the secret to that. 20 minutes later, they were done selecting those records which contained any prank. It was also unanimously decided that they would only leave a prank in the grimoire when they had tested it for themselves to ensure that it actually worked and was worth the effort. The first round is over. After they were done separating the detention slips for that year, the twins went on to invite the other houses to the room where they had met, to make the announcement that Gryffindor had won the contest. The twins had no problem in conveying the message to Cedric in Hufflepuff, who took the message to Lucian Bone in Slytherin, and the twins themselves took it to Kelson, whom they found returning to the Ravenclaw Tower. Unknown to them, their every move was being watched by all the portraits throughout the castle, and they were all dutifully reporting everything to the headmaster. When they met in the room where they had announced the prank tournament, Albus Dumbledore was present in that meeting. Unknown to everyone, he had cast a snooping charm on the Folly Heiress and he could hear every word of it clearly. He didn't even need to be in the same room as them to listen to them. When they all gathered, Harry started to address them. My friends, this has been a very exciting 5 days. I am sure we learned a lot from these experiences. Some of us were caught and put in detention, but none of us informed on the others. For that I am very grateful to all of you. Now on to this task. Every house had their chance to try something to get the DESI red records, but none succeeded except Gryffindor for reasons unknown. We watched everyone and we learned our lesson about where others failed. Slytherin team was successful in getting the records out of Filch's office, but they were caught in the effort. We employed the same strategy, but we didn't move them out of his office. We only had them copied and took away the copied ones. Bull protested, but it's against the rules. Harry gave his best lopsided grin. No, Bull. I nowhere said that you had to get the originals. If you didn't work around it, then it was your mistake. There was no way you could remove the originals without Filch knowing about it. So we have won it fair and square. Bull tried to say something, but Murphy interrupted. He's right, you know. He never said that they had to be original. None of us came up with that simple workaround. Harry grinned. So, as you will all agree, Gryffindor has won this round and we get 10 points for it. Now are you all up for the next task? The grin that graced Harry's face was making them think twice, but Cedric showed Hufflepuff as nothing if not brave. We are ready, Harry. What is the next task? Harry gave a maniacal grin. Our dear dungeon gracing Professor Snape has some very interesting potions in his office in the dungeons. One of them I have heard is a potion which enables the drinker to walk through fire without harm. I want that potion. Whoever can bring it will win the next round. You get 2 weeks to try and get it. The others visibly shuddered. Cedric said with a grimace, it would be easier to battle a dragon than to nick something from Snape's office, Potter Black. Could you not come up with something easier? Harry grinned. Of course I could come up with something easier, Cedric, but that would defeat the whole purpose. Well, this is what I am offering to you all. Take it or leave it. The choice is solely yours. Others reluctantly agreed. 100 galleons was not a small amount for a school student to let go. Nicking something from Snape would be difficult but not impossible. Before Harry dismissed the meeting, however, he had one more thing to say. Before I forget, I had the slips sorted. We vetted those slips which can give you an idea for a prank, and I am sharing those slips equally among us. Bull asked him in amazement. Boo won them. Harry smirked. This does not matter, Bull. I'm willing to share among us irrespective of our houses or any distinction that you make. Do you agree?" With them having agreed, Harry distributed the detention slips among themselves and the meeting. G was dismissed with each having to think about the next task. As others were leaving, Cedric asked Harry, "Ready for tomorrow, Potter Black?" "I'm going to knock you off of your broom tomorrow." Harry remembered that the next day was the broom race. He and Pusey had been talking about it, but they had decided that they won't take any advantage of knowing what they were to do beforehand. Pusey was on. Who played fair and won't agree to Harry's demands anyhow. However, it was going to be interesting. Harry grinned. "Bring it on, Diggory. We'll see tomorrow." Dumbledore took it all in. He decided that if he could not punish them, then maybe he would be the spectator who watches everything that is put together. And maybe he could ask if Minerva would be gracious enough to join him, provided that she would tell nobody else. It was definitely entertaining for him, but how would it achieve? Anything was beyond Dumbledore's comprehension. But then perhaps it was supposed to be so twisted so that no one would be able to see the entire game unless the prize became clear. The prize in this case could be anything, considering how young Harry was. If Albus were any judge of people's life expectancy on their magical core, then he would live for long years before starting his next great adventure. He was also thinking about the task that Harry had set for the others. To get a potion from Severus's OFFICE would be difficult for most of them. The potion in question was not an ordinary potion. Only the most talented Newt students could brew it. It was very tricky to brew, but when brewed correctly, it would enable the user to walk through any kind of fire, whether ordinary or magical. What use he wanted to make of it was beyond his understanding, but maybe when he watched the entire game, he would know. For now he could not wait for this broom racing. Great Hall. Next morning, Harry sat at the Gryffindor table with all of his friends. When Pusey arrived with the others, Harry hollered for him, "Pusey, come and join us here." Adrian was initially reluctant, but then he realized that if Harry could gather the courage to sit at the Serpent's table, then he definitely could brave the lions for one morning. He and two others came over to the Gryffindor table where Harry had saved them spaces across from him. When Pusey slipped in, he whispered to Harry, "You know, there is a reason I was not sorted into Gryffindor, Potter Black. The hat told me that I don't have the courage that is required to be a lion." Harry waved him off. "We are not going to maul you, Adrian. In fact, it is nice that you have come to sit over here. Having someone present who can present a different view about things is definitely useful in the long run." Susan asked him cautiously, "Is it just me, or is Snape glaring daggers at us?" Neville snorted. "Wonder Boy loves to get his dander up. Now Snape will spend the whole day frothing at the mouth, wondering what misery he shall inflict upon Harry." Harry gave Susan his best lopsided grin. "My minion speaks the truth, Susan. I just love to get a rise out of our dear beloved Professor Snape." Neville objected. "Today is your turn to be the minion." Adrian interrupted. "You do realize that the dearest professor you are talking about is my head of house." Ron, who was devouring a roasted potato, said between mouthfuls, "It's just a head with no brains." Adrian asked with a touch of curiosity in his voice, "Do you people always behave like this? I mean, when you were at the Slytherin table, you behave like one of us, but here you are completely different." The twins who had joined them by now spoke in unison, "Ease up, Pusey. Your father isn't here to watch you. Besides, this is how we lions behave. Any problem with that?" Adrian raised his hands in a pacifying gesture. "None at all. In fact, I find it refreshing. Things are quite different at the Slytherin table." Hermione asked him curiously, "How different?" Adrian turned to her. "Before I answer your question, may I know your name, miss?" Hermione replied, "Hermione Granger, Muggle-born." Adrian raised an eyebrow. "I hadn't asked your blood status, Miss Granger. These things matter very little to me or to my family. We belong to the neutral spectrum of the Wizengamot. By your leave, may I address you as Hermione?" Hermione was dumbfounded. She had no idea why she told him that she was a Muggle-born. Perhaps she thought that Adrian was cut from the same cloth as other purebloods in Slytherin, but he had surprised her. In fact, she was so surprised that she had not even heard the last part of his question. Adrian waited for her to answer for 5 minutes before Harry spoke. "Congrats, Adrian. You have done what nobody could. We all have tried everything save placing a silencing charm on her, but we couldn't get her to keep quiet. You managed it without any trouble. Hermione hit him on the arm while others laughed. She then turned to Adrian. You may call me Hermione provided you give me leave to address you by your name. Harry eyed her curiously. Already learning our ways, Hermione. We will have to watch our mouth next time we speak. Adrian chose to ignore his quip and nodded to Hermione. You may call me Adrian. Hermione. Now as to the answer to your question. Adrian smirked mysteriously. A true Slytherin never gives up his secrets. His answer elicited a chuckle from those around him while Hermione huffed. That was hardly any answer. Harry pacified her. Hermione, one of the first principles of being a Slytherin is to keep your secrets to yourself. A true Slytherin would never give up his secrets. Oliver Wood, who was sitting near to them, asked, So when are you lot starting your Quidditch training again, Adrian? Adrian grinned. I would repeat what I said to Miss Granger just now, Oliver. A true Slytherin never gives up his secrets. At the teacher's table, Minerva McGonagall was watching everything that was happening. It was unimaginable that Slytherin students were mingling with her lions and getting on amicably with them. In fact, they looked so much at home there that if they weren't wearing their house colors, she wouldn't have realized that they didn't belong to her house. Whatever Albus may say about Harry playing at politics, she liked this change. If the students stopped bickering among themselves, then things would get so much better for the school. Albus tilted his head towards her and said, A lemon drop for your thoughts, Minerva. McGonagall scowled. My thoughts are worth more than the ridiculous muggle candy that you are so fond of, Albus. Albus chuckled. Indeed. So what are you thinking about? I am wondering why none of the teachers ever tried doing something like this in the past. It would have saved us a lot of trouble and maybe, just maybe, things would have been better. Severus Snape was sitting on the other side of Dumbledore, hearing every word of their conversation while frothing at the mouth. His attention was turned on the Gryffindor table like every other teacher. He listened to the wistful comments she made and sneered. Nothing would have changed with bullies like Potter and Black roaming around the school and taking on other students only when they knew they were in sufficient numbers. Minerva turned her glare at him. Does your prejudice know no limits, Severus? James died protecting his wife and son. He is respected as a hero among us. True, he was a schoolyard bully, but he was adequately punished for each of his transgressions. In fact, I recall he stopped hexing you every time he saw you after becoming the head boy. But you carry a grudge even now. Sirius fought against the Death Eaters during his brief stint as an Auror and won renown for himself. He saved countless lives in his short career, which in my opinion expiates him from any of his so perceived crimes during childhood for witnessed in the school. Sirius was also accused of betraying his brother-like friend and spent 10 years in Azkaban for doing nothing, yet no one can accuse him of harboring any grudge or hatred against anyone in his heart. On the other hand, you are carrying childhood grudges in your heart. You have spent all your life hating two people, one of whom is dead and the other was unjustly punished. Has no one ever told you that carrying a grudge like that in your heart for years is like having a wound which can never heal and would consequently fester? Albus listened to the volleys of torrents back and forth helplessly. These two were always hard to get along with, and Minerva never let a moment go to make Snape realize what wrong he had done. When he finally had enough, he said a bit loudly, You are both bickering like school children while the real children are behaving like mature adults not caring about what is in the past. From my personal experience, I can tell that clinging to the past is never beneficial. Dueling classroom. Their dueling practice had been coming along nicely now. For the last week, they had been practicing dodging as Flitwick had asked them to. While they didn't make it a competition between them, neither of them used a wide area stunner on the other. When they practiced, it was with an intention to get better and not to best the other. So far, Harry was better at drawing his wand faster, while Neville was best when it came to using any spell he could call to his mind. He displayed no inhibitions to use whatever was on the tip of his tongue. For Harry, everything was instinctual. When he would cast, he would know by instincts what he should be doing next. This was a blessing and bane at the same time. While it allowed fluidity in his movements, if he was pitted against someone who could watch him move, they would know what he was going to do next. Harry was not one to break an impasse with creative thinking, but he used brute force to ram his way in while Neville would take time to dismantle the opposition. When they arrived this evening for the lesson, Flitwick was waiting for them with his wand in hand. As they both entered, he started casting without giving them a moment to think. They scrambled around to save themselves from the onslaught and ran in different directions to escape the tiny charms master who for his size and age was moving very fast and hard to keep pace with. He would shoot a spell at Harry, then in a moment, he would be sending another at Neville. They both ran around like headless chickens for 10 minutes before an idea occurred to Harry. He ran in Neville's direction wildly, making some gestures with his hand. The gestures were gibberish to Flitwick, but Neville understood what they meant. A moment later, Neville had raised a shield which covered both Harry and him while Harry fired from behind the shield at the charms master. Flitwick grinned in appreciation for the ingenuity and started sending shield breakers at them. When the wave of shield breakers started coming their way, Neville and Harry scarpered in different directions, lowering the shield. This time they had agreed on their plan Alpha, which they had devised to best Flitwick. Flitwick was quicker, faster and more knowledgeable than Hem, so they could only take him on with some creativity. As they had agreed, they started sending incendio at the tiny professor, who for a moment was surprised but then started flicking their spells aside. They kept at it at a constant pace for about 5 minutes until Flitwick became complacent that he could take everything from them when Harry made his strike. As it was his turn to cast, he deliberately delayed casting his spell, and then he sent an overpowered stunner at the charms professor. Their intention was to catch him off guard with the stunner, and even if he was able to raise a shield, they were sure that their overpowered stunner would break through it and stun him. As Flitwick had gotten into the rhythm of swatting their spells aside, he didn't realize that he had swung too quickly before the stunner reached him. His eyes spread in surprise and he was knocked back with the power behind the spell. When they woke him up, he said in his squeaky voice, "Very ingenious, Harry and Neville. But next time please remember my size and how much damage you can do to me with an overpowered stunner." They both gave a grin which made him shudder, and he looked heavenwards and sighed, "I have raised monsters. They will eat everyone on the dueling circuit alive." Since he had hurt his head and was too sore to instruct them about anything more for now, he let them off, telling that they should expect such surprises more frequently. The broom race. The broom racing competition was to take place from the top of the astronomy tower, which posed a problem for them. The astronomy tower was the highest point of the castle, and to get there while ditching security was not an easy task. On any given day, there were at least 2 professors and 6 prefects on duty, and many of them had to come up from the dungeons, which was the fiefdom of the dungeon bat, who was infamous for prowling the corridors and was reputed to spring out of a dark corner when he was least expected. If he caught F.R. of his snakes going to the astronomy tower with their brooms in hand, then things would get ugly for them. He would put them in detention without wasting a moment, or worse, he may follow them and find out the entire thing. That would cause problems for all of them, and in particular Hadrian Potter Black, who was famous for getting Snape riled up even for doing nothing. Everyone had heard about Ho.W. Snape hated the boy, and the boy always showed him why he was superior to the dungeon bat by refusing to rise to the bait. Snape had used everything to get him angry, but Harry kept his calm and mocked his attempts with that lopsided grin which he gave to everyone. The Badgers were also in the basements, and they faced the same problem as the Slytherins. They just couldn't stride up to the astronomy tower bold as brass, carrying their brooms on their shoulders. Their problem was that they were closer to the Great Hall than others, and Filch could find them if they got reckless. Some students even reported that he spent most of the nights lurking about their common room in the hopes of catching someone out of bounds. The Claws had relatively little trouble in getting up to the tower considering they were on the 2nd floor, but still it was a long way to go. Besides, the Grey Lady liked to keep an eye on the students and dutifully reported to the head of the house or of the headmaster, if asked. Some of them knew that the portraits were Headmaster's spy network, so they were to be watched too. However, they were sure that they could get up there safely with some precautions. They had to use the secret passageway which only the Claws knew about, and led from the library to near their common room. The passage would take them up to the 4th floor. Near the library was an iron tapestry which concealed a passageway behind it. The passage led up to the 6th floor and they would find themselves somewhere in the vicinity of the boys' bathroom on the 6th floor from where they could walk up to the top of the astronomy tower. The lions would face no trouble in getting up to the tower since they lived on the 7th floor, but still the way was fraught with dangers. The astronomy tower was situated on the other side of the castle and Harry was sure that Snape would lurk about their common room just to get even with him, and that was risky. However, the game had to go on. Snape was just one obstacle they would have to overcome. After all, they were sorted into Gryffindor for their courage and resourcefulness. Chapter 19. Albus was in his office, contemplating his next course of action. He knew there was some sort of race competition tonight in the forest, but that was all. He could only guess what it was about or what it would lead to. He would have liked to invite Minerva in on this, but quickly realized that perhaps that would be a bad idea. Look kindly to rules being broken. She would have put all of those students in detention and made them wary. They would know that the teachers knew and would try to be more secretive, and he was not going to let that happen. Entertainment, as it was already very hard to come by in the castle. The serpents knew how to get around the dungeon bat who lurked in the dark gloomy corridors. He was always there in the corners, but most of them knew which ones to avoid. This was a secret which was passed down from generation to generation because the students wanted to avoid any confrontation with their head of house, putting him in the awkward situation where he would have to put them in detention. The badgers also had their ways around the castle. After all, a badger often has to dig a hole to live in where he can be relatively safe from predators or other perils. Their main concerns were Snape and Filch. These knights was often prowling around on the 3rd floor, so they were relatively safe unless they wandered onto the 3rd floor. One of the badger prefects told them that Snape was not on patrol on that particular night, so the chances of them running into him were small. They remained cautious all the same and made their way from the badger's hole to the top of the astronomy tower. The eagles had no trouble getting up to the astronomy tower. Most of them had the knack of nighttime raids to the library to get a book to read or to find some more knowledge. The secret path from the 2nd floor, or where the entrance to the Ravenclaw tower was situated, to the 4th floor, and the library was well known to them. From there was another shortcut to the 6th floor and the astronomy tower entrance. The lions kept an eye on where everyone was by using the map. Harry noticed Snape was skulking around on the 3rd floor, which was enough to make him and Neville suspicious, but that left their way clear for now. Filch was chasing Peeves around the castle, and for once it had nothing to do with them. When it was nearing the appointed time, they made their way up the astronomy tower. Thanks to a custom-made item which they had commissioned from Gamble and Japes through Owl Order, Harry and Neville were in possession of a device which would erect a repellent ward. It was not a ward which could be distinguished by anyone at once, and it would not have kept someone away who was determined to get through it, but a casual onlooker would suddenly remember that they had to be somewhere else and not venture in the direction of the astronomy tower. Neville had been given the duty to take the device and keep it activated while hiding under the invisibility cloak near the tower. He was supposed to keep an eye on the map to see if someone was where they shouldn't be. The students had little trouble getting to the astronomy tower. They had made some arrangements to distract the prefects and teachers on patrol while others made their way up. Neville had taken his post and started keeping an eye on the others. Absent-mindedly thinking about something, he did not activate the map right away. Why so? He had no way of knowing that Dumbledore was also on the tower until he would activate the map. Dumbledore for his part said nothing but remained concealed in a dark corner. He took sufficient care not to bump into any of them and give away his position. After they had all assembled, Wood asked Harry, "What's the plan, Harry?" Harry smirked. "The plan is simple, Wood. There's the Forbidden Forest and it's teeming with creatures. What the team captains need to do is to select a champion who will go into the forest and fetch a unicorn hair. To make this a little more interesting, the champion must be a male, not a female one." Hillard was bewildered. "Are you mental, Potter Black? Nobody goes into the forest in daylight and you want us to venture in there in the dead of night?" Harry gave his best grin. "Well, I don't know about you, Hillard, but I have ventured inside a couple of times. I find it eerie, not scary. So, are you up to it or not?" One of the twins said, "Come on, Robert. We've been in there plenty of times. There's nothing dangerous in there. If you wish, we'll go into the forest. Gwendolyn asked Harry, Potter Black, why did you make it male only? Do you think women are weak? Harry gave her his best grin. Oh no, Gwen. You see, my uncle once told me that unicorns tend to run from men but fawn over women. Sending you ladies in would give you an absolute advantage, considering that there are only 2 ladies here. Cedric said irritably, enough buttering up the girls. Let's get on with it. Fred, or was it George, asked, any other tidbit that you want to add, Harrykins? Harry grinned. Just this, we take off at the same time. Those who return here with a unicorn hair will win. If any of you don't get the hair, you can return here empty-handed. But, if you do, there'll be no points for that. Quote, with that done, the captains named their candidates. First was Oliver Wood, who chose Cedric after Cedric convinced him that he knew a little more about creatures than most. Hillard saw his advantage in having a Weasley in his team and chose George. Gwen chose Fred, while Pusey had a little discussion with Harry before Harry managed to convince him that he was the best man for the job. Finally it was time for takeoff. As the snake in lion's clothing never did anything without first having a plan, he already knew what he was going to do. A day ago, he had called Sirius on the mirror. Flashback starts. Sirius grinned as he saw Harry. Hey pup, everything all right? Harry nodded. He noticed Sirius seemed to be outdoors. Where are you? Grandfather has secured an apprenticeship for me in Germany. I arrived here this morning. Right now I am in the process of settling in. Why was I not told? And when will you return? Well, you can always try a scheme, grandfather, about why he didn't tell you. Pup and I expect to be here about 5 months. So are Moony and Grand Uncle still in London? No, Moony is here, with me. He will be leaving in a week, to conduct some other business in different parts of the world, to return to London after about 3 months. Grandfather has no immediate plans to go anywhere, but I can't say anything about his plans with conviction. If he feels like it, he could go back to the Black Castle or the Chateau. It depends on his mood entirely. Harry grumbled, and if I need some family, who am I supposed to turn to in that case? Andy is there, pup. You can always go to her. If you need something, feel free to send her an owl. Now what did you want to ask? Oh right, I digressed. I want to know where I can find a unicorn in the forest. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Now what is this about? What do you want to do with a unicorn, and why are you going into the forest? I know I give you a lot of leeway, but you should not abuse the freedom which is given to you. Don't get into anything dangerous. Harry eyed him. Really serious? Don't you think it's ironic that you, of all people, are telling me about being safe? If you can't answer my question, that's all right. I'll ask Moony. Don't get your shorts in a knot, Harry. The unicorns range all over the forest. Is there something special that you want? A hair. I need a unicorn hair, and that from the forest. Sirius nodded in contemplation. Do you have to pluck it off the tail of a live unicorn, or do you just want a hair? Because a unicorn would gore its horn before it will let you touch its tail. Harry grinned. That is a fine idea, Padfoot. Where do you think I can get the hair then? Sirius said offhandedly. Oh, you can find a lot of them tangled in the undergrowth or the bushes. They get tangled all the time. Alternatively, you can always ask Hagrid to give you one. I recall that bloke always has some handy. Flashback ends. He knew what to do. He was going to go into the forest, have a look around in the bushes, and find that hair. For the sake of the competition itself, he decided to just try finding a unicorn first. Where there was a unicorn, the chances of finding a hair in the NH better. The 4 participants took their places at the ramparts of the astronomy tower, ready to take off. At a whistle from Wood, the twins and C. Edric took off immediately, flying upwards. Harry, however, went into a plunge, eliciting a shriek from Cho and a gasp from others. Harry leveled off his broom about 20 feet from the ground and started flying towards the forest. At this range, he could see what was on the ground more clearly than the twins or Cedric, who were flying at higher altitude. He could see their silhouettes against the dark sky as their brooms buzzed above him. Cedric was the son of Amos Diggory, who worked in the Department for Control and Regulation of Magical Creatures, and he had long been very friendly with Hagrid. E2 had great bonding over their shared love for magical creatures, although Amos did not quite have the same view as Hagrid. While Hagrid may find a dragon adorably cute, Amos would know it for the mindless beast that it was. He ran his department efficiently and effectively, but he had certain fondness for Hagrid. Whenever Amos Diggory visited Hogwarts or it was Hagrid's birthday, he never forgo to bring a gift for him, which was generally some creature. Cedric, like Harry, was conversant with creatures and knew of their possible haunts. The only problem that he expected to encounter was in finding the beasts and then taking a hair off its body. The twins were confident of having no trouble with the beast. They knew that they would face some problems in getting a hair of a unicorn, but that was it. They had worked out a plan between them to remedy that. They knew that they worked better when they worked as a team, so their plan was to find a unicorn and then one of them would distract it while the other would pluck 2 hairs off its tail. They then could take a hair each and present it to Harry. Cedric knew from his father about the alfalfa fields where the unicorns often went to graze, and he made a beeline in that direction, evading the twins who were trying to pursue him. He was outdistancing them because their aging clean sweep 5s weren't quite as fast as his own broom. He traveled in that direction well above the tree tops and out of the way of any possible danger. He had some trouble finding the place because it was ringed by trees. He had to pass over quite a number of times trying to find it before he decided that the best thing for him would be to fly below the tree tops. Flying in the forest below the tree tops in the darkness of night was a risky business. No one knew how many creatures lived in the forest or how sinister they were. Then there was the issue of navigating through the dark without any light. He could run into some overhanging branch and get knocked right off of his broom. This was a dangerous thing, and it made the task all the more risky. The students also didn't know about the unicorn deaths. There had been 2 unicorns found dead recently, and each one had died the same way. Their blood drained and their body mutilated. The centaurs were angry and actively looking for the one who was responsible for it. In fact, at night almost all the centaurs were out in force, armed with their long bows and ready to kill the one who was killing the unicorns. Dumbledore too was actively searching for the culprit, but he was not yet able to find out the culprit. The twins had been to the forest before, but they didn't know where they could find a unicorn. Since they had never been on this type of errand to the forest, therefore they were not at any real advantage compared to the others, but they trusted their skills to be able to find one and get a hair. Unlike them, the other 2 participants were not going to work together, so they had a little advantage over others. Cedric finally found the place, and he could see unicorn grazing. He failed to see the centaurs that were hiding in the foliage at the edge of the clearing, which worked as camouflage for them. The centaurs heard the rustle of wind as Cedric closed in with his wand raised. Cedric had a definite plan in mind. He was going to fly in as near as possible and knock Chi out with a stunner before he took a hair of its tail. Amos had shared little tidbits with him before about creatures in general and about ways to subdue them. Cedric's expression was gleeful as he could not believe his luck. There were 2 unicorns grazing in the alfalfa field who seemed oblivious to everything around them. He had just pulled out his wand when there was the whistling of a cloth yard shaft, and he swerved hard to avoid the arrow which had been fired at him. Before he could understand what was happening, he heard the sounds of more bowstrings being stretched and arrows let loose. The arrows were coming with such speed that it left him little time to dodge them. He also knew that it was mortal peril for him to try and pluck a tail hair of a unicorn with the assailants remaining unseen, firing at him from all directions. The centaurs had seen him coming in, and with a signal from their herdsman Bane, the first centaur Megorian had let loose the first arrow. The centaurs narrowly preferred short bows, but tonight they were using long bows for their additional damage and range. Plus the thrust they added to the arrow gave it lightning-fast speed, making it hard for anyone to dodge their volley. Cedric knew that he had little time before one of the arrows would lodge itself in his flesh, so he did what he thought was best under those circumstances. He shot his broom upwards at its top speed. Even then, one of the arrows shot by the centaurs hit his broom and lodged itself in the broom handle, making it swerve wildly and threatening to throw him off. It bucked for quite some time before he was able to bring it under control again. When he had it leveled again at a distance well above the range of the arrows, it was still giving little jerks, making it hard for him to ride it. He kept hovering upwards trying to find where the arrow had come from, and after about 15 minutes of diligent searching, he was able to make out the centaurs hidden in the foliage. He knew them to be creatures of magic and that they were supposed to be resistant to magic, especially minor spells such as Stupefy or the Petrification Hex. Besides, there were too many to try anything that stupid. They were in such numbers that he could not hope to take on all of them and escape alive. Knowing that he had lost this opportunity, he decided to fly back to the castle. On the way, he spotted Ted, four-legged golden creature walking through the trees. He followed them. It was, as he thought, a unicorn and a baby by the looks of it. He started following and saw the colt get entangled in a bush. He started to level his wand but saw the centaur in time, which was following the creatures, and decided to remain hidden since there was no need for him to show himself. Gambling with this luck, decided to wait this one out and to see if something would eventually turn in his favor. It looked like the unicorn was taking its sweet time grazing through the forest, and the centaur only followed it for its security. He would also help if the unicorn got tangled up in the brambles or vines. It was in one such bush that the unicorn walked and lost itself for some time. Cedric was waiting on the other side, and as the unicorn came out that way, he performed a summoning charm to earn himself a hair. Grinning to himself, he started to return to the castle. The twins followed their previous acts in the forest, and they mostly kept their eyes on the small path that Hagrid had carved out for himself whenever he went in or out of the Forbidden Forest. The forest was huge and it was very easy to get lost there and never to be found again. The only way that one could be hopeful of returning was if they knew their way inside or if they could fly. The twins were flying, so they were not in danger of getting lost, but they knew that Hagrid liked to meet the beasts by themselves and to care for them, so they kept following his path in the hopes that it would lead them to a unicorn. Like Cedric, they didn't know BLE with the unicorns and the beast which was going around and killing them. When they saw one of the beasts, they decided to bring it down before it could flee. A quick stun would have got the job done, but the sight of the centaur with his longbow had them thinking again. Fred turned to George. "What do you reckon?" George continued, "We should do." Fred looked at him and grinned. "Let's." George gave an equally toothy grin. "Yes. Let's." This was their code when they wanted to play the game of distraction. They knew that the centaur could shoot both of them out of the sky with little trouble, so they would have to outsmart him, and that meant distracting him. It was clear to them that the centaur was guarding the unicorn, and they were far enough that they were not sure if the summoning charm would work. Fred took off towards the centaur at full speed, but not being oblivious to the bow in his hand. The centaur knocked an arrow in an eye blink and let it loose. In that moment, however, Fred had already pulled his broom upwards and the arrow could not touch him. He, however, was careful to let the centaur know that he had not gone but remained there. He would how his face to the centaur and then disappear before he could let another arrow fly in his direction. He was trying to get the centaur to follow him and leave the unicorn alone. The centaur was testing his patience. He would fire arrows at Fred but would not budge. Finally Fred had enough and he decided to take a chance. He fired a few stinging hexes in the direction of the unicorn, and that enraged the centaur. He broke off in a run, all the while firing arrows at Fred, who had turned tail and started flying out of the forest. George, who had been waiting for this moment, immediately neared the unicorn enough to summon 2 hairs from its tail. His prize obtained, he flew off in the direction of the castle to find his twin. Fred, as it turned out, had been able to ditch the centaur and waited for his twin at the edge of the forest. They regrouped and flew towards the astronomy tower. Harry had started directly towards Hagrid's hut. His plan was to enter the forest from that direction, then try to find a unicorn hair. He had only been in the forest a little while when he thought that he heard a voice up the path. Hastily thinking, he landed on a tree branch which was just ahead of him and hid in a thicket of leaves. With a careful peek through the thicket he was hiding in, he saw 2 centaurs talking. He did not understand most of what was said, but he got the gist. They were talking about a beast which was attacking the unicorns and that the centaurs needed to tighten security. Near them, a unicorn laid on the ground with a wound on its neck which looked like puncture wounds. Why anyone would do something so horrible to such a marvelous creature, he could not understand. What he did understand was that they were in danger of being killed and the centaurs had driven away the said beast just that night. Harry carefully flew past them without making a sound to find another unicorn. He came upon one in the forest at some distance from where he had seen the injured one. This one was by itself with nothing to protect it. Before he could decide upon his next course of action, he perceived through the gloom a hooded figure which was gliding towards the unicorn. It was a humanoid creature with a big head, cloaked in robes which covered everything from head to foot. The robe was dark black, making the classic mistake of being too dark to blend perfectly in the gloom under the trees. The unicorn appeared oblivious to the danger to it and kept grazing. Harry knew he had to do something before the creature reached the unicorn. He leveled his wand and shot a spell at the figure while muttering the incantation under his breath, stupefy. The spell missed the figure by sheer luck, but it gave him the general direction of Harry. As the gliding figure found Harry Potter black near him, it abandoned the unicorn in favor of chasing the boy who lived and killing him. Harry pulled his broom into a sharp climb, and that was when he discovered to his horror that the figure could fly. He let loose a spell chain of leg locker, jinx, petrification, hex, stupefy, but the figure was alert and all the spells were wasted. He neared Harry while dodging the spells. Harry had neglected to urge his broom to greater speed, distracted by his attempt to try and bring the figure down. The figure was almost upon him now, but the strange thing was that it emitted no body odor. Harry cool. DC fang-like teeth, but before the figure could seize him, there was a rustling sound and an arrow whizzed past the figure. A centaur had come upon the scene. He had no problem realizing that the mysterious figure had been the one killing unicorns lately. Before the figure could decide upon the next course of action, another arrow was let loose, hitting it in the leg, making it hiss in pain. It LSO convinced him to flee, or the centaur would fill him with arrows until he resembled a hedgehog. He fled straight at Harry. Harry lost his grip, avoiding the mid-air collision, and almost fell off his broom. As the figure was gone, the centaur turned to him. Come down, youngling. Let us talk. Harry's heart was still racing with the excitement of the encounter that he had with the figure, but he knew he could not escape before the centaur would shoot him down. He came down as the centaur had requested. The centaur stooped down so that he came to Harry's eye level. His electric blue eyes pierce into Harry's, making him shiver slightly, and the centaur said, "You should not come here, Harry Potter. There are too many dangers in the forest." Harry asked him in a small voice, "What was that thing?" "The one you saved me from. A wretched creature who kills unicorns to feed off their blood. Unicorn's blood can save one from certain death, but it only gives a cursed half-life." Harry scrunched his nose in disgust. "Who would do such a thing?" The centaur asked him mysteriously. "Can't you think of someone who would do that to keep existing in this world? Especially if they can obtain something later which will give them a body and life free of any curses." Realization dawned on Harry, and he asked, "Voldemort? Do you mean that was Voldemort? Do you know what is hidden at the school? Something which can give life to even a dying man?" Harry's eyes spread wide in surprise. "The Sorcerer's Stone." The centaur nodded. "Yes. He is after it to get a body again. Now off you go, and be careful." Harry nodded. "Thank you for saving me. I will get going. What is your name?" The centaur, who had started to walk after the unicorn, said over his shoulder, "Firenze." As the centaur disappeared in the thicket, Harry started looking around to see if he would get lucky and get a hair. To his immense relief, there was the distinct silver gleam of a unicorn hair stuck in the bushes. Carefully, he took it out of the bush to stow in his pocket. When he returned to the astronomy tower, the twins had returned already. Pusey sighed with relief when Harry appeared. "Potter Black. Thank Merlin you are safe. I thought you two met with the centaurs." Harry raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, you two?" The twins narrated everything that they had gone through in the forest. Harry, however, was not in a mood to recall everything that he had heard, so he omitted the parts about talking to a centaur, but only showed them the hair and that he had taken it off a bush after it was caught there. They cried in dismay when Cedric appeared, grinning like an idiot and an arrow through his broom. Cho exclaimed loudly, "Cedric, what happened?" He told them everything that he went through, and when he was done, there was pin-drop silence. Dumbledore also listened to everything that the students said. He also realized that perhaps Harry was keeping back information. The problem was that he could not just call him up to his office and talk about it. That would make him wary of the headmaster. The silence was broken by Neville, who opened the door, and he steadied himself for a few seconds before he bellowed, "Snape is on his way up here." That was enough to cause wailing among the students and pandemonium to reign for the fear of being caught for certain until inspiration hit Oliver. "Saddle up, everyone. We're going to fly down." Gwendolyn protested. "Are you an idiot, Wood?" Pusey, however, saw the merit in the idea. He asked her, "Do you have a better idea, or do you want to be put in detention and maybe lose a bunch of points?" When she shook her head, he continued, "Let's fly down. The Gryffindors can fly to their tower on the other side of the castle, and the Claws can fly to their tower on the second floor. There are bound to be windows open to let them in. We and the Hufflepuffs will fly down to the double doors and enter the castle without dismounting. We will only dismount when we are outside of our common rooms." The plan being made, it was put into execution at once. Harry had to take Neville with him since he didn't have a broom with him. When they reached the first-year dorm window, it was locked from inside, and they kept hovering outside until Ron stirred and got up to use the bathroom. He let out a cry of shock when he saw them hovering outside. Without wasting a moment, he threw open the window to let them enter the dorm. Quickly putting his broom away, Harry and Neville jumped into their beds while Wood retreated to his own dorm with the twins following at his heels. It hardly took more than a minute, and with everyone crawling into their beds, Ron was the only one left standing. He shook his head once before he collapsed into his own bed. The Claws found a window which opened into their common room. A few of their classmates who were still up and studying promptly opened the windows, letting them in. The Badgers and Snakes did not dismount at the double doors but flew inside and all the way down to the entrances to their common rooms. There they dismounted in record time to run inside their common rooms. It seemed that they had arrived in the nick of time, because about a few minutes later, the common rooms were being searched for students who had broken curfew. They found no one still up in Gryffindor, and even checking the dorms didn't reveal anything, for they all appeared to be sleeping. There were a couple of stragglers in Ravenclaw, but most of them were 5th years or 7th years who were studying hard for their owls or newts. The Hufflepuff and Slytherin common rooms were likewise deserted. The raids had happened at the insistence of Snape. He had arrived at the top of the astronomy tower, out of breath with a smug grin on his face. The grin, however, was wiped off when he realized that there were no students up there but only Dumbledore in his purple robes adorned with moving sun and stars. As the headmaster saw him, he said jovially, "Severus, my boy. Tough night. What brings you here?" Snape's lips curled at the ends. "I was looking for stragglers, headmaster. I was told that some students are breaking curfew. There was also a repelling ward around the steps of the tower." Dumbledore's twinkling intensified. "It was my own doing, my boy. I find it that the dead of night is the best time to think about things, and I didn't wanted any distraction. However, I assure you that there were no students here," Severus said challengingly. "Then let's get the dorms searched. We will know shortly." Needless to say, the search revealed nothing, and Snape was treated to some very choice words from McGonagall for waking her up in the middle of night for nothing. The next morning, Harry was lost in contemplation, and his friends noticed. Hermione decided to ask him what was going on when he sprinkled sugar on his eggs rather than his pudding. "Harry, is something bothering you, or do you like your eggs extra sweet?" He looked at her like he had just noticed her. "Huh, what?" Isabel, who was sitting beside him, swatted him on the arm. "What she means is that you are distracted." "What's got into you?" He shook his head. "Nothing. Just thinking about an assignment is all." Before they could ask anything more, he saw Snape shuffling to the teacher's table, and he had a severe limp. He asked Neville, "Am I imagining it, or is Snape limping?" Neville looked at the potions teacher and nodded. "Looks like he hurt himself sometime during the night." "I mean, he was fine yesterday." Before Neville could finish, Harry shot him a glance to make him stop talking. With that, it was time for classes. On the way, he told Neville in an undertone to invite Daphne for a meeting. Library. When Harry met Daphne in the back of the library, he had a lot to tell. As agreed, Harry and Neville were there. When she arrived, they each had already picked up a bulky tome and pretended to be lost in them. She took a seat and waited for them to notice her. She knew they were doing this intentionally and kept her patience. She could count on Harry to speak after the silence had become stifling. Harry raised his head as if noticing Daphne for the first time and asked Neville, mate, there is an unwanted visitor over here. Do you know anything about it? Neville, however, was more cautious and decided not to play. I love my limbs, Harry, so I am not playing along with you. Harry pouted for a moment, but under the icy glare of the Ice Queen, he gave up. All right, Daph. I have news and it is important. Just dropping this line in there. He waited for them to say something. Daphne slightly showed the tip of her wand from under her sleeve while talking to Neville. You know, Neville, Mother wanted me to practice hat particular curse which changes people into popsicles. Neville snorted. A Harry popsicle would taste terrible, Daph. Harry gave up. All right, there will be no changing little Harry into popsicles here. Last night we had the broom racing competition. Neville interrupted him mid-sentence. Harry, do you have the map with you? Harry nodded and produced the map. Yes. Why? Neville activated the map, checked it once to reassure himself before he turned to Harry. Yesterday, I came to alert you about Severus Snape coming, but I also saw Dumbledore on the top of the astronomy tower with you. Harry shuddered. Say no more. Looks like we missed a step somewhere. We will have to keep an eye on things around us the next time one of us opens his mouth. Daphne protested, but I've got to hear about the broom racing thing you were just talking about. Harry had stood up by then. Let's meet near the lake. It will be less obvious if we sit out of the way there and keep the device erected. W.E. will know if someone is trying to follow us. Collecting their books, they made their way down all the way to the far side of the lake, where they chose a secluded corner for their clandestine meeting. For what it was worth, they erected the ward device. When they were comfortable, Creature popped in with a platter of sandwiches and flagons of butterbeer for them. Daphne, who had been patient until then, turned on Neville. What happened yesterday? Neville raised his hands in a pacifying gesture. He hasn't told me a word yet, Daph. I am also waiting upon his pleasure. They both turned on Harry, who had just put a sandwich in his mouth. He took his time to chew and swallow before he spoke to them. All right, yesterday we had the first event of the flying broom competition. This event had of us go into the forest for a unicorn hare. When I was in the forest, I ran into a figure who was trying to kill a unicorn. It was certainly humanoid, but I couldn't see its face because it was covered with a hood. To save the unicorn, I engaged the figure. I kept firing spells at it while it tried to get me. When it was very close, I noticed that it had fangs and that it seemed to have no body odor. Finally I was saved when one of the centaurs came in and drove it away. Daphne asked him sternly, "What gave you the idea to confront it, moron? What if something had happened to you?" Harry waved her concerns aside with a grin. "Daph, I was fine. Although the figure could fly, I could outfly him. I talked with the centaur. He told me that recently a few unicorns have been killed for their blood. He also said something about unicorn blood giving a cursed half-life, but I'm not sure I understood that part. They were both worried. Harry, you have to stay alert. Voldemort would not stop at anything to get to you. You have to tell someone." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Daph, whom would we tell? The headmaster would like to know what I was doing in the forest at that time. Lord Black would be angry that I am risking my life foolishly. Moony and Padfoot are not here." She frowned. "But Harry, we have got to do something about it. I know, and I promise if something else happens, I will go to Dumbledore." Daphne remembered why they were meeting here in the first place and asked Neville, "What were you on about Snape and Dumbledore in the library?" "Last night, I was on duty to keep the repelling ward up and to keep an eye on people on the map. Sometime after midnight, I noticed that Snape was coming to the tower. Then I noticed that Dumbledore was already there. At first, I thought that maybe he had caught you all, but his dot remained stationary. So I assumed that the map was not working properly." Harry eyed him warily. "Minion, the map never fails. If it showed that Dumbledore was there, then he was there. We will have to be more careful from now on." Daphne asked him curiously, "How did all of you escape if Snape was coming your way?" Harry gave his best grin. "We had our brooms. We flew down before he saw any of us." Neville chose that moment to ask, "Harry, why were you going on about Snape injuring his leg?" Harry said simply, when the centaur drove the figure off last night. One of his arrows hit him in the left leg. Snape was favoring his left leg this morning. Daphne frowned. You mean to say that? She left her question hanging and Harry took it from there. Yeah. I think it was him. He has been drinking unicorn blood. Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore was presiding as the chief warlock over this session of the Wizengamot as usual. It was supposed to be one of many monthly routine meetings, however his mind was caught up in what he had heard last night. The students had run afoul of the centaurs, so he went to see them in the morning. Bane. The herdsman told him about the encounters. 2 of them were nothing extraordinary, but the third one was interesting. One of the students had come into contact with whatever was attacking unicorns and even fought with it till one of them drove it away. What worried Dumbledore was the identity of the creature. He, however, could not dwell any more on it because his attention was needed for the Wizengamot session for now. These sessions had become tedious and it was seldom that anything happened which could incite his interest. Besides, the stone was at Hogwarts and he needed to keep he stone safe or they would find themselves saddled with a war before they had time to prepare. Minister Bones was in talks with the department heads. They already had a long round of discussions about recruiting Aurors, but the talks had ended fruitlessly. The chief issue had been that of money. The rate of taxes which the ministry levied had not been revised for about a decade. In fact, many of houses which were supposed to pay taxes were far in arrears. Many had ceased to exist. This caused a lot of trouble for the ministry's budget. The second issue had been that the Dark faction did not want any more Aurors to be maintained since it interfered with their work and their prosperity. Thirdly, some of the senior Aurors felt that lowering the bar of eligibility would compromise the standards of the Aurors. Their concerns, however, had been addressed by the minister. She told them they would recruit but only those who passed through the ringer at the end of the 3-year training period would make the final cut. The rest could become hit wizards or such. Albus strolled into his seat at 10 a.m. and rapped his gavel, closed the doors. As the doors closed, he continued, "Welcome the February regular session of 1992 of the Wizengamot. Let the proceedings begin. Firstly, we have the proposal of increment in taxes which has been put forward by our esteemed minister. Minister, the floor is yours." Amelia stood. "Thank you, Chief Warlock. The issue before this august body is of the increment of taxes which are levied on the houses or the common wizarding populace. The tax rates have not been revised in the last decade, even though proposals to that effect were put before the former minister. As the evidences suggest, Cornelius Fudge accepted gratuities from certain individuals for looking the other way and to slip those proposals under the carpet. A very polite way of saying that the minister was taking bribes. The ministry has found that certain individuals or houses have had their wealth increased manifold, but the ministry did not get a galleon of it. The gold which we raise from the taxes goes to pay for the salaries of the ministry employees, which, I must add, have not been increased in the last decade either, despite the inflation rate being quite high. The ministry also allocate funds to the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry through the Board of Directors. The same fund is used for education of deserving but poor students. I would add here that the condition of the finances at the school and its facilities is a matter of public record, and we need to put in money to ensure the best of facilities for our children. I put this proposal for debate before this August council as to whether we should revise the taxes or not." Dumbledore rapped his gavel. "Those who wish to speak for or against the motion, please raise your wand." The first to do so was Lord Black, followed by a number of others. After about a minute, Dumbledore spoke. "Lord Black, the floor is yours." Arcturus stood and surveyed the chamber with a critical eye before he started speaking. "This proposal put forward by our honorable minister has merits. The ministry is the responsible body for swift action in our world. If it stands in need of gold, how will we ensure the welfare of those who are on the fringes of society and cannot make ends meet? The duty for their welfare falls on the ministry directly and indirectly on us, the ancient and most noble houses. We have the responsibility for the welfare of the people. We have failed in this task. After the fall of Voldemort, the demographics of our world changed. Many of the benevolent houses which had worked tirelessly for the greater good ceased to exist. This duty came to rest on the shoulders of the few who remained. I am ashamed to admit it, but we have failed in our tasks. It was our duty to provide succor to them and we couldn't do that. Instead, a concentrated group of individuals started filling the IR coffers while the bumbling buffoon Cornelius Fudge failed in his duties. Crime festers in Nocturne Alley. It was supposed to be an extension of Diagon Alley and expand commerce, not crime. The Ministry doesn't interfere there because we don't have enough ores. That is because the Ministry does not have enough gold to pay for their salaries. The employees of the Ministry are forced to work for our meager salaries because the Ministry is poor. That is the way of things now. I say we, the ancient and most noble houses, cannot let this stand. Let's do strive for the betterment of our world and help our able minister in any way we can. As far as the taxes are concerned, the rates are very low in comparison to similar places in neighboring countries. Even the revised rates wouldn't be anywhere close to what exists in those countries. When he was done, the entire chamber was silent as if enraptured. Many of the heads of house who were blessed to have survived the war were reminded of the reason as to why Arcturus Orion Black was a moving force in the wizarding world. He had a way with words that none else seemed to have. His arguments were so persuasive that even his most staunch opponent would have to reluctantly agree with what he said. In the past, he had opposed many of Light while his family sat on the opposite side. The members of the Light faction were indeed glad that he was on their side now. The new lords who had never seen him in action were in awe of the imposing presence that he cut and the quality of his arguments. He appealed to the sense of duty of the houses, while subtly establishing that while the Ministry governed the wizarding world yet it remained on the good graces of the houses. He underlined that while only a few houses or certain individuals may Avenue found favor with the former minister, this new government was more accommodating to all the houses. Not to mention he had been instrumental in Amelia Bones entering that office. It was assumed that she had full support from him and his allies. In the minds of most of them, it was already a done deal. Some of the elders of the Wizengamot who had broken bread with him, shared a glass of mead with him or were regulars to the balls organized by the House of Black were smirking. They knew him well enough to assume that the proposal likely came from him. At the very least, Amelia Bones wouldn't have presented this motion unless she had talked with him beforehand. He would have made some changes to it so it would be acceptable. That however was a moot point because even if Amelia hadn't discussed it beforehand with him, he would now ensure that it will pass for he had publicly endorsed it. The chief warlock rapped his gavel. Thank you for the illuminating argument, Lord Black. Would anybody else like to speak in support or in opposition of the motion? Lady Longbottom raised her hand with a few others and Dumbledore nodded. Lady Regent Longbottom, you have the floor. She stood haughty and proud. This proposal by the Ministry is sound. I don't see why the tax rates should not be revised. The wealth of our world, as it seems, is concentrated among a small handful of us while most of them are living at a standard below most others. In fact, I distinctly remember the rates of taxes were revised at regular intervals before the war. The wealth was used to ensure welfare of those who really need it. Due to lack of funds, the Ministry had to cut short several of its programs which it ran for the poor and needy. In addition, they have cut funding to Hogwarts which has led to deteriorating facilities and standards at the school. The Ministry also has severely curtailed the number of Aurors. There are now less than half of the numbers that used to be before the war. I say that we should support this motion for the minister is determined to do good for all of us. When she sat, Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Is there anyone else who wants to address this issue? Two very prominent lords had spoken in favor of the motion. It was expected that none of them would oppose it but Lucius Malfoy, in his attempt to assert his authority as the de facto leader of the dark faction, raised his wand. Dumbledore sighed deeply. You have the floor, Lord Malfoy. This proposal by the minister has been brought at short notice. We were not given time to think things over. The clauses of this proposal need debating before it can be discussed as a whole. The proposal isn't clear about how the funds will be used, where they will be disbursed, and there is no mention of any accounting. Minister Bones stood at her place. Chief Warlock, I want to address the concerns expressed by Lord Malfoy. Dumbledore nodded. Permission granted, Minister. She turned to Malfoy. Lord Malfoy, If you had correctly looked upon the copy of the proposal which was sent to everyone in this chamber about a week in advance, you would have known that this is merely a proposal to revise the tax rates and not to introduce any new ones. There are a few clauses which are about dealing with those who, for whatever cause, find themselves in arrears on their tax payments despite being given ample opportunity to pay them. Even for them, an ample time has been put forth to pay their taxes and avoid prosecution. For those who couldn't genuinely pay, there are measures in place. This proposal was sent more than a week in advance for the Lords to study and discuss. Of course, any member of this council may put forth amendments to this proposal before we vote. When Malfoy did not speak for about 5 minutes, Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor or opposing the motion? When there were none, he rapped his gavel again. We will now vote on this motion. Those in favor, please raise your wand with tips being green. The number of wands that went up was sufficient to convince him that the motion had passed. However, for the sake of formality, he had to ask for those who opposed the motion. The final tally came to 55 to 15 with 10 abstentions. With that out of the way, Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Does any member of this body wish to present a motion? Arcturus Orion Black stood. I wish to present a motion, Chief Warlock. About an hour later, when the Wizengamot adjourned sine die, Dumbledore cornered Tiberius Ogden, elder of the Wizengamot. Tiberius. I wanted a word. Tiberius was an old friend of the headmaster and he always had time to spare for Dumbledore, of course Albus. What is it? Tiberius, there are some things going on at Hogwarts which makes it imperative for me to remain at the castle. Not to mention, I have to make some arrangements in case we have some werewolf students in the next year when the school reopens, so until June, I won't be able to take on my duties as Chief Warlock. Would you attend to this duty in my stead? Tiberius was not one to ask questions, of course Albus. Remember to send the necessary papers ahead of time for the next meeting. The Hog's Head. A hooded man sat in the corner, a tankard in front of him full of ale. Anyone who observed carefully would have known that he had not touched the ale in front of him for the last 10 minutes. He seemed to be looking at the door, then looking at his watch. It seemed that he was waiting for someone. Since he had a hood covering his face, Aberforth could not be certain. He was wary of this customer, but since he was not troubling anyone and had already paid for his fare, there was nothing that Aberforth could complain about. The hooded man was Professor Quirrell, who had the dragon egg safely hidden in a pouch with extension charms. He had originally planned to do this earlier, but he had felt a terrible need for unicorn blood to replenish his strength and to stock some. He had seen the security, but there was no other way for him than to feed on the blood which gave him strength. He had injured one in the forest, but before he could feast upon its blood, the centaurs had arrived and he fled. Later, he was about to corner another when the bane of his existence, Hadrian Potter Black, arrived out of nowhere. He would have the boy if the damned centaur hadn't come along. The arrow that had lodged in his leg pained like hell. When he came out of the forest, he broke off the shaft and pulled the head out. He had never been good at healing and couldn't just go to Pomfrey to get his injuries dressed. He treated himself the best way he could. He tried to avoid walking around too often so that the students would not notice him limping. Gathering what little strength he had left, he came to the village this evening to try and ease Hagrid into telling the secret behind taming the Cerberus. Hagrid, as was his routine, came strolling into the inn. Being boisterous, greeting people at the top of his voice, and sat down at the table where the hooded man was seated. The man pretended not to notice him for quite some time, as he subtly kept Hagrid's tankard full with a refilling charm. When he could see that Hagrid was deep in his cups, the stranger struck up a conversation with him. Do you know this place well? Hagrid replied, yes, I live at the castle up there yonder. Then he asked the stranger, are you new to this place? Haven't heard or seen ye before. The stranger nodded. I was here for some business and the deal went south. I have a portkey for the Continental, then I'm stranded here in this Merlin-forsaken place. Hagrid waved his dustbin lid-sized hand. Come. It ain't that bad. The man scowled. At least that's what Hagrid thought he did. There's nothing to entertain me here. No one can even beat me at a game of cards. Hagrid said jovially, I'll play with you. The stranger said eagerly, right then. What'll you wager? I mean, What do you have to add some interest to this game? Hagrid swept an object from his shirt pocket and laid it on the table. The silver gleam in the dim light was unmistakable. It was unicorn hair, at least 100 strands of it, neatly combed and carded, worth at least 1,000 galleons if it was worth a canute. I have this. The stranger examined the hair as if satisfying himself before he turned to Hagrid again and spoke in a low conspiratorial tone. I have a precious thing to wager with me, but I want to be sure that you'll be able to care for it. He had Hagrid's full attention now. What you talkin' about? The man was whispering now. I'm a trader from Greece. In the course of my business, I ran into a bloke in London who had a dragon egg. Since dragon eggs are quite valuable, so I thought I could make a killing, selling it to a dragon reserve in my country. The problem is that the man was a smuggler. Now the Department for the Regulation and Care of Magical Creatures is actively looking for me. I'll put down this egg as a bet because I'm desperate to get rid of it. To Hagrid, it was an opportunity which he had always dreamt of. One could say it was his deepest desire to raise a dragon, and here was a man who was offering a dragon egg for a game of cards. He eagerly said, "Let's get the game going," as the man opened the mouth of the pouch to give him a look. Hagrid's bleary, bloodshot eyes grew bright and wide as he beheld the egg inside before the man closed the pouch again. He said, "I would offer it to you, but you have to assure me that you can handle a beast this size. Do you have experience working with beasts?" Hagrid proudly replied, "I have bred a herd of hippogriffs, the biggest herd of thestrals in Britain, and a Cerberus." The man was apparently convinced, and the game got going. As the game progressed, the man continued to make sure that Hagrid drank copiously and his tankard was never empty. They kept talking for about an hour, during which the man lost more than he won. The game was winding up when he asked him, "Tell me about the three-headed dog. I have heard that you can't control a beast that no matter how good you are with beasts." Hagrid, who was proud of himself for the way the game was going, said offhandedly, while his attention remained on the cards, "Every beast has a weak spot. Now my Fluffy, he looks dangerous but is a cute little thing. Just play some music for him and he'll go straight off to sleep." The man had the information that he needed. He played a few more hands before he threw down his cards and handed the pouch over to Hagrid. He made his exit from the inn. He now had a plan to move ahead with a way to tame the beast. Soon the stone would be his. Chapter 20, Hogwarts. A week later. "Harry," Hermione asked, "did you find out anything about that stone?" They were sitting in the common room in front of the fire after curfew. There were only a few stragglers in the room who were busy with homework, wizard chess or exploding Snap, while Harry, Neville, Ron and Hermione were talking. The match-ups for the chess tournament had been announced this morning. Ron was looking for people to play with him. His first match was less than 2 weeks away, and any of the Lions who spent any time in the common room had seen him demolish one opponent after another. They weren't going to sign up to be humiliated by him. None of the three presently sitting with him were going to go against him either. They wanted to have a chance to be in the tournament beyond the first round. Now that Hermione asked him, he realized that he had almost forgotten Fluffy and the Sorcerer's Stone. Between raiding Filch's office and the broomstick match, he had not thought about it, and the stone was important because it could help people extend their life. He turned to Hermione. "From what I know, the stone is being kept at Hogwarts for safety. The three-headed dog is only the first level of defense. There are bound to be a few more down there. As for what it can do, it can give life to a dying man." She raised an eyebrow. "How do you know so much about it?" Harry patiently explained. "It is written in a book that one of the uses of the stone is to give eternal life to the possessor. This is how the Flamels have been staying alive for the last 600 years. Ron asked him, "Do you figure that Snape wants it to extend his lifespan or live forever?" Neville answered for them, "We don't think that Snape wants it for himself. He wants it for someone else." Hermione asked him in a small voice, Who would be powerful enough to force Professor Snape to do something for him?" "Voldemort," Harry said grimly, while Hermione and Ron yelped in shock. After she was over her shock, she asked him, "Do you really think that Professor Snape is working for Voldemort? But Voldemort is dead, isn't he? You yourself had killed him. Harry, I know that he doesn't like you, but say that Professor Snape was a Death Eater." Hermione, Snape was a Death Eater during the war. He only escaped punishment because Dumbledore vouched for him, saying Snape had been his spy all along. But, I'm not buying it. Harry replied. Why? Do you think Professor Dumbledore would lie? Don't you trust him? Do you think he would save a Death Eater who has committed crimes? She asked all those questions in one breath. After she was done ranting, Harry answered her. Hermione, I believe that Dumbledore is the greatest wizard alive and I would trust him with my life. But he is not always straightforward or simple. He has a fault that he believes the best of everyone no matter how much evidence there is to the contrary. He is the headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief warlock and the supreme mugwump of the ICW. One cannot acquire such positions in his life if he stays straight and honest. While Dumbledore is a great man, he is also a master manipulator. He is like a chess master who knows all the pieces on the board and moves them according to his plans. As for Snape, my grand-uncle Lord Black told me that he was a Death Eater and not a spy for Dumbledore, at least not from the start. You see, Snape was friendly with Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius's brother, and Regulus was close to his grandfather. Regulus told him that Snape was never Dumbledore's favorite pupil. His circle of friends always consisted of those who became Death Eaters later. In fact, if we are to believe it, Snape sat in Voldemort's inner circle and was one of his favored ones. If he was Dumbledore's spy from the start, we would have prevented a lot of deaths. Being inner circle, he certainly would have murdered people or cast at least one unforgivable in his life. Also, there are certain secrets which I don't generally reveal, but one of them is that Voldemort didn't die that night. He is still out there somewhere. She arched an eyebrow. What is an unforgivable? And how could Voldemort stay alive? Harry sighed. I didn't realize that I was giving a lecture where you can ask questions, Hermione. All right, I will answer these. I don't know how he survived that night, but he is alive. The unforgivables is used to refer to a set of 3 curses. Anyone who casts any one of these 3 would get a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Even ministry orators and ministry officials cannot use an unforgivable without permission. She asked again, what are those 3 curses? Neville snorted. You don't know when to quit, do you? There are 3 very nasty curses, but just talking about them gives me the creeps and I don't want to give anyone nightmares. Maybe another time. Hermione figured that none of them were tell her anything more. She also knew that she could find the information in the library if she really looked. Besicombe up in their studies sooner or later. Headmaster's office. The Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones, had come to talk with Albus in his office. Albus, we need to make some special arrangements for the coming term, she said. To what are you referring, Minister? He asked curiously. She smiled. Please call me Amelia, Albus. Then more somberly, she continued, do you recall that we had announced that education would be available to those werewolf children who were of school-going age and able to wield a wand? Ah, yes, he nodded. He knew where this was going. How many have you found so far, Amelia? She was surprised. You sure guessed a lot from a question, Albus. His eyes twinkled as he replied, one of the advantages of being a century old, I suppose. She chuckled. We've found 5 of them so far. It's a start, but I suppose there are more out there. I know there have never been werewolf students at Hogwarts before, so I don't know how. Albus waved his hand as he interrupted her mid-sentence. If you'll excuse me, Amelia. Indeed, there has been a student at Hogwarts who was a werewolf. I myself went to offer him a place at the school years ago and he was one of the best students of his age. For his monthly transformation, we used to sneak him into a place where he could not harm anyone. And that was before the discovery of Wolfsbane. Things hold be easier now with them being able to keep their minds while they transform. Her mouth was open in surprise, but Albus, that was risky. What if he had harmed anyone at the school? Who was it? Also, Wolfsbane does not come cheap. I don't need to tell you how bad the condition of the ministry coffers is. Albus shook his head. He is living a very respectable life at this moment and is well known in the community. I will not give away his secret. We kept him isolated at a place where he could not harm anyone. I would need some funds to refurnish that place though. As for the other problem, I have heard. Lord Black is starting a potions business under the name of Potter Potions, that will only deal with specialized potions. He may be amenable to supply it to us at a lower rate than what prevails in the market. You'd have to ask him though. She nodded. Since you already know what preparations you should make, I will leave it to you. As for Lord Black, I will go meet him tomorrow. In our last meeting, he was ready to go abroad saying that the townhouse did not suit him. Defense Professor's office. It had already been 3 days since that oaf, Hagrid, had let slip to Quirrell about how to tame the Cerberus. Voldemort had yet to test the verity of the half-giant's word. The oaf told him that to tame the three-headed beast, he would only need to make it listen to some music. Music, as it turned out, was neither Voldemort nor Quirrell's forte. Voldemort had never needed to do anything with it, and Quirrell apparently had never felt the need to learn to play an instrument either. There was only one solution that occurred to him, i.e. he would obtain an enchanted instrument that could play itself and smuggle it into the castle. Of course, the Muggles had something they called a boom box. But those did not work anywhere on the grounds of Hogwarts due to interference from the exceedingly strong magical field there. He could not get an instrument through Owl Order B, 'cause he suspected that Dumbledore checked all his mail. He could go down to the village to buy an instrument, but that might attract unwanted attention. Dumbledore was friendly with the villagers, so he would take no time for the news to reach his ears, and he would find a way to poke his crooked nose into his business. He could not ask for leave to go to London on any pretext because he recently had taken a leave and used his only excuse for that. However, there was one way for him. Easter holidays were next month, and then he could go out without anyone questioning him. For now, he would try and see what he could come up with. The problem that he expected to encounter was Severus Snape. Snape miraculously always seemed to pop up out of nowhere every time Quirrell went anywhere near that door on the 3rd floor. Any plan had to include some way to be sure that Snape would be otherwise occupied while he made the attempt. He had spent a couple of days trying to find a way when one of the elves of the castle brought a lute to him. It looked very old and there were runes etched in the mahogany of the top, but the enchantment seemed to have worn off. If he could not restore the enchantments, Quirrell would have to play the instrument himself, and he just didn't have the skill. Such a frustrating detail, but he was sure he could figure it out. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore had so many things to do that he was thinking about taking a sabbatical just to get away from it all. But that was not to be. He was the chief warlock, even though he had temporarily given his post to Elder Ogden. He was also the supreme mugwump of the ICW, and the ICW always kept conferring with him on issues of importance. Lastly, and most importantly, he was the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and this post was fraught with dangers. He had the Sorcerer's Stone to protect from Voldemort, to find his Horcruxes, and to train young Harry so that when the time for confrontation came, the child would be more than ready. Albus will be beside him, but it was Harry's destiny to kill him. Dumbledore could only be the guiding hand and nothing more. He had wanted to retire a decade ago, but his love for teaching and the fact that Tom was not yet dead had stayed his decision. If Tom had died, he would have retired happily, but that hadn't happened. If Tom had died, he could have placed RRY in foster care of any of the houses of the Grand Alliance, and they would have been happy to take him in. In fact, Augusta Longbottom had insisted that Harry should be given into her care, as Alice was his godmother. In between all his occupations, Dumbledore never found the time for entertainment. In fact, nobody ever thought that someone like Dumbledore even needed entertainment. He had been entertained that night when the students had gathered for the broomstick racing. He had been amused when he saw them retrieving the detention slips from Filch's office. Discreetly, he had been keeping watch over everyone in the castle to see if he could glean a plan when they would be trying Severus's office for the potions. It was a dare which required guts, because they knew that if they were caught, expulsion was likely. Headmaster, the students are planning an excursion to Professor Snape's office, reported the Baron as he floated in through the wall. Headmaster, the students under my charge are meeting in the common room daily to form a plan about how to get into the potion master's office, reported one of the portraits. Its occupant generally hung in the Badger's hole, but he came up to report when Dumbledore required it. Dumbledore smirked. Finally, some entertainment that I have been craving. The Serpent Pit. The Slytherins were still fuming with the loss of the prank bet. They had not stopped to think that perhaps they could duplicate the records. Also, they were still stinging from their own head of house putting them into detention over it. From the start of his teaching career at Hogwarts, he had never put a Slytherin in detention before. Even when his snakes had clearly been at fault, he would hand out detentions and deduct points from other houses while rewarding his own students. It was largely due to this unequal treatment that the Slytherins had won the House Cup the last 7 years in a row. They had never realized how bad this felt to the other students until now. They were losing points for the silliest things while the other houses continued to add gems to their hourglasses. As things stood, they were in 3rd place, only ahead of Hufflepuff. 1 Os at Quidditch, or one more misstep and they would find themselves in last place, something they were sure would earn the ire of their head of house. Unfortunately, if they slipped up and got cow of the prank competition, that's exactly what would happen. The next task was to steal a particular potion from Snape's personal stores. If they decided to cheat and brew it themselves, the shame of being caught out would be far worse than any detention. They decided they would rather raid Azkaban itself than risk that. Besides, the time it would take to get the ingredients by owl order would run out the clock for the prank. Of course, they could raid Snape's personal stores for the ingredients, but then they were back to raiding Snape's office again. If they were going to do that, they may as well do it right and swipe the potion instead. Snape's office was a place more dangerous than Azkaban for them. Nobody knew what kind of potions were in his office or what he may have done to secure it against unwanted visitors. Pick the wrong potion or make the wrong move and they would be done for. They needed more information before they could make a plan. They spent 2 days casing the dungeons, where Snape had his office and his classroom. They noticed that once he came out of his office in the morning, he returned only after the day was over. His office was also attached to his sleeping quarters, so he was there from shortly after dinner until morning the next day. There was a door at the back of the dungeons which led to his office that was closed for most of the day. They thought that if they came in stealthily, they could take whatever they wanted and make their exit, but it would require a solid plan. The window of opportunity which was open to them to commit this heist was between the hours of breakfast to the time when dinner ended. For the rest of the information that they wanted, they approached Esther Coleman, who was a very gifted witch and, as it was rumored, a favorite of Snape. She had been scoring perfect grades in his class since she had arrived at the school and he doted on her. Rumors were that he was even willing to endorse her should she apply to someplace to conduct research on potions. He himself had been working with the Wolfsbane potion from the time it was invented to try and improve it, but he didn't had enough time to conduct his research however. And that was one of the reasons that he was always sour. He felt like the students should be more attentive to him and respect him for all the pain that he was taking for them and the sacrifices that he made for them. Esther was sitting at a table in the corner of the common room reading something out of a potions book which they were sure was not a part of the curriculum but was gifted to her from Snape. They decided that their best bet would be Folly Heiress because she was the least suspect among them. Folly approached her hesitating. "Esther, do you have a minute?" She looked up and noticed her. "Of course. How can I help you?" "Esther, I was reading a quiz recently. It had a question which I could not answer. I tried to think of the most appropriate person to ask and you were the first one that came to mind." Esther's interest was piqued. What was the question? She scrunched up her face as if thinking and then started to speak. "What can give immunity to a wizard to pass through a magical fire unharmed?" Esther snorted. "A second year could answer that one. The fire protection potion, also known as the ice potion, is a potion used to move through flames unscathed. When drunk, it induces a sensation of ice and frigidity in the drinker, and provides protection from most magical fires." She grinned. "Thank you, Esther. Do you happen to know its color or what it is made of?" She nodded. "It is dark purple to black in color, as you would know. Professor Snape ensures that all of us can even brew it in our sleep if need be." "I am curious how you did not guess the answer already," she said evasively. "You know potions are not my forte. I can hardly get by with the grace of Professor Snape and the help of my year mates here and there. Esther, do you know where one can get the potion ready to consume without brewing it or buying it?" Esther smirked. "Oh, Professor Snape keeps them in stock just in case. There is always a vial or two in the desk in his office." She asked excitedly. "Have you ever been inside his office? I've heard that it's a dangerous place." She nodded. Yes, it's a very dangerous place. Lots of potions in there which no one knows about, and he has booby-trapped his office. She asked in confusion, Booby what? She smiled, he has traps in his office. If someone were to enter without his leave, they won't be able to get out. She shuddered internally but hid it well. Thank you again for your help, Esther. As she made to move away, Esther stopped her. You know what they say. Information never comes for free. I have a price for what I just gave you. She nodded. All right. How many galleons do you want? Esther snorted. Galleons. That would be too easy a price for such crucial information, wouldn't it? I want a favor for the favor I have just done for you. She said apprehensively. What favor? Esther grinned. Your father is acquainted with Mr. Belby and I want to work with him. I have heard that he will not take in an apprentice unless they are endorsed by someone in a position of influence. Who better than Lord Folly? I want your father to give me that endorsement. She internally thought, well, that's easy. She would get the endorsement from her father. He never denied anything to her. She turned to Esther. All right, I will get that endorsement for you while I'm home during the Easter holidays. That was one problem solved. Now they knew the potion was fairly simple to brew, that Snape always had some on hand and that his supply was kept in his desk. All they had to do was figure out how to get it from his office without getting trapped there. The Badgers, the Hufflepuffs too, were thinking about the next heist. It was not easy, but then if it were, Potter Black wouldn't have asked. They also figured there was no other way around it, like the detention records. The potion was beginner level, but he wanted from Snape's personal stores. They too had been stalking Snape and recording his movements. He too had recorded his activities, and when he did them. Like the serpents, they knew that they had to work within a time limit. They needed help from outside their team. They would have to seek out the serpents who dwell in the basement like them. Together they could find what they needed. Cedric had called a meeting of his team members, so a week has already passed and we are still at the same place where we started. Do you people have any ideas? Abercrombie said, we have a definite window in which we have to act. By ourselves, we don't have much chance of getting the job done. We need help. Cedric asked him again, so what do you people reckon? Wilson smirked, why don't we ask the serpents? We will just have to take 2 samples and give them one. Cedric nodded, good thought. I will talk to Bull about it. Harriet asked, why do we need their help? I mean, why would they help us? Because we know that there is only one door to his office. That door lies in the dungeons where he holds his classes. We can't get in during the day because he practically spends every minute in there. The only opportunity we would get is in the night or during the dinner hour. We will need to create a distraction. Get him away from the office and then we can move in. What about Filch? Won't he come to investigate if there's a commotion in the castle? Cedric grinned. No worries on that count. One of us will take care of that. Lock him in his office from the outside with a locking charm and put some silencing spells around it. He can spend the night sleeping in his office, while we carry out our plan. But Cedric, are you sure this is the only way? I mean, Potter Black isn't a person who would keep things simple. Cedric said thoughtfully, unless he can walk around unseen and unheard and do a lot of complex magic. There is no other way for him to do it either. Eagle's Nest. The Ravenclaws were huddled around Murphy. They too had been reckonings. They apparently came to the same grim realization that the only way was to get into Snape's stores. So Esmeralda, what do you think? Murphy asked of her. She mulled over her thought for a minute before she replied, the only place where we can get those potions is his office, unless there is some other place that he keeps them. Gupta, who had been scratching his chin in thought, asked, the infirmary uses potions, don't they? Where do you people reckon the supplies come from? Esmeralda snapped at him, what are you getting at? Don't we already know that Professor SN? She stopped speaking mid-sentence and turned to him, you know you're a genius. Agnes asked her, what genius are you talking about? She was smirking. Oh, as he said, the potions in the infirmary are supplied by Professor Snape. Now there is an chance that arranged among Madame Pomfrey's racks of potions is an unassuming-looking bottle of the sought-after potion. Who is to stop us from going to get it? They looked at each other in anticipation. Hadrian Potter Black was going to lose this round. Lion's Den. Harry, mate, Sorry to break it to you but, said Fred to Harry. But we're really behind, continued George. If we are to get that potion, we should at least have a plan. Harry nodded. Yeah, we need a plan all right. We'd be risking our necks just marching into his office and lifting a potion. The problem is that it's Snape's office. Nobody knows how many protections are in there. We need to team up with others. They both looked at him incredulously. Are you mental, mate? Harry shook his head. No, I'm not. The thing is that we'll need someone to check if he has wards in his office. Someone else should know exactly where he keeps it because I am not sure if we will be able to find it easily. They both nodded. So which devil do we choose? Harry said simply, one of those who resides in the dungeons and can slither around a lot. Arrange a meeting with Lucian Bowl. The Unholy Alliance. When they met, Bowl was eyeing him suspiciously. What's your game, Potter Black? Why would you team up with your competitor? Harry smirked. Lucian, we are in the same fix. We need to get Professor Snape away from his office for at least an hour. The only way he would willingly go out is if the Slytherins call him to say, mediate in a dispute between two members of his house. What do we get if we call him away from his office? Bowl asked him. What are we going to gain from this transaction? Harry nodded. It's as easy to lift 2 potions as 1. We'll cheerfully provide you with 1 potion, worth 10 points in the competition if you do your part well. They could see that the fish had taken the bait. Lucian was looking in the distance as if trying to visualize himself as the prank master of Hogwarts. After sharing a look with his friends, he turned to Harry again. All right, Potter Black. We will do this together. Harry nodded. Just so you know, if we are blabbed upon or we are put in detention, W.E. won't be able to deliver on the potion and whoever blabbed will have a lot to answer for. Bowl raised his eyebrows questioningly. Are you threatening us, Potter Black? Harry gave a maniacal grin. Oh no. I don't waste my breath on threats. You may consider that a promise. That is the way of the Blacks. The grin actually made Bowl shudder with fright. It was the typical half grin which tugged at one corner of his mouth while the other end remained firm. It was accompanied with a glint in the eye which was full of malevolence, promising untold horrors. His grandfather had told him about it and how the Blacks in the past had it. Half of the reason behind their aura was this grin. They hastily made their exits wondering if they had made a deal with the devil himself. It was like riding a lion. You can't hold on anymore yet you can't let go. They would have to ensure that they got through this. Harry on the other hand, hadn't wanted to take this tone with the serpents but he knew how crafty they could be. He wasn't naive enough to believe that they would remain steadfast and loyal to the alliance they had made amongst themselves, so he had to subtly hint at what lies in store should they fail to abide by it. The meeting between the Slytherins and the Hufflepuffs took place near the dungeons. The Slytherins had to refuse, saying that the serpents had already figured out a way to do the task without their help. Maybe they could team up next time. The heist. Esmeralda decided that she had been away from her broom for far too long. She was not on the team but owned a broom all the same and loved to go flying. She was joined by Davies and a few of the members of the Ravenclaw team who wanted to get an early start on practicing for the next season. They took off as one and we soon chasing after one another on the Quidditch pitch performing maneuvers. Appleby was calling the formations that they were supposed to form and fly. During one such maneuver, which was supposed to catch a member of the opposite team in a pincer trap, Esmeralda had Davies approach her from the other side. They both flew at Carmichael, who was acting as the member of the opposite team. Hale saw them coming at him flying at a high speed and freaked out. As they neared him, he nose-dived at the last possible moment, making it impossible for them to pull out of it in time. Esmeralda erved her broom sideways in hopes that she could pass by without knocking Davies off his broom, yet Davies too moved in that direction. As a result, her broom handle caught him in the stomach and he was thrown off his broom while her broom bucked and started going crazy. She was able to control it after 5 minutes of hard maneuvering, only to find that Davies was unconscious and laying in the snow which had accumulated on the pitch. She went after his broom to retrieve it. When she landed, she asked Agnes, "So did we succeed?" Agnes glared at her. "Succeed? You could have killed him. Could you not try to be more careful? You got him right in the guts. You may have ruptured something. It was lucky that I was ready with a Wand to catch him when he fell. You'd better get him up to the infirmary right away. Murphy and Gupta seemed to appear as if on command. Gupta conjured a stretcher while Murphy said, "We'll get him there. Don't you worry." As they trotted off the pitch, Agnes and Esmeralda fell in behind them. Agnes said, "We'll make sure they don't lose their way." This was part of the Ravenclaw's plan. They needed to visit the infirmary under some pretense and nick the potion from Madame Pomfrey's potion cabinet while she was distracted. They had decided to injure one of their numbers so that they would have a genuine reason. It was not neat, but it was all that they could think of. When they entered the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey took charge of Davies while the rest of them fussed over him and kept distracting the witch. Davies came around as Madame Pomfrey began to examine him. He wasn't too badly hurt, but he'd be sore for a while. Esmeralda and Agnes took up their positions to watch Madame Pomfrey while Gupta and Murphy entered her office. To their good luck, the cabinet was open. However, there were so many bottles and vials of potions that it boggled Murphy's mind as to whether he could find it in time. He decided to use his wits, which were his greatest treasure, and pointing his wand forth, he incanted Accio Ice Potion. To their dismay, nothing happened. They even rifled through the cabinet on the off chance that maybe the bottles were charmed with anti-summoning hexes. However, there was nothing. In their search, they even forgot the signal Agnes was supposed to give to let them know that the Medawitch was on her way to her office. Agnes coughed loudly, but oblivious to everything else. These two were found going through her cabinet at their leisure. She whipped out her wand and shot 2 powerful stingers at their butts, making them yelp. When they turned, they gasped in shock. Madame Pomfrey sternly asked, "What do you two think you were doing?" Gupta was thinking furiously and calm. "We wanted a potion for cramps, Madame Pomfrey. You know that time of the month." She eyed them evilly. "Really? Are you two witches that you would need potions for that time of the month?" Before they could say anything else, she picked up a parchment and wrote some lines on it. "Take this to Professor Flitwick. Detention this evening, here in the hospital wing, scrubbing bedpans for me." As they were leaving and were outside of the hospital wing, Murphy asked her, "What were you thinking mentioning that time of the month?" He replied innocently, "I heard some senior girls in our house talk about that time and that unbearable pain it caused. I could not think of anything else." Murphy face-palmed himself and muttered, "The girls aren't going to be too happy with us." The 4 of them failed to see Neville Longbottom in the infirmary, who had come in under tea. He pretense of getting a pepper-up potion and noticed everything that happened. He had listened to what went on in Madame Pomfrey's office and could hardly restrain himself from howling with laughter. The Slytherins and the Lions chose that night to raid Snape's office. Harry had already seen that Snape was around the 3rd floor, so there was little possibility that he could come out of nowhere and catch them. Neville, armed with the cloak, was assigned to looking at the map and informing them if he came around. Harry and Richard Griffith, both had been posted halfway from the grand staircase to Snape's office. Their job was to distract him and keep him away from his office until they got the signal. Some way from the dungeons, Duvant and Lee Jordan were hiding in the shadows. They were too active. Harry and Griffith failed to stop Snape. The twins, Bowl and Folly Eris, entered the office. The door was unlocked by the twins, who had learned of a spell from the map. This spell was a prank spell designed by the Marauders. It could override any minor locking charm and had been forgotten in time, as the knowledge was never communicated to the coming generations. The twins had needed to open the door for Snape out of habit, had used a spell which could not be unlocked by most common unlocking spells. As the office door opened, they all held their breath and waited to see if somehow a caterwauling charm would go off. To their relief, there was nothing of the sort. The second thing they did was to stun all the portraits in his office. They were not yet seen, but knew that they could be seen if they ignited the tip of their wands, and the portraits would report them instantly. It was then that Folly Eris stepped forward and started casting minor detection spells, which were inner levels, to find if there were any wards. The results had her spread her eyes in surprise. A complex pattern of wards was laid down on the floor, and each ward was meant to do a different function. One of the wards would make people stick to the floor, while another would make them levitate upside down. The third was supposed to petrify them. She carefully wove a way around the wards, which had been laid down, and found their way around it eventually to his desk. As she stepped forward to open the table, the twins held her hand back, whispering, "Let's inspect its exterior before we open it." She nodded. "Good suggestion, go ahead." Quote, "They inspected it very closely and found that a thread was glued in such manner to the drawers that if they were opened and then closed carelessly, it would return in the same position and give away the fact that someone had been in his office." After ensuring there was nothing else, Fred, or was it George, pulled out a small piece of rope and tied it to the handle of the drawer that they wanted to open. When Bowl and Folly looked at them questioningly, they shrugged. "Not all traps are magical. And you never know, there might be a sticking charm that activates when the drawer is opened." Quote, "As they carefully tugged on the rope, the drawer gently slid open to the welcome sight of several phials of a very dark purple-black potion. Their eyes spread wide at the sight. George exclaimed, "Jackpot." Fred whistled, "The dungeon bat has been busy." George continued, "Looks like he brewed an entire batch of it recently." Fred carefully levitated 2 phials out of the drawer. He pocketed one and handed the other to Bowl. By that time, George had slowly let the rope go slack as the drawer slid shut. They had the goods. Now all they had to do was wait for the pranksters to gather and announce the winners of this round of the competition. Snape was sure to miss the files later. When he did, he would have all the dorms searched. Of course, he didn't find anything in the Gryffindor Tower. Fred and George had a place in another part of the school to keep their file that would not be searched. They couldn't help it if the snakes didn't take a similar precaution. But they weren't about to suggest it either. Someone might get caught and put in detention or even expelled, but it wouldn't be any of the lions. They decided to leave it to Harry and Richard to keep Professor Snape busy long enough to deposit their potion in the safe place and get everyone back to their dorms. The twins were not ready to tell about this secret place. They swore that they would not inform on the snakes, but they wouldn't be too bothered about it if the snakes didn't have the wits to hide their potion sufficiently. As they were leaving, they informed Harry about what he was to do. Harry convinced Griffith to return to the dorm, promising him that they would meet the next day at Slytherin table. When he was at a suitable distance, he said to no one in particular, "Come out, minion." Neville appeared out of the cloak, scowling. "You do realize that we have taken a hard task, minion? I mean, if Snape finds out that we're out after curfew, he'll do everything in his power to get us expelled. And still, we're going to deliberately seek him out to do something to him. Are we completely mental?" Harry waved aside his concerns. "We'll stay under the cloak and use the map to find him. When we find him, we'll stun him before he even knows we're there. Then we'll have Creature deposit him somewhere outside of the school at some place where he won't wake up until morning." Neville said apprehensively, "That's too much work for a prank. Why don't we leave him in the Shrieking Shack instead? That way, he'll be quite safe and won't be lost. But he's also a teacher. Do you think it's right?" Harry shook his head. "If they can prove that we attacked a teacher, we'll be expelled for sure. But when your mates are counting on you, you don't worry about how hard it is or the consequences. You just get the job done. Besides, if he connects us with the missing potions, we'll be expelled anyway. So in for a Canute, in for a galleon." Neville reluctantly agreed. "All right. Let's do this." One glance at the map showed that Snape was still on the 3rd floor. Only now, Quirrell was there too. Immediately, a flash went through Harry's mind and he thought he'd better do something to stop Snape, because he didn't believe that Quirrell would make much of an obstacle to keep Snape from the Sorcerer's Stone. They hurried through the shortcuts to arrive at the 3rd floor in time to see Snape menacing Quirrell, his wand at the turbaned professor's throat, the defense teacher's face white with horror. From under the invisibility cloak and behind the tapestry that hid the secret passage, they carefully poked out the very tips of their wands. Neville stunned Snape and Harry stunned Quirrell. The two professors slumped against each other, then tumbled to the floor. They couldn't take a chance by leaving any witnesses. With the two professors down, Harry summoned his aged house elf. It was the work of less than a minute for Creature to deposit Snape in the Shrieking Shack. A moment later, Quirrell was tucked neatly into his own bed. For all the bravery that Quirrell had shown in the face of Snape, it was the least that they could do for him. Chapter 21. Sorry for so late update. I have very valid excuses for it, however. I have been busy 2 weeks or so. Lawyers have a every chaotic lifestyle where they don't get time for things they Want to do with everything that is lined up and screaming for attention, but I promise the next update will be quicker. Waiting for your lovely reviews. Third floor. Quirrell had finally found the Korrig. To try and use the loot to tame the beast. He knew that it may be the first try in a series of many to get past the three-headed beast, but this was the best that he could do. If the other challenges proved to be as difficult, he would just have to find another way around them and be quick about it. He knew this body was not going to be able to serve him much longer. He had enchanted some of the suits of armor to keep Snape busy and sent Mr. Filch on a wild goose chase, telling him that some students were out and about on the 6th floor after curfew. While Snape was occupied with suits of armor randomly attacking him, Quirrell decided to try his luck. Severus had been hit by the 5th suit of armor in a row when he decided to check if someone was playing tricks on him. It was something that the infernal brat, the bane of his existence Hadrian Potter Black, would try as his father had in days of yore. True that Potter and Black were more creative, but then they had a vicious streak a mile wide. They actually used to test all their pranks on Snape, partly because he infuriated them, partly because Lily hung out with him, which irked Potter. Black was the lapdog who always followed his friend like a lost puppy with that group of friends of his. A motley collection, but they always managed to avoid getting caught in wrongdoing. As Snape was dealing with the suits of armor, Quirrell strode up to the 3rd floor. Sneaking around the corners and avoiding anyone who might notice him. It had taken him a whole day of pondering and lots of smarming up to Professor Babbling to get her to see heck and redo the enchantment runes on the loot which the elf had brought to him. When she asked him out of curiosity why he didn't simply play it like muggles, he claimed that he had never been able to develop the lip for it, and he didn't want to wake up the whole castle with his terrible playing. Soon he was in front of the door that led to the forbidden corridor, and he took a moment to anticipate his victory. He pulled out the lute and was just about to tap it with his wand when he felt the shadows move. He hastily tried to stow the lute back into his robes when he heard the all-too-familiar sneering voice behind him. "I am quite certain that I told you to stay away from this corridor, Quirrell." Well, thought Quirrell, Snape got out of his predicament very quickly. He knew there was not hing for it now but to escape him somehow and try again some other day. Snape was still sneering. "Well, Quirrell, you have no answer for me. Severus, IICC can go in anywhere I want," he said, stuttering convincingly. Severus's countenance hadn't changed. "Well, we will see shortly. What is it that you are trying to hide from me?" Snape asked, pointing towards his hand where the lute lay hidden up his sleeve. "No, nothing," he replied while Voldemort bent all his power to cause the lute to vanish. What a wasted effort for nothing gained. Even this trivial bit of wandless magic to vanish the flute had been too much for Quirrell's weakened body. He swayed on his feet, desperately looking for a way to escape this encounter. Snape pointed his wand in Quirrell's face, extending his hand towards Quirrell as if he expected him to hand over whatever was hidden in the sleeve. Quirrell's breath came in short gasps as his vision constricted to the point of Snape's wand. Suddenly Snape went rigid and toppled face first to the floor. Quirrell didn't even have enough time to feel relief before he too was unconscious. Lion's Den. Harry and Neville stowed the cloak away before they entered the common room where the twins and Lee Jordan were waiting for them. As they entered, Fred asked anxiously, "Harrykins, did you succeed?" Harry grinned as he buffed his knuckles on his robe. Was there ever any doubt? The dungeon bat is safely stashed away where he won't be bothering any of us until morning. But I must caution you to avoid his direct gaze. He can pick your thoughts right out of your head if you're not careful. This bit of information surprised the twins. What? He can read minds. Neville nodded, one of the few master legilimens in Britain and second only to Dumbledore. The twins were horrified with the implications. "So, that's how the dungeon bat has been keeping an eye on us. We often wondered how he can know about something when others didn't." Harry nodded. "Yes. Just remember, don't look into his eyes when you're around him, then think of random things instead of a prank." The twins beamed at him. "That's the little marauder." Quirrell's office. Quirrell woke up with his head hurting. Voldemort was thundering in his mind. "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" "You fool! You wretched pathetic excuse for a wizard. It is my misfortune that I have to possess a thing like you. You are not even half of what I expected." How could you be bested by a stunner when you saw Snape falling to it before it hit you? As Quirrell was still groggy and could not understand what was going on, Voldemort gave him a jolt of pain to his mind and recurring flashes of last night. Then the pain began. It was like being pricked with a needle at the start, but soon it turned to pain. Experienced when someone accidentally cuts himself on a knife. It then changed as if someone was boiling him in a vat of acid and he could feel himself on fire. He started crying at the top of his voice, "Master! Mercy! Master!" Finally Voldemort relented and eased the pressure and said coldly, "Do you realize someone put you in your bed after having stunned you and Severus?" Quirrell had the same thought. Someone who had stunned him left him in his bed. The identity of this mysterious attacker was a puzzle to him. Whether they were on his side or the other side. Why were they helping Quirrell? If it was someone supporting him, then why did they not show their faces? What if it was someone who also wanted to get to the stone? What if they had found a way to get past the beast? He would to be extremely cautious in the days to come, for if someone else was out there trying to get to the same thing, then it may cause a problem. What are you thinking? Voldemort jolted his mind again. Start looking for whoever is responsible for this. Until I determine that it is friend or foe, we can't take any chances. Why, yes, Master, he replied. He also realized that the flute which he had stowed in his sleeve was gone. Perhaps Voldemort's magic has done its work and vanished it. There was only one thing that he could do now: wait for the Easter holidays and then go buy another musical instrument in Diagon Alley. He tried not to think about the lute anymore, which he had hidden in his sleeve. Voldemort had vanished it with the burst of the wandless magic that he tried in Quirrell. Elle was afraid to bring that up because it would mean more endless torture. Breakfast time. Neville and Harry were sitting at the Hufflepuff table with Isabel, Susan, Hannah, Ernie and Justin talking ABDUCTED the day and other little things while they ate breakfast. Harry and Neville were actually taking the time to see Severus Snape with their own eyes and to ensure that he was okay. Snape came in about 15 minutes late to the staff table, his cloak billowing behind him, the trademark sneer on his face, but there was something different about him this morning. His robes were soiled as if he had been sleeping on the ground for the night. Twigs were caught in his greasy hair and he had a bump on his head and a bruise on the right side of his forehead. Neville asked Harry worriedly, "What do you reckon happened?" Harry said nonchalantly, "I suppose that Creature Elf handled him a little. Creature is getting on in years. We can forgive him for making such mistakes." Neville snorted, Yeah. Tell that to someone who'd believe it. I have seen that elf balancing tea-spiced pumpkin juice one on top of another and he didn't spill a drop. I think it's likely that Sirius told him to do something to him." Since they could only guess, there was nothing more to say on that topic. Susan, who was waiting to get Harry's attention, asked him, "When are you starting Quidditch practice again, Harry?" Harry shuddered, thinking of Wood. Now that you mention it, Oliver was going on about getting started on it tomorrow at dawn. "Why," she exclaimed, "is he mental or something? Who wakes up at that hour?" Neville chuckled. "You haven't seen old Wood in his element. If you did, you wouldn't have had to ask that." Meanwhile at the staff table, Snape was talking to the headmaster. "Headmaster, something has happened and I want you to find the culprit." Minerva, who was sitting on the other side of Albus, said, "Stop acting like a petulant child, Severus, and speak what is on your mind." Before Snape could retort, Albus said, "Minerva, this appears to be serious. Please be quiet while I talk to Severus." Minerva's mouth shut with an audible click, into a thin firm line. Albus turned back to Severus. "What were you saying, Severus?" "Headmaster, last evening I was patrolling the third-floor corridor when someone stunned me from behind." Albus's eyes narrowed a bit, but he willed his facial expression into blankness almost instantly and spoke in a neutral tone. "Do you suspect it to be the doing of the one who is always making mischief?" Severus understood the allusion to Quirrell and that Dumbledore couldn't speak about him openly, especially at the staff table. "No, Headmaster. I think some of the students are behind it." Minerva stiffened. "Don't try to tell me that you think it was Potter Black's doing." Severus drawled. "Who else in this castle is audacious enough to do such a thing, Minerva?" She glared hard at him. "Unless you bring me some concrete evidence, I am not going to let you or anyone question him." Snape drawled. "Of course. Minerva McGonagall would not think that her precious lions can do any wrong." Albus said sternly, Severus the First will talk to you about it in my office after classes are over today. Now go and tidy up. Classes will be starting soon. The library. Harry was really glad that he had no potions class today. If he did, he was sure that the dungeon bat would find a way to make his life miserable and deduct points off of Gryffindor for the sheer glee of it. Unknown to the students, some of the staff were going through every student's belongings while they were in classes. When Snape entered his office, he had found the door unlocked when he distinctly remembered locking the door last night. A simple detection spell revealed that someone had been in his office and went through the drawer which contained the ice potion. The implications of the situation made him shudder despite himself, however there was no clue. Whoever was there had their signatures garbled together. He could detect 3 or 4 signatures at once. He was unable to separate them out from each other. As soon as he could get into a new robe after a quick bath, carefully avoiding washing the greasy mop that was his hair, he found Dumbledore and relayed the entire thing. Dumbledore had a pretty good idea about what had taken place, but he could not do anything about it. He didn't have the heart to expel any of the students, nor could he pin it on them unless he revealed that he was spying on them. That would be highly prejudicial where someone like Lord Black was concerned. Besides, he was willing to see how it was going to pan out. As was the routine, Harry and Neville were in the library with Daphne hidden under the ward and she was frowning at them. Harry cautiously asked her, Daph, what is the matter?" She raised an eyebrow. "Exactly what happened that you had to meet me so soon after having sent your minion to do the same, Harry?" Harry turned to Neville, looking incredulous. "You were acting behind my back, minion. That is preposterous." Neville grinned sheepishly. "One of us has to keep Daphne sane, you know. It is hard for her to pretend to be aloof and above everyone else all the time with only having Tracy to talk to." Before Harry could say anything, Daphne interrupted, "Fight later, talk now." "What happened?" Harry took up the narrative. "So as we told you, we were on the task of getting a bottle of ice potion out of Snape's office." He took a small deliberate pause and Daphne shot a stinger at him. "Keep going, Potter Black. I don't remember giving you permission to stop." Quote. Harry was rubbing his backside where the stinger had hit and said with a bit of false pain in his voice, "We teamed up with the Slytherins to retrieve them from Snape's office." She gasped in surprise. "You teamed up with Slytherins and broke into their head of house's office with their help? How could you?" Neville grinned. "We are special that way, Daffy." She glared at him. "I am not Daffy, minion." She turned to Harry. "Are you going to speak on your own volition or do you want me to give you some more incentive for that?" Harry gave his best lopsided grin and she scoffed. "That grin doesn't work on me, Harry. My mother told me that girls used to swoon over your father when he did that, but she was impervious. I guess I got her genes." Harry pouted. "There goes my plan to whisk you away like a knight in armor on a white horse." She pulled out her wand and turned to Neville while twirling it. "Would you tell anyone if I murdered Potter B. Black, or will you help me with hiding the body?" The grin that crept across Neville's face gave Harry the shudders. He threw his hands in the air in surrender. "Okay, no more playing. So, I was kept way across from the grand staircase to the potions dungeons with Duvant, and my minion was hiding with me under that cloak." She interrupted before he could continue. "Oh yes, I want that cloak for a night. Have a common room to raid. You know." Neville turned to Harry looking incredulous. "Mate, do you think she has accidentally drunk some potion or something that is making her behave weirdly?" Harry nodded. "I reckon so. Let's tie her up and take her to Madame Pomfrey to get her checked." Before the suggestion could be carried out though, Daphne said, "I was not asking. I was telling you that I need that cloak. Now continue." Deciding to talk about the cloak later, he returned to his story. "So, the twins and Bowl and Patricia Folly did the real job rather than me, but when they came they told me to do something about Snape." She frowned. "Why would they ask you to do so?" Neville answered, "Well, Snape is very meticulous. I won't put it past him to figure out that something was amiss. Or that someone had broken into his office despite what we do. So, it was necessary to keep him away until it was too late for him to do anything." Creature was happy to leave him in the shrieking shack. She did not mirror the grins on their faces, but she was frowning. "You don't think it was a bit out of line? He is a teacher regardless of what else he may or may not be. By reason of being our professor, he deserves some respect. You should have done something else. Harry nodded. Yeah, it was wrong and maybe we could have tried to do something else, but he left us little choice. She raised an eyebrow. Explain yourself. Daff, when we found him on the map, he was on the 3rd floor, facing off with Professor Quirrell. As we have already told you, he's after the Sorcerer's Stone and Professor Quirrell seems to be the only one standing in his way. Sadly, Quirrell isn't quite up to the job of stopping someone as powerful as Snape. To protect the stone and save Quirrell from an untimely death, we had to stun Snape. We also stunned Quirrell because he would have seen us and then told on us. If that happened, we would have been halfway to London by now. She calmed down, but only a little. All right. You were right that you had to do it to save the stone, but please no more tricks like this one, please. I mean, theft and assaulting teachers isn't good. He nodded. No, it won't do. As it happens, we have just one task left for our of Hogwarts. I will have to think of something monumental. As they were leaving, she called over his shoulder, and tell those twins to stop trying to test their pranks on me. Tell them that I am itching to try the hex my mother taught me, which is likely to end up with a visit to the infirmary. Headmaster's office. When Severus entered the headmaster's office after classes, he was still in a bad mood. Albus pointed him to a seat and let him release some steam before he asked him, "What happened last night, Severus?" Snape drawled, "What difference does it make to you, old man? It is all the same to you. The golden boy cannot do any wrong." Albus said a bit sternly, "My time is too valuable to hear you whine about a bunch of children, Severus. We are digressing. We have a job to do, and that includes stopping Lord Voldemort from coming back to life. Now, what happened last night? Last night I had almost caught Quirrell. He had something up his sleeve which I saw him put there when he noticed my presence. I was about to accost him to find out what it was when I was stunned from behind. When I woke up this morning, I was in the Shrieking Shack, lying in the dust. Whoever did it only wanted me to keep away from Quirrell. I don't know if he managed to get past the beast." Dumbledore shook his head. "No. If he had gone past it, I would have known. The rest of the obstacles won't be more than a trifle of bother to him, but he is not yet through them." Severus asked, "What about the stolen ice potion?" "We found none of it in the student's possession, Severus. I believe that none were missing, but I can be wrong. However, consider this. You found at least 3 magical signatures. If Voldemort is here, in disguise, you can be sure T. Had nobody in this castle is helping him." Severus sneered, "You won't question the boy." Albus shook his head, "Not unless you have some evidence against him, Severus. And don't try to use legilimency on him or Quirrell will be the least of your problems. Let's prank people." The pranksters of the 4 houses gathered in the same room where they had held their last meeting. Harry started as soon as the last person was in. "All right. So yesterday the Gryffindors and the Slytherins were successful in getting 2 doses of the ice potion, as was the task. I don't have to tell how hard it was for us to devise a plan to get into his office, get a hold of it and leave without being caught. Now I request the teams to bring out their potions so that your claims can be verified." Everyone produced a bottle of the same potions for him to inspect. With a stroke of inspiration, Harry offered to them, "If you all don't mind, I would take it off your hands at a suitable price." They obviously had no problem with it. In fact, with it being off their hands, there was no evidence of their wrongdoing. What Potter Black did with it would be his own headache. He paid 5 galleons to the lions and to the snakes and pocketed the potions immediately before he started speaking again. "So as I have been thinking recently, pranking teachers or breaking into their offices isn't worthy of us. In fact, it would otherwise be a crime if nothing less. So the next thing that I propose would be all the more better if you can agree." They all nodded and he continued, "Let's have a pranking competition. Let's try to prank the whole school at once. We can form alliances with the other teams for the purpose and they will get equal points for the pranks that they perform. For every successful prank, the participants will get 10 points. Successful means that you are not caught in the effort or it will count as 0. Only rule is that we are not going to prank any teachers. Now who is with me in this one?" Everyone thought over what he said. As it had become clear to them, he never said a word unless there was some meaning behind it, and considering he was a black, the meaning was generally more sinister than the benign interpretation they ascribed to it. When they all were sure that the words were innocuous and there was no hidden meaning behind them, they all agreed. Before they could leave, he had the last word, one more thing. This round will go all the way until 2 evenings before the last day of the term. That is when we will judge the winner. What they didn't know was that he was planning to cause absolute mayhem during this period. He would enlist help from a lot of people from any of the houses while ensuring that Gryffindor remained in the lead. If he felt like it, he could sabotage their plans while he was at it. After all, they didn't know that Longbottom was his shadow and often had equal credit in any pranks he did. Weasley is on a roll. The chess tournament kicked off on a fine Saturday morning. Just after breakfast, about 60 students had put their names in. Harry was delighted to see that all 4 houses were equally represented. He half expected to see Ravenclaw colors dominating the contestants, but realized that none of the houses were likely to back down from a challenge. Lots were drawn to assign 15 students to each group. After each group completed round-robin matches, the 2 from each section with the most wins advanced to the quarterfinals. Ron argued for double elimination, but Harry wanted everyone to be able to play against as many opponents as possible. With a total of 28 wizard chess tables set up, the students who sat out each round sat at a center table with the judges to discuss strategy, tactics and what they observed going on at the tables around them. Flitwick had devised a rather clever ward scheme so that the players would not be disturbed by any of the conversation or cheering that went on outside of their individual tables. Ron had thrashed Harry enough times at wizard chess for Harry to know he was just pants at it. He sat with Isabel, Neville and Daphne, who had decided to stay out of it too. Harry had confided in them he had full faith in Ron's abilities, who played wicked chess enough to defeat even Moony. With all of his friends he sat on Ron's side, with Neville taking the other where they cheered him on. Matches were 30-minute speed rounds so that none of the games would drag out too long. It made Harry a bit nervous to see how quickly Ron moved his piece and hit the clock each time. But it soon became clear that Ron knew what he was about. What's more, this tactic tended to unnerve his opponents into making stupid mistakes. Ron's first opponent was a 5th-year Ravenclaw. His second was a 4th-year Slytherin. His third was a 6th-year Gryffindor. The 4th one was a Hufflepuff in 2nd year. After the first 4 matches, everyone took a break. When they went back at it, Ron had to face a 7th-year Slytherin first, a 5th-year Hufflepuff and finally a 6th-year Gryffindor. Harry scanned the tables as he waited for Ron's opponents to make their moves. He also came to the realization that Ron was the only first year in the tournament. What's more, it didn't seem to bother Ron in the least. None of the other Weasleys were participating either. Fred and George were too busy making book on all the action. Harry had put down 10 galleons on Ron. Even though they only gave Harry 3-to-1 odds on such an incredible long shot, Harry didn't complain. Percy preferred to sit in the stands, polishing his prefect badge. When the 5th-year Ravenclaw saw who he had drawn for his first match, he couldn't keep the smugness from his face. He swaggered up to the table and sat down with a minuscule nod of the head to Ron. He generously even gave the first move to the much younger redhead. It was only 5 minutes and 7 moves later when Ron calmly moved his queen, slapped down the clock and said, "Checkmate." He rose grinning to offer the Ravenclaw his hand to shake as he said, "Good match." He spent the rest of that first half hour watching the 4th-year Slytherin he had to play against next. As the judges marked down the results of the first round, Ron stood, stretched and strode over to the next match. The 4th-year Slytherin greeted him with a smile that did not reach his eyes' handshake. The Slytherin drew first move as the bell chimed and the match was on. They were already 6 moves into the match when Ron realized that he had his work cut out for him. This guy had pieces that trusted him and he had depth. This was not the same opening the 4th year had used on his previous opponent. In fact, it was the one opening Ron had the most trouble with. It saint be coincidence because there was no way a 4th year would have thought enough of Ron to study him. As the next few moves went on, the snake's disingenuous smile grew ever wider. But Ron had a GI fort for thinking fast when things looked bad. The Slytherin looked really smug at his move 15 when he took down Ron's queen. But the next moment, he did a massive face palm when Ron took his rook and called checkmate. just as the clock chimed to indicate time up. There was no time for pleasantries as the judges recorded the results and hustled the stragglers on to their next matches. Ron's next opponent smiled and shook his hand warmly as he sat down opposite him. This sixth year knew what he was in for as he had watched Ron demolish one opponent after another in the Gryffindor common room. Before the match started, he said, "I hear Fred and George are only giving 3-1 for you to win." Ron asked offended, "What, against you?" Ron's eyes went wide as the older boy answered, "No. To win the whole tournament." The chime sounded and they were off. The sixth year started with a queen's pawn opening, but before 5 moves were done, Ron had him pinned down in every direction. The older boy looked over the board, shaking his head for a minute before he toppled his king and conceded the match. They stopped the clock, cleared the board and played Exploding Snap until the end of round. The judges had a stern look of disapproval as they removed the soot from the scorched chess table. His fourth match was a rough go. The second year from Hufflepuff was not so entrenched in chess lore as Ron's other opponents were. Her manner of play was brilliant and erratic. But when Ron realized that she didn't have the experience or the book learning going for her, he easily tricked her in to a revealed checkmate on the 8th move and stopped the clock. As he rose to thank her, she tousled his hair and said, "You're cute." Ron blushed until his face matched his hair while she laughed at his discomfiture. There was a 20-minute break for refreshments before the next set of matches. There was a good amount of back-slapping and hearty handshakes going around as the participants shared their results with their housemates and other players alike. Even those who hadn't won a single match had to admit that they were learning a lot and that it would be a different story when they did this next year. Next year, Harry thought. This tournament wasn't even half over and they were already talking about next year. Dumbledore called for order. "Come now. Back to the tournament. Say that none of you would like to have lunch delayed." With a threat like that, Ron was the first to find his way back to his chess table. A minute later, a burly-looking 7th year in green and silver sat down across from him. The young man looked like he must have been half troll. For a moment, Ron thought about throwing the match just so this guy wouldn't pulverize him if he lost. But once the chime rang, all thoughts were focused on the chessboard. This guy was good. He repeatedly set up traps with tempting bait to pull Ron out of position. Once Ron understood his style, he passed up big pieces for smaller gains. It took 12 moves this time, but once again, Ron stopped the timer and said, "Checkmate." As he rose, he shook Ron's hand and said, "Let Fred and George know, they'd be ready to pay up when you win this thing." He winked at Ron as he moved on to his next match. It was Ron's turn to take a break for this round. He sat at the table with the judges and the other 3 players who were off. As he started to compare notes, he realized that he was the only one at the table who had won all 5 of his matches so far. That was when he understood what the big Slytherin had said to him. He looked around the room as the clocks were winding down and also realized that most of the players were hard-pressed to complete a match under 30 minutes. He mowed down on a couple cauldron cakes and a tankard of pumpkin juice to fortify himself for the last 2 matches of the morning. This time, he sat down across from a 5th-year Hufflepuff. Ron got through all the pleasantries before the chime sounded to start the match. This time there was no subtlety. He tore into his opponent with a castle blitz. The older student just sat there shaking his head as Ron called, "Checkmate," and stopped the clock. The older student declared, "I haven't seen that attack since I was 5. I can't believe I fell for it." The final match before lunch, Ron was facing another 6th year from his own house. Sure, this guy had seen Ron play a lot. Instead of being intimidated or impressed, he stood back and carefully observed how Ron played. 10 moves into the game, Ron felt like he was playing against himself. Then it hit him. What would I fall for? He thought. The next move, he placed his bishop to pin the king and called, "Check." The other fellow moved his knight to take the bishop, but in so doing, sealed his doom. Ron moved his queen in and called, "Checkmate," as he stopped the clock with less than a minute to spare. Ron shook his hand warmly, saying, "Best match I've had all day." "Thanks." Once the judges recorded the results, Dumbledore stood from his seat, Flitwick deactivated his wards and the applause rolled over the Great Hall in a wave. The students WHO had been watching the matches stood from their seats, cheering and clapping. Albus let the applause go on for several minutes before he motioned for silence. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. This concludes the first day of our tournament. We hope to see you all back here, tomorrow morning, for the conclusion of the round-robin portion of this tournament. Now, if you please, clear the hall so that we may reset the room for lunch. A murmur grew into a roar as the students filed out, talking about what they had seen during the matches of the morning. That day, there was a big party in the Gryffindor Tower to celebrate Ron's feat that day. However, the said redhead was busy at a chess table playing against several others who volunteered to give him some match practice. For Ron, the Secon D morning of the tournament went by in a blur. He systematically crushed all who opposed him. Either he had gotten sharper or all the tough opponents had been stacked on the first day. Dumbledore rose at the end of the morning to announce lunch. When the applause died down, he continued to say that they would reconvene after lunch to announce the quarter-finalists and continue the tournament. As the two from each group were announced in alphabetical order, the various houses they were from cheered loudly as the rest of the students engaged in polite applause. When he came to the end of the list and announced, last, and certainly not least, Ronald Weasley, the Gryffindors went wild. Out of the other 7, only Adrian Pusey had swept his round-robin matches as Ron had done. Pretty much everyone agreed that it was between Ron and Adrian, but only Ron had won every match by checkmate. A few of Adrian's matches were decided by points when time ran out. Many were speculating that it mean Ron was reckless and things would go against him in an unlimited time match. As it turned out, Ron drew Adrian for his quarter-final match. These matches had no time limit, but the clocks were used anyway. Just to know how much time each player used. At first, it appeared that Ron was trying to use the same rush and click tactic that he had used in the earlier matches. But it soon became clear he was just using a memorized opening. As the pieces came into play and more options became available, he did slow down, but not by all that much. They were 18 moves into the game retired. Unlike his lightning raids, Ron was playing the long game, his face expressionless with concentration. Pusey placed his rook and called, check. Ron took a few seconds to make sure that he saw what he thought he saw. Satisfied, he nodded. Then taking the rook with his white bishop, he called, checkmate. Pusey's king threw its crown to the board, acknowledging defeat. The other 3 matches were still going. But most eyes had been on Ron's match up until that moment. Ron clapped the older boy firmly on the shoulder and said, there were at least 5 times that I thought you had me, but when you went in for check with your rook, I could hardly believe my luck. Didn't mean to make it so easy for you, mate, Pusey said, shaking his hand. I guess I just got frustrated and didn't see it coming. For the semifinal, Ron drew Ryan Aniston, who had dominated in his section. It didn't take Ron many moves to realize that this guy relied entirely too much on uncovered threats. That got him looking at the pieces behind the pieces. Ron had already pulled off a queen sacrifice checkmate yesterday, but he thought that he just might pull off another one. As he made his moves with apparent reckless abandon, his opponent kept taking pieces but losing position. When it started to look like Ron would lose by attrition, the people watching the game gasped as Aniston took his queen. But they were shaking their heads in disbelief as Ron took the bishop with his rook and declared, checkmate. It had been a really risky play, but he had catered to the older boy's greed and beaten him according to plan. He gave Aniston perfunctory thanks that minimal manners demand and turned his attention to the match going on at the other semifinal table where Patricia Foley was facing off against Rupali Sinha from Hufflepuff. Patricia, who was as good at pranks as she was at chess, had a whimsical, erratic style of play that tended to throw her opponents off balance, while Rupali Sinha was all business, taking advantage of every lapse in judgment or concentration. The match was well advanced and the pieces were getting sparse. Patricia seemed to have an advantage for pieces, but Sinha was dug in like a tick. At last, Foley made an assault on Sinha's bastion, but the exchange went poorly for her. When Sinha made her counterattack, it was checkmate in 2 moves. Applause went up all around at the conclusion of the semifinal matches. After a short break that involved butterbeers, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, and lots of hearty congratulations from his housemates, Ronald Weasley. EY and Rupali Sinha were called back to the chess table for the final match. For this one, Flitwick, McGonagall and Dumbledore had cooperated to create a life-sized chess board with animated pieces. Since Ron was undefeated, he had choice of color. Surprising to many, he chose black. Rupali opened by moving out her king's pawn. That was the last time she moved quickly for the rest of the game. She kept trying to build her defenses, and Ron kept disrupting them. It got to the point where Rupali castled to try and get her king under the cover of her last remaining pawns. Ron sprung on her as if that was the moment he had been waiting for. Ron took the rook with his queen and called the final checkmate as he stopped the clock. A sea of gold and red-robed students rushed the floor, cheering with a deafening noise as they swept up Ron on their shoulders. They pumped their fists in the air chanting, "Weasley! Weasley! Weasley!" They kept up the chanting as they carried Ron off to the Gryffindor common room to start their celebration. "Can you fly? Show me." About 3 days after they launched the prank war, Harry had Oliver call another meeting of the Quidditch players from all the houses. It was just after classes had finished for the day as they gathered. They hadn't decided on anything at the previous meeting because they had to scatter when a certain dungeon bat tried to crash their party atop the astronomy tower last time. Oliver got them together once again and it was time to discuss it. Harry addressed the group, "Hello everyone. I'm glad you could all come. As I am sure you all recall, we had to cut our last meeting short due to interference from our favorite hook-nosed, greasy-haired dungeon bat. We didn't have the time to fix the date for the next meeting and that was a disappointment. But we are here now, hopefully under better circumstances and we can discuss the next thing. This time, we are not going into the forest or anything like that. This time, it is a straight-up contest to see who the better flyer is." "What do you mean Potter Black?" asked Adrian. "Well Adrian, it's not just about who has the fastest broom. This is going to require some real skill." Gwen asked. "Okay. Potter Black, out with it. What do you have planned?" He smirked. "Well, Gwen, since you asked so nicely, I've arranged to set up an obstacle course on the Quidditch pitch. It will test nerve and skill. We'll time each person as they fly through it, with appropriate time penalties for missing any obstacles. Of course, the one with the best time wins." "Simple really," one of the twins asked. "Who's going to set up the obstacles and how long will that take?" Harry grinned. "No worries on that count mate. I have recruited a few very talented people to see to that. The obstacle course will be set up and waiting for our brooms on the Quidditch pitch." Cedric clapped and rubbed his hands together eagerly as he asked, "Great. When do we race?" Harry affected a yawn, suppressing a grin as he responded, "How about an hour after curfew, tonight?" "Today?" Oliver all but shouted. "There's no time to prepare or practice, we need to discuss." Harry couldn't suppress the grin anymore. He baited Wood mercilessly. "Really, Oliver? I mean, can you fly or not? What difference would it make if we planned this for days or even weeks? Rest assured, everyone got the exact same amount of notice that you did. Besides, we wouldn't want to make it too easy, would we? This way, it's more fun." Unknown to anyone at the school, Harry had enlisted the aid of the very able jokester, Mr. Gamble of Gamble and Japes over a week ago. With a few lines scrawled on a parchment and an appropriate amount of gold, the proprietor of Prankdom had come up with a tortuous maze with a series of obstacles to challenge broom flyers that could be deployed in any open space in a matter of a few minutes. That evening, after all the good little students should be tucked up in their beds, CER. Troyne accomplices he had hired from the 7th-year students, would deploy the masterpiece of elegance, craft in just the right amount of sadism on the Quidditch pitch for all to admire. Many hands make light work. It would only take a few minutes for the nefarious crew to install and activate the various ward stones and spells that made the maze work. Harry had waited for the perfect night to surprise them with the contest. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore was in his office thinking over what Quirrell was doing. He was also thinking about how the castle was going to change starting with next year. They would be hosting werewolf students in the castle and he had to make arrangements for them. The Shrieking Shack could handle maybe 5 of them with them being placed in separate fortified rooms. and under the influence of the wolfsbane potion. He had no idea what he would do if there were more, however it was unlikely that there would be that many. Not all werewolves would have magic in them. To be able to wield a wand, so the ministry would have to make different arrangements for them. Also, things were getting better in the wizarding world. With Amelia Bones having taken charge of the ministry, a lot of the corruption was being uprooted, freeing up resources to make some long overdue changes. For example, news had reached his ears about a plan to demolish and rebuild Nocturne Alley, putting an end to the shops which dealt in dark magics. This was not yet a done deal, and it would be hotly debated in the Wizengamot by many of the Elsonesses over there. They would do just about anything to save their enterprises. Headmaster Dumbledore looked up to see that Everard had just returned to his portrait frame that hung in his office among all the portraits of the past headmasters of Hogwarts. When the man in the portrait saw that he had the headmaster's attention, he continued, "Those scallywags met in that room on the 4th floor. They're going to have some sort of broom race. Through an obstacle course they set up on the Quidditch pitch." Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement as his eyes began to twinkle. "Did you happen to hear when this will take place?" Everard sighed. "Tonight, about an hour after curfew. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that they're moving their brooms out to the change rooms as we speak." It seems the Potter boy set it up as a surprise. Phineas Nigellus from his portrait nearly shouted, "It is Potter Black, you buffoon. He is the heir of both the houses." Albus chuckled at the indignant Slytherin former headmaster Black. "Phineas, I am sure he meant no offense to anyone." He turned to Everard then. "Thank you for telling me, Everard." Late that evening, as he left the office, he thought about how pleasant it would be to have some company to take in the show. It promised to be a thrilling spectacle that was about to unfold. He contemplated at length about who would be the perfect company for him. For obvious reasons, he could not ask Severus. Phileas would be so engrossed in the contest that he would forget that Dumbledore was even there. Pomona never liked for anyone to disturb her once she went to bed. Besides, she had all those Omu's plants outside her residence quarters. The only viable choice was Minerva, even though there were problems with asking her to be his company for the night. Yet he decided to risk it. If she didn't agree, he would find a way to warn the students to abandon the task for today. When he knocked on the door of Minerva's office, she opened the door almost instantly. She was dressed in her tartan emerald black robes. Her hair as usual was knit in a bun with her glasses perched on the bridge of her nose. When she saw Dumbledore at her door, she asked curtly, "Albus, what is the matter?" Albus jovially replied, "I have heard that something truly exciting is about to happen. Would you like to accompany me to witness it?" She eyed him suspiciously. "What is it about?" He smiled genially. "Some our students are having a broom racing competition on the Quidditch pitch tonight. I thought maybe you would agree to come to watch it with me." She looked at him as if he had lost his mind. "Albus, they are breaking curfew. They must be put in detention. If you don't, I will." Albus chuckled. "My dear Minerva, they aren't doing anything which would put their lives in danger. They are students, and as such, it is in their nature to break rules. I would have put them in detention myself, but I hear that this event is going to be one of a kind. I would not want to spoil it for them. Besides, can you truly say that you are not curious to see who is the best on a broom?" For a moment, she was torn between her desire to enforce the rules and her desire to see how good her students were at flying. Finally, a compromise occurred in her mind. She would take down the names of every student who was there and later find a way to deduct points from their houses as punishment. As she grabbed a warmer cloak to keep off the evening chill, she said to Dumbledore sweetly, "Very well, I agree, Albus." The sweetness in her voice put him on alert instantly, but there was nothing he could do now. Minerva would be on the scent of those students even if he warned them off for today. She would not rest until she had put every one of them in detention. It hurt his conscience, but he chose to ignore it and enjoy the match anyway. Entertainment sometimes had value above house points and a couple of detentions. The Quidditch pitch. Harry had trouble shaking a tail that evening. A's curfew approached. Hermione and Ron sat on either side of him, near the fireplace, working on their charms assignments that were due yesterday. He may have believed that ploy if it were just Ron, but Hermione never handed in anything late. No, Hermione had seen Harry when he was planning to leave the tower after curfew before and she was on to him. To make matters worse, she had somehow coerced Ron into helping her this time. As curfew hour approached, Harry affected a huge yawn then started to leave for his dorm with Neville in tow. Ron stayed with Hermione diligently riffling through a charms book, trying to be subtle. Harry, however, had seen the two of them sharing suspicious looks. That and the mulish expression on Hermione's face let him know that the two of them were trying to spoil his fun. A few minutes later, Ron walked in the dorm and fell on his bed. He fell asleep just a bit too quickly to be convincing. Harry waited for 10 more minutes before he left the dorm with Neville under the cloak. Ron, who had heard the rustling around, immediately got up from his bed to find Neville's and Harry's beds empty. Just to be sure, he checked the bathroom too. They were gone. He went to the common room to find Hermione frowning. He asked her, "Did you see them leave?" She shook her head. "I saw Oliver and the twins leaving the common room but I didn't see Harry or Neville." "Is he up there?" Ron shook his head. "Their beds are empty and there's nobody in the bathroom either." Hermione started walking out. "We must find them. They can get caught. They can get detention or even expelled if they do some mischief." Ron asked, "Wait, how do you know they are outside?" She answered, "They must have found some way to go unseen." "I mean, I didn't see them leaving, but maybe the aspiring prank king has found a way around that." As they left the common room, Harry and Neville, who were hiding under the cloak and sitting in the corner, came out from under it sharing smug looks between them. Harry was saying, "She is intelligent but not enough. It never occurred to her that we may have been suspicious of them." Neville snorted, "Let them search the castle then. We'd best hurry or we'll be late." With a quick check of the Marauders map to see Ron and Hermione weren't close enough to see the portal open and close, they donned the cloak again and left the tower. They didn't get far before Hay ran into Ron and Hermione, who were running around a corner with Filch's cat in hot pursuit. More than once, Neville had a hearty desire to give that wretched beast a hearty kick, but he contented himself with just stunning her. Once Neville located a suitable suit of armor in which to deposit the unconscious cat, they ran down Ron and Hermione. While Neville stayed behind under the cloak, RRY quickly dragged the would-be party poopers into the nearest classroom and closed the door behind them. Harry addressed them sternly, "The two of you had best keep your noses out of things that don't concern you. You don't know the castle as well as we do and you are almost certain to get caught. Mrs. Norris was on your tail already and you were both on a one-way trip to Snape's dungeon for detention if we hadn't taken care of it. The way back to our common room is clear if you go now. Don't try to follow us. What we're up to is none of your concern." Hermione said indignantly, "Either we coming with you or we will go to Professor McGonagall." Harry raised his eyebrows as he asked her, "Please tell me where Minnie lives." Hermione had no answer to that. It was obvious that she didn't have any idea where Professor McGonagall stayed during the night. She could not think of an answer, but Ron did. "Harry, we would return but we have forgotten our way trying to get away from Filch's cat. We'll be caught if you don't take us with you." Harry didn't buy it for a minute. These two have been in the castle for the better part of a school year already, and Hermione, who always had her nose in a book, certainly knew the layout by now. No, this was because they couldn't contain their curiosity about what height. "I suppose that since neither one of you can manage to find your way out of a paper bag, I'll have to take you with me. First, you must swear, not a word about what you see to anyone. I mean it, swear or I'll find Mrs. Norris and leave you to her." Hermione got that mulish expression on her face again and glared at Ron. But Ron immediately said, "Yes, Harry, I swear, not a word." Hermione, now realizing that she was outnumbered 2-1, finally caved in. "All right then. I also swear." Harry made a show of listening at the door while he surreptitiously checked the map again. After making sure that the coast was clear, he whispered to Ron and Hermione, "Keep up or you're on your own." With that, he opened the door and made a beeline to a secret stairway that led to a hidden door at the back of the castle. When they arrived at the pitch, the other students were already there. As soon as he saw them, Pusey asked, "What are those firsties doing here?" Harry said resignedly, "I found them wandering around the castle, lost. I thought we'd better bring them before they got caught and told on us. In return, they have both sworn to secrecy." Gwendolyn said, "Get on with it now, Potter Black. It's getting late and we have classes tomorrow." Harry tapped his W, and on something on the field and the obstacle course lit up. Harry started briefing them. Each of the teams has to select a team member to go through this obstacle course. The red ones are the obstacles which you have to avoid. The green ones contain obstacles which may suddenly spring up for one but not another. None of the obstacles will injure you much, but they will slow you down. Of course, there is a time penalty for skipping any of the obstacles by going around them. The one with the quickest time will be the winner. Chapter 22, The Race. As the others were deliberating over who would be the champion of each team, Harry motioned for Ron and Hermione to follow him, leading them to the Gryffindor house dressing room. They found the door open. He sent them in saying, "You can watch FR. Own the observation deck, but please remain inside. I don't want anyone to accuse me of distracting them." Hermione wasn't going to go inside the dressing room willingly, but Ron pulled her in. "Come on, Hermione. I've always wanted to see the inside of the Gryffindor change room, and the twins told me that the observation deck has a great view. We'll also be well hidden in case some teacher comes this way." Hermione followed him inside, closing the door behind her. She immediately took a place on the deck and began observing. But Ron was looking around, in awe of the place. Back on the ground, the teams were arguing among themselves, trying to choose who would represent them. It was a difficult task because the maze looked really exciting and everyone wanted to do this. The chosen champions for the teams were Adrian, Cho Chong, Gwendolyn Shaw and Oliver Wood. Harry wanted to go himself, but Adrian reminded him that he had got the last round and now he should give someone else a chance to shine and sit this one out. The same was with Cedric and the twins. Wood was already grinning from ear to ear at the prospect of the race, while Gwen looked determined to prove that the Harpies would indeed make a good choice by picking her up for their reserve team starting next year. The maze was laid out in front of them, lit up in a multitude of colors, inviting them to go through it. Those who were to sit out were miffed at the thought of having to miss the experience which it promised to be. The maze showed a lot of twists and turns, ups and downs, and it was going to be a nerve-wracking experience to go through it. What Harry didn't know, nor did any of the other players, was that the maze was sentient. It would play tricks upon the players and make it more difficult for them to navigate through it. They would find out later. At a small blast from Appleby's wand, 4 brooms rose into the air, and with another blast they sped forward, cutting through the air. As the last one was inside the maze, it made a belching sound as if it had just swallowed something. As they watched, the entrance of the maze was obstructed by a door which appeared out of nowhere. Cedric asked Harry, "Is the maze supposed to make sounds like that or do what it is doing, Potter Black?" As far as Harry knew, the maze wasn't supposed to do anything like that. He had ordered a maze, but nothing like this. He realized old Gamble had just pulled one on him. He had added his own evil twist to the maze, but Harry wasn't about to admit that to Cedric. Confidently, he said, "It's a magical maze, Cedric. If it doesn't do anything unexpected, then what's the fun in that?" Cedric scowled. "I just hope no harm comes to them or things will go badly for all of us." From her vantage point in the stands, McGonagall L was leaning forward in her seat with her omnioculars pressed firmly to her eyes. Dumbledore sat next to her, looking on as impassive as ever, but a careful observer would notice that he had his wand held at the ready. The twins said nothing. They were busy studying the maze and what went into making it. The twins were not very theoretical, but they liked to experiment with everything that they were taught. They loved the practical aspect more. One of them would work out the principle and other the magic behind it. One of their desires was to invent new magical stuff. They were diligently learning everything they could for that purpose. Often they bought prank items just to study them and what went into making them. One could say they were inventors of a sort, though it was equally true that they were wicked Quidditch players. In the maze, as the racers sped forward, suddenly the walls started contracting, threatening to wedge the racers between them. Everyone pushed their brooms to the extreme to escape before the walls closed in. The passage got narrower with every moment that passed, making most of them sweat, but they had almost reached the end. This was just the first leg of the maze, but McGonagall was zoomed right in on the action. Suddenly the passage stopped contracting and returned to its previous breadth, but not before it flashed red once. That had happened when Ng's broom tail had brushed against a wall. When the walls stopped contracting, Oliver Wood was in the lead with Gwen and Adrian in hot pursuit. Cho was taking up the rear. The walls had started to contract to force the participants to start competing rather than flying together through it. As they neared the end of the corridor they were in, all the exits suddenly slammed shut. There was no obvious way for them to go on. As they pulled up on their brooms to bring them to a halt and avoid crashing into the walls, Adrian turned his broom upwards and sped fast towards an exit that had just opened. Gwen was the next to catch on and follow him. Oliver pulled his broom around to head for the exit too but touched the wall in his haste to make the turn. The wall flashed red in response. Cho was still behind Oliver. But she made a clean turn. Appleby was keeping count of all the fouls with the help of an omniocular which allowed him to rewind and review each event. As they exited that corridor, there was a green flash ahead which they knew could contain hurdles. Oliver had passed through it harmlessly when it happened. As Gwen was passing through that patch, a powerful updraft hit her. The draft of air was so strong that it tossed Gwen high into the air through a vent which was open to the sky. She had lost control of her broom for a minute but she didn't let go of it even once. She was able to get back into the maze but at the cost of making 2 impacts with her broom. Adrian and Cho had passed through that patch harmlessly. Outside, everyone was sitting on the edge of their seats, curious and frightened. Their hearts had jumped into their throats when the updraft had sent Gwen clear up out of the maze. McGonagall's head bobbed up and down as she followed Wood's progress through the hurdles. Harry was internally swearing revenge on old Gamble when they next met. Told him just how dangerous this maze was going to be. What Harry had in mind was a simple obstacle course but this was different. Thrilling and nail-biting but dangerous all the same. The participants flew sometimes racing against each other, sometimes taking hard turns to avoid smashing into blocked exits. Gwen had to fly at the top of her form to make up time after her encounter with the updraft, but she didn't take long to start mixing it up with Cho again. Once they found themselves in a section of the maze where the walls were invisible with no exits or turns. Everyone lost points there. The only time the walls became visible, as they discovered, was when one of their brooms made contact with one. They floundered there for a while. Dumbledore was intrigued by this puzzle. He watched closely as they figured it out. Oliver took his time to observe where each flash occurred, then bolted to the only place he knew the exit could be. The turn lit up green for him as he approached it. McGonagall wanted to whoop for joy as Wood led the way into the next section of the maze, but had to remind herself not to disrupt the race. Cho, Gwen and Adrian saw him go and followed suit. At times, they even had to show their flying skills doing complicated motions to escape some outcropping or to squeeze through a tight space. None of the obstacles were meant to harm them. Even when Adrian smashed into an obstacle at full speed, it just flashed red and crumbled away. Minerva had to remind herself not to disrupt the race. Seeing the danger, she was ready to stop the race. Promise or not, student of her house or not, she wasn't going to stand by while they got hurt, but she relaxed when she understood the nature of the maze. As the participants passed through the maze, suddenly the walls around them transformed, throwing them into a corkscrew motion. They spiraled through the maze at such speed that it made McGonagall dizzy just watching them. The corkscrew motion continued for 15 seconds during which everyone made contact with the maze and lost points. After it stopped, the participants looked wobbly and not in control of their brooms. As a keeper, Oliver had a particular gift for keeping his orientation no matter what happened. Still, he was cursing Harry for this madness, which had its place. However, he was the only one who had been able to hold on to his broom and made only 2 impacts. Adrian had made 3 impacts and Cho had been dragged through it before she regained control. Gwen had entered at last and had been able to largely remain in control, but she had made 3 impacts herself. As they completed the corkscrew, the way forward was suddenly blocked by a wall which appeared all of a sudden. Oliver pulled up hard to stop his flight, but Adrian went barreling past Oliver to smash straight through the block. Lo and behold, it was merely a trick. It looked like it was a solid block, but it was not. The trick, however, had proved costly for Gwen, for she couldn't stop her broom before she slammed into Cho's broom tail. Cho wasn't unseated, but Gwen flashed a huge red. Adrian, who couldn't believe his good luck, found another block ahead of him and smashed through this one too. Unlike the last one however, this time there was a red flash. Oliver had seen it happening. And had noticed a vent which led downwards. Going in a nosedive, they went through the vent one by one and this time, no one made a mistake. As they flew ahead, there was an obstacle course much more. Like Harry had originally asked Gamble to produce. The obstacle course tested them thoroughly. No one escaped without making mistakes. McGonagall pumped her fist in the air as is Oliver, Gwen, Adria. And then Cho emerged from the obstacle course. The maze suddenly vanished. Harry found his voice first. Wicked. That was amazing. What a race. Gwen growled at him. You said it was a simple maze. This is not what I had in mind. Harry grinned. Yet you enjoyed it. Didn't you? Without waiting for her to answer, he turned to Appleby. My worthy friend, what are the scores? Appleby had just finished marking them. He said, we decided to give 100 points apiece to everyone before the race started. Each contact with the maze cost 1 point. Gwendolyn made 30 contacts and scored 70 points. Adrian Pusey did slightly worse than her. He made 34 contacts scoring 66 points. Cho, you did great but that corkscrew really messed you up. Cho touched the maze 40 times for a score of 60. Oliver Wood made 25 contacts for a score of 75. Now, for finishing order, 15 points to Wood for first for a total of 90. 10 to Gwen for second place and a total of 80. 5 to Adrian for third place and a total of 71. And Cho, sorry, no points for fourth for a total of 60. As agreed, for the purpose of our tournament, these points are to be converted at 10 to 1. Gwen scored 8 points, Adrian scored 7.1 which when rounded off becomes 7. Wood scored 9 and Cho Chong scored 60 which becomes 6 points. Since we had equal points in the last task, Oliver's team is now leading by 2 points. With that, Harry told them that the next exciting, fun-filled event would be in 2 weeks. They began to disperse. He was planning to find Neville and go back to the castle when he realized there was a piece of parchment in one of his pockets that he hadn't put there. Trusting that Neville was behind it, he asked them to stop to hear some new rules. As they were all standing in a circle around him, he pulled out the piece of parchment. On the parchment was scrawled, Dumbledore and McGonagall are in the stands. Fly to the castle and to your dorms. There was no name but it was signed as Marauder Minion, which was enough to convince Harry that it was genuine. With a look that was shared between them, they mounted their brooms and flew to the castle directly. As Harry was entering the tower, he winked at the fat lady. I heard the monks with the mead down in the dungeons are having a lot of fun tonight. She giggled. Well then I'd best make haste before they finish all the mead. As the portrait hole closed behind Harry, he knew they were safe for tonight. The door wouldn't open unless the fat lady was there. With her being lost in an obscure painting in the dungeons, it would take quite a while to find her. Oh Merlin, we are screwed. Neville Longbottom was sure that he was in for a nail-biting adventure this evening. The event had proved to be one where he was constantly on the edge of his seat though he had more reasons than one. As was his standard procedure, he had checked the map once he was in the stands. He had not expected to see anything amiss. After a cursory glance, he was about to wipe it clean when something caught his eye. No, it wasn't Quirrell or Snape. For once, they were where they were supposed to be. Filch was also in his office. No, the thing that was amiss was that he couldn't find Dumbledore in his office. Now that he thought about it, he looked more closely and realized that Dumbledore and McGonagall were together, sitting about 20 feet from him in the stands. He had chosen to sit in a dark corner where no one could see them under their disillusionment charm. Neville was shaking with fright and excitement. To be so close to the headmaster and the head of House and yet not being caught. However, he had to do something before McGonagall caught everyone and put them in detention. He thanked his stars that he had kept a quill and a piece of parchment for Saint such an occasion and hastily scrawled a note. With the cloak on him, it was not hard to slip the note into Harry's pocket and then collect the two who had been having a free show. He had left as so on as he made sure that Harry noticed the parchment in his pocket. Stowing the invisibility cloak, he made himself known to Ron and Hermione. It didn't take much to convince those two to come with him. They had agreed when he told them that if they didn't then they would be caught and put in detention or maybe expelled. Taking care to keep to the shadows and keep the change room between them and the two watching from the stands. They skulked back from the coup them through a few shortcuts and abandoned corridors to reach the tower in record time. Ron and Hermione climbed up to their dorms as soon as they were in, but Neville sat in the common room and waited. McGonagall had a thrilling experience with the spectacle. It was dangerous at times, but she realized it was made with sufficient precautions that no one would be hurt. She had been impressed with all the flyers and was even thinking about something along the same lines for the next year. That way, they could get more options for the Quidditch teams. As soon as the event ended, her intense, personal need to enforce the rules reasserted itself. She was itching to lunge out of her seat and put all of them in detention. Maybe she promised Dumbledore that she would accompany him here, but that didn't extend to letting them escape. Before she could act on that thought, however, the students all mounted their brooms and flew towards the castle. She realized she wouldn't catch any of them tonight. Anyway, she had their names. They would soon find themselves adequately punished. As she was going into her office, Dumbledore said to her, "I hope you enjoyed tonight's entertainment, Minerva. Please don't do anything to disrupt whatever they have planned. I don't want to leave you out of it next time. What exactly is going on?" The Transfiguration lesson next day wasn't pretty for the Gryffindors. It was the first class anyone could remember where Professor McGonagall deducted so many points off the lions. In fact, she had done the same to every house. By the time the day ended, everyone had assumed that Minerva McGonagall was having a bad day, so she had taken it out on the students. Each house had lost about 50 points. And yet Harry knew that this was just the warm-up. Hermione cornered them in the library that day. Harry and Neville were working on the Transfiguration homework that had been set by McGonagall. There was loads of it. They somehow knew that they were partially responsible for this. Hermione slipped into the chair opposite Harry, giving him one of her looks, saying, "Would you explain what is going on, Harry?" Harry feigned innocence as he gestured at the pile of books and parchment in front of him. "We're trying to get through this small mountain of homework on time, Hermione." She glared some more. "I mean about last night. What were you doing?" Neville snorted. "You were there, weren't you? To me it looked like they were flying." "Why do you even ask, Hermione?" Hermione scowled. "You know what I mean." Harry sighed. "Hermione, would you believe it if I told you that you saw everything? I mean, there was nothing more to what we were doing except maybe we were breaking curfew." "What's the problem with that?" She huffed. "I don't believe that you were just playing." "Hi Hagrid," said Ron, who had just spotted the gamekeeper in the library. "What are you doing here?" Hagrid gave them a cursory wave as he walked out of the library, not even responding to his question. Ron, who had joined them, said, "What do you reckon he was doing here? I mean, what does he even read? And he didn't even answer my question." The same question was going through Harry's mind too. Neville, who shared a look with him, stood up from his place and went to where Hagrid had been in the library. Ron accompanied him, and they returned seconds later lugging armfuls of books which they unceremoniously dumped on the table. Ron said, "These books are all about dragons. You'd think he is planning to raise one." Ron might have said it in jest, but Harry felt his stomach drop in a way that it never did when he was flying. What if? Without saying anything, he got up from the table and started walking out. They followed him out of idle curiosity straight to Hagrid's hut. It was hot outside, but Hagrid had his windows and the door closed tightly. Harry walked straight up to the door and rapped hard on it. "Hagrid. Hagrid." The door didn't open for several minutes, perhaps out of hope that Harry would go away when it was not answered, but Harry persisted. Hagrid opened the door about a minute later, putting his head out of the door, and said, "Harry. I'm busy with something. Can ya come back later?" Harry refused. "No Hagrid. Let us in." For some reason Hagrid was very reluctant, but allowed them to enter in. After he figured that they were not going away, they entered in and found that the hut was stifling hot. The windows were not only closed, but the drapes were drawn on them too. Hagrid had also taken great care to close any cracks or visible holes. It looked like he was trying to keep the place as hot as he could manage. Hermione said, "Please open a window, Hagrid. It's stifling in here." Ron added, "Why is it so hot? I mean, the weather outside isn't that bad." Neville, who was looking around, noticed the fire in the fireplace. "Hagrid, why do you have a fire going in the middle of a summer day like this? Please open some windows before we all suffocate. After a moment's pause he added, and why is there a bucket in the fire? Harry had already noticed the bucket and realized what he was looking at. He couldn't find his voice for a few moments, doubting his own senses at what he saw there. When he was sure of what it was, his first thought was to admonish Hagrid for his foolishness. Pointing at the dragon egg, he began to ask, Hagrid, is that? Hagrid proudly nodded, a dragon's egg. Yes, indeed, that is a dragon's egg. Harry looked around the cabin for anything resembling a drive. Ogon breeder's certificate while Hermione went ballistic. Hagrid, that's a dragon's egg. You can't have one of those. It's illegal. Where did you get a dragon's egg? What are you doing with it? Who gave it to you? Hagrid waved off her concerns. Won it from a chap in the inn down in the village. Bloke looked really pleased to get rid of it. I'm trying to hatch it. Harry continued looking. Still, no sign of any breeder's certificate or dragon trainer's license for that matter. Ron said incredulously, hatch it. That's just mad. The best you can hope for is that the thing will hatch. Then you'll have a dragon on your hands. They don't make good house pets. What do you think you're going to do with it? How will you care for it? How will you keep it from wrecking the school or eating students? For the first time since Harry met him, the half-giant looked like he might be offended. I'll have you lot know that I'm not the gamekeeper of Hogwarts for nothing. He pointed out 2 books on his table. I've gone through every book in the library about dragons. With a look of disgust, most of 'em are about how to kill 'em and chop 'em up for potions and the like. Then gesturing back to the books he said, what I needed was in there. Everything I could ever want to know about hatchin' and rossin' 'em. Noble creatures really. Very misunderstood. It'll be fine. With inescapable logic, Hermione pointed out, Hagrid. Dragons breathe fire. You live in a wooden hut. You need to tell Dumbledore about it. Hagrid was not persuaded. No, I've always wanted to raise a dragon. I am. No one will know if you lot keep your mouths shut. With that, he unceremoniously shooed them out of his hut. When they were out, Hermione asked Harry, what are we going to do? Harry said firmly, for now, we keep our mouths shut. If Dumbledore finds out about it, it'll be bad for Hagrid. He could be fired or even arrested for it. They had reached the castle by then. As they entered the double doors, Harry caught a look from Daphne, who apparently was standing there talking to Tracy, but Harry understood that she was waiting for them. He turned to the others. I just remembered that. Wood wanted to see me on the Quidditch pitch about something. I'll see you all later in the common room. Neville understood the pretense and took his leave. I have a question for Professor Sprout about a plant. Better to catch her before she retires for the night. With both of them gone separate ways, Hermione turned to Ron. Where do you think they keep disappearing off to? Ron grumbled. You think too much, Hermione. They said, the lake. This time Daphne didn't need to prompt them to speak. As soon as they were alone, Neville spoke. A lot has happened and you won't like most of it. Daphne scowled. Tell me what has happened. Harry started. Last night, we were having the flying contest. It was a very twisted maze, but it thrilled those who participated in it. As the event was going on, our minion here slipped a piece of parchment into my pocket. I noticed it when the event was over. The note informed me that Dumbledore and McGonagall were in the stadium enjoying the show. It was sufficient to shake us to the core. Neville took up the narrative from there, and about an hour ago, we found out that Hagrid has a dragon's egg that he's hatching it in his hut. Daphne shrieked in fright. What? Where did he even get a dragon's egg? How can he raise a dragon on the school grounds? Harry said grimly, I wish I knew. It seems suspicious to me that someone very conveniently loses a dragon's egg to him in a game of cards when it's the very thing he wants most. What I can't figure out is who would do that or why. Daphne replied, maybe Snape did it to find a way beyond the three-headed dog, you know. Neville said, that's a very scary thought. If Snape knows a way past the beast, then it won't take him long to get to the stone. Daphne asked Harry, what should we do? Harry shook his head in resignation. I don't know. I mean, we know everything, but how do we prove it? We would run the risk of losing a lot of points and even being expelled if we go to anyone with this information. Besides, if we told Dumbledore about the dragon's egg, Hagrid could be sacked or even arrested. He has nothing from the ministry that gives him the right to have one. I couldn't do that to him. Quote. Daphne nodded. I understand your point, Harry, but we have to do something about it. We just can't let Snape get the stone. Harry gave his lopsided grin. Well, in that case, there's only one thing we can do. We'll have to start stirring up so much trouble in the castle that Snape won't have time to get to the stone. Daphne eyed him warily. What do you mean? Harry grinned. We have yet to win the pranking competition. Don't we? Neville mirrored an identically evil grin as he understood the implications of Harry's statement. Daphne internally shuddered as she understood and inwardly said a prayer to the powers that be for the preservation of the castle despite what those two would resort to. The pranking spree. The next few days, they spent as much time as they could visiting Hagrid. Hagrid was still amicable and jovial towards them, but he just didn't want them around for long periods of time. The egg still sat in the bucket suspended in the fire. Any other egg would have been long since cooked and burnt to ashes by now. But this was a dragon egg. Hagrid was confident that it would hatch in a few more days. Harry knew that it was a bad idea to have a dragon so near the students, but there was nothing that he could do without letting Dumbledore know. There was something they could try, but not before they had asked a certain redhead about it. In the meanwhile, the other teams had started pranking people, but Harry was yet to pull a big one. He felt that he needed to do something that was so magnificent that it would dwarf whatever others had planned. Part of the problem was that he didn't know much in the way of such complex magic, and his support system, i.e. Sirius and Remus, were away. Sirius had taken a shine to his work and was having a lot of fun learning enchanting in Germany, while Remus was currently in America acquiring more products and contracts for Potter Potions. Potter Potions was yet to formally open and would not do so until Remus' return. For he was the one to be entrusted with this responsibility. In desperation, Harry had turned to the Marauders grimoire. It contained a large number of pranks which they had copied from the Detent Ion records, and it was time they tried some of them. Snape was still patrolling the third floor, but they never saw him get past the beast on the map. Perhaps he didn't yet know the secret to it, or perhaps there was something else which was stopping him from getting to it. Knowing that he was still not able to get past the beast was a small mercy. Another part of their problem was Professor McGonagall. She kept a close eye on Harry and Neville and everyone who associated with him. He knew she was trying to catch them and put them in detention. He had even seen her dot on the map patrolling the corridors which led to the 7th floor in hopes of getting to the duo. On the other hand, she had deducted a lot of points from all the houses. No one was talking about the reason for her behavior, but they didn't challenge her either. Albus, for his own part, kept his peace. On top of all his other problems, he didn't need to add an angry McGonagall to them. Finally, an idea came to Harry from the grimoire. It was an old prank, and he had asked Remus and Sirius about it. They told him about what went into it, and they decided to try it at the first opportunity. It was one that required many PLE at once to work in concert to pull it off. That gave Harry the chance to cash in on his friendships which he had so carefully cultivated since the start of the year. One night, when the twins created a diversion to keep McGonagall busy, Harry and Neville sneaked out of the tower. Wasting no time, they arrived at the Great Hall in record time, where they etched some runes on the house tables. Essay runes were pretty simple, but required that they be carefully drawn or any of them could blow up in his face. The best thing was that even a novice who had only read the Spellman's syllabary could draw them. Someone more experienced would have drawn a ward for this purpose, but with their limited capabilities, this was the best they could do. They drew the rune throughout the length and breadth of the house tables, and after they were done, they returned to the common room. Next morning, something happened no one had foreseen. Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom were not talking to each other. It had actually started in the first-year dorm. The boys among themselves had worked out a shower schedule. Each day one of them would get to use the shower first. This morning, it was Neville, or perhaps Harry's turn. No one seemed to remember whose turn it was. As Neville was going to the bathroom, Harry stopped him. Neville, it's my turn today. Neville looked crossly at him. It's my turn. You had your turn yesterday. No, Neville, it's my turn. Besides, what difference does it make if I use the shower first? Why do you have to be the one to use the shower first? We are friends, right? What difference would it make if I took the shower first? Harry glared at him. Are you trying to fight me, Longbottom? Their dorm mates could only watch in helplessness as they followed the volley of arguments back and forth. They were unsure about whose side to take. It didn't matter anyhow. Potter and Longbottom could do what they wanted, nobody would interfere. Neville was shouting, "Why is it always about you? Why do you get to have the best every time? Why do we have to worship you just because you have a stupid scar?" Everyone flinched at his words and a dark shadow crossed Harry's face. He however didn't reply to Neville but left. Taking a shower after everyone had, he silently went to the Great Hall for breakfast. The house's opinion was divided about it. Half of them thought THEY were giving too much attention to Harry while half thought Harry was justified. As a result, for the first time Harry was not followed by his house when he came down for breakfast. When he entered the Great Hall, he walked to the Gryffindor table and saw Neville sitting there wedged between the twins and proceeded to take a seat at the Ravenclaw table with Isabel. She realized he was in a foul mood and asked, "What happened, Harry?" For Daphne's benefit, who was sitting at the adjacent Slytherin table, he said rather loudly, "I had a fight with Neville Bloody Longbottom." Isabel was surprised. "Your best mate. Why would he fight you?" Harry related to her everything in detail while being conscious of the fact that others were listening in on their conversation. Daphne, in particular, was raining hard to hear what was being said. As he continued, she frowned internally at the pair and fumed. These two idiots would someday make her go insane. She knew them for years and that they were practically inseparable. They were brothers in all but blood and they had squabbled over who showered first. Would the eccentricities of the world never end? She was also worried about how she would contact them. If they were truly fighting now, then there was no way that they would meet her together. She decided that she would bring them together again even if it was the last thing she did. I not know it yet, but they could not exist without each other. At the Gryffindor table, Neville was asking the twins, "You two, who are you siding with? Me or him?" The twins made their stand clear. Fred said, "Don't expect us to side with either one of you." George said, "You've got that right." Together they said, "You're both being a couple of gits." Others said similar things, however there were a few who were considering Neville Longbottom as an ally in the light of the new development. Neville was almost as popular and had the right connections with the right amount of influence. Used wisely, he would be an asset to them. As the day passed, people saw Harry more in the company of the Badgers or the Eagles than the Lions. More prominently, he was seen with Lisa and Michael and Susan and Ernie. Isabel was always around and ready to help him any way he would want. Neville was approached by many offering their friendship to him and he accepted them. Some of them even told him how his friendship with Harry was not proper and not doing him any favors. Even Neville realized that he had only become Harry Potter's shadow rather than his own person. He however kept sticking to Ron and Hermione, who were being cordial to him and to Harry. Like the twins, they didn't choose any sides. With all this going on, the runes were forgotten. This also surprised the master manipulator, the headmaster. He wouldn't have thought in 100 years that Harry and Neville would have squabbled over something as trivial as who gets to shower first. With a sigh he realized that these children dead to grow up a lot and that judging them by his standards would not be right. He was also curious about what would happen to the plans that little Harry had made and carrying out in earnest. And perhaps with this friendship being broken, their friendship with Daphne Greengrass had also ended because he had not seen them with her either. He decided to keep watching as he was fond of doing. Sooner or later, something will happen. "Oliver, it's the middle of the night. Potter, wake up." Harry felt someone poking him to wake up. He slowly opened his eyes to find the silhouette of Oliver Wood against the shadows and muttered, "What is it, Oliver? Get dressed and meet me at the Quidditch pitch in 10 minutes, Potter," he ordered, walking away briskly. Harry grumbled, "Are you mental? It's not even dawn yet, Oliver. We need the practice, Potter. Come down in 10 minutes. Inwardly cursing Oliver Wood, he shuffled to the Quidditch pitch with the rest of the Gryffindor team. They all looked like they had been woken up from deep sleep and were grumbling. Katie was actually sleepwalking, and if it were not for Alicia who was guiding her, she would have knocked herself out somewhere along the way. The twins were talking between themselves, plotting ways to prank Drillmaster Wood. The only one who was exuberant about practice so early in the morning was Oliver. He even kept taunting them that they were not following him quickly enough or that they were not as excited as they should be. After all, they were going to start practicing again after almost 3 months. Chapter 23, Dueling Practice. The tension between Harry and Neville had mounted to such a level that they could not even tolerate each other's presence. This worried Flitwick, who had begun to hope to start mentoring a few students who could compete in the dueling tournaments, earning fame for themselves. He had invested so much time in them that the mere thought of them at each other's throats made him sad. They had all the signs of the perfect friendship, and yet something had happened that soured things between them. This evening, he had a dueling session with the both of them, and he hoped that they would reconcile their differences. As they entered, he started speaking without any preamble. "You will both be dueling me together. You are to try to disarm me." With that they started sending stunners at him. The way they were throwing stunners at him left and right made him wince. It looked like they were not paying any attention at all to the way they were going about the duel. These two boys had started to understand each other's moves perfectly, but this time they were behaving as if they were novices. He sighed and motioned them to stop casting. When they lowered their wands, he asked, "What has gotten into you two? You were behaving more like baboons brandishing sticks than wizards. Let's do it again. You will duel each other and you will only try to disarm each other." At his word, they got into opposition and curtly bowed to each other, while not breaking eye contact. Flitwick noticed this and said a small prayer for their well-being. From the way that they eyed each other, with something akin to loathing, he knew it was not going to be pretty. Before he gave them the word to start, Neville fired a knockback jinx at Harry. Harry produced a shield to stop the spell. Neville rained down a barrage of jinxes and hexes at Harry. Harry just stood there as if carved from granite, taking everything on his shield. When Neville paused for just a moment, Harry plastered him with a stinger, a stunner, a flippendo, a jelly legs jinx and a few more. Neville didn't even flinch. He just stood there, taking everything on his shield. It seemed that the both of them refused to even consider dodging, as if their feet were stuck to the floor with sticking charms. This back and forth went on for about 10 minutes before Flitwick called an end to it. Frustrated, he blew a heavy breath out between his lips. Enough already. Nobody had ever seen the charms teacher angry, but he was clearly frustrated with these two. "I told you to disarm. I haven't seen so much as one attempt at Expelliarmus. When you can follow simple instructions, we'll try again. Get your differences sorted out before you come back here. Now, get out of my classroom." They left the diminutive charms teacher, who was nursing a headache. Gryffindor Common Room. When Harry returned to the common room about an hour later, most of the students were retired to their dorms for the night. The exception was one second-year student named Cormac McLaggen. Harry knew Cormac to be a loudmouth who liked to brag but wasted too much energy telling other people what to do to get anything done himself. "Potter Black, I have a proposition for you," he said boisterously. Harry was tired. This bravo irritated him. He responded more flatly than his manners would normally allow. "What is it, McLaggen? I hope you can make this worth my time." The large second year didn't seem to notice the slight. "I heard that you had a falling out with Longbottom. I don't know why you even bothered to hang out with that loser in the first place. If you want, we can be friends. My uncle is a very close friend with Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of Aurors, you know." It was all Harry could do to keep from rolling his eyes and hexing this name dropping. Social climbing get into the middle of next week. On the one hand, McLaggen was a large, muscular guy for his age. He might make the perfect foil for those two goons that followed Malfoy around. On the other hand, he wasn't the type to follow orders, and even if he was, Harry had no desire to be like Malfoy. All things considered, he just wasn't interested in that McLaggen could drop. He sneered. "This offer of friendship comes with some strings attached, I suppose. If we are just comparing wands, Cormac, then I am Hadrian Potter Black, the heir to two most ancient and noble houses. I dine with the Minister of Magic herself on occasion. Not to mention that I host dinner parties for several members of the Wizengamot. As for befriending or not befriending Neville, that is my decision. Thank you." McLaggen just stood there with his mouth hanging open while Harry stormed off to his dorm. Hagrid's hut. Even with everything else going on, Harry made time to visit Hagrid and see how the dragon egg was progressing. Harry hoped that the egg was a dud, and so far, it looked like that was the case. That would make things simpler because the penalty for breeding dragons without a license was 6 months in Azkaban. And if the dragon killed someone, it would be a life sentence. With Hagrid's fascination for what he called interesting creatures, he had real trouble understanding how dangerous they were. He might allow the dragon to run loose, and that could result in tragedy. It was a warm, sunny day when Harry, Hermione and Ron visited the gamekeeper's hut to see the dragon egg. When they knocked, it took Hagrid about 5 minutes before he opened the door to them. He ushered them in quickly before throwing the door closed. Neville was already there, beside the fire, observing the egg closely. Sweat was streaming down his face in the heat, but that didn't seem to bother him. Harry took a look at the egg before he sat down as far away from Neville as he could get. He turned to Hagrid. "Are you sure that this egg isn't just dead, Hagrid? We have not seen any changes since you put it in the fire." Neville spoke up then, his tone a mixture of fascination and horror. "Any time now." Ron and Harry rushed over to the fire. Ron lit his wand to get a better view. In a moment, he was able to see what Neville had been watching for some time now. He pointed at the larger end of the egg as Hermione joined them. He said, "It's hard to make out, but there are cracks there." Harry took a few seconds to see it, but the cracks were unmistakable. He said hopefully, "Okay, there are some tiny cracks there. Are you sure they weren't there before? Maybe the egg was damaged or something." Neville and Ron looked at each other. Neville gave a tiny shake of his head before Ron answered, "No, they weren't. This egg is hatching." Hagrid joined them, peering over their heads. When he saw what was happening, he nodded in satisfaction, a warm smile spreading across his entire face. Hermione asked, "How do you know about dragon eggs, Ron?" Ron shrugged, "It's my brother Charlie. He works at the Dragon Preserve in Romania. When the eggs hatch, he goes on about it for hours." "Always liked Charlie," said Hagrid, beaming. Suddenly he started shooing them away. "Now off with you lot. My baby is going to come out soon and I have a lot to do." Hermione asked, amused, "Your baby?" Hagrid said with some pride, "That's I hatched him, so he's my baby. Now off with you lot." With that, he showed the 4 of them out of the hut. Harry was determined to return soon. When tables fly. When Harry returned to the tower, the twins found him. "Mate, what's our plan? We haven't pulled a good prank for some time now. The others are getting ahead of us." Harry smirked. "No worries. You'll know soon enough." The next morning, as the students assembled in the Great Hall for breakfast, almost all the students were there. Harry was sitting at the Gryffindor table with Ron, the twins and their friend Lee Jordan. They had their wands below the table right where the runes were which they had drawn on the tables a few days ago. With a tap to them, suddenly the tables started groaning. Alarmed by the noise, many students shrieked in fear. Before anyone could understand what was happening, the tables started levitating. Many students leapt away from their seats to escape any potential harm while the tables rose into the air. They stopped when they reached a height of about 10 feet. Many of the students were splattered from all the food, pumpkin juice, sherbet and tea that fell from the tables as they levitated and shook over their heads. The teachers took charge of the situation almost instantly. With a sign from Dumbledore, they all cast wordless finite at the tables and carefully levitated them back to the floor. There was broken crockery, utensils and spilt drink everywhere. Dumbledore put his wand to his throat and said with his voice magnified, "Everyone please calm down. Please go to your respective heads of house. They will clean your uniforms of any debris that may have splattered on you. Then you will go to your classes. In the meantime, I will try to find out who is behind this prank." The students formed queues, one for each house. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout took care of the students from their houses. As Professor McGonagall and Professor S.N.A. Hay with Professor Babbling were helping with the investigation, Professor Vector and Professor Burbage filled in for them. The lines dwindled quickly as many of the students had the good sense to get clear of the chaos when the tables began to move. When the last student left the Great Hall, the headmaster, the assistant headmaster and the potions master had already cleaned up the mess and concluded their investigation. Professor Snape spoke first. I'll have them pickling frog livers for the next 2 months for this." Dumbledore raised his hand in a placating gesture. Glancing about he said, "Not here, Severus. Let us adjourn to my office, shall we?" Without another word, the trio made their way out of the great hall, up the grand staircase and along the hallway to where the gargoyle stood. "Guard over the entrance to the headmaster's office," Dumbledore said. "Cockroach clusters," and the gargoyle jumped to one side to let them through. Moments later, they had ascended the moving spiral staircase and seated themselves in Dumbledore's office. All the time they had been walking, Dumbledore brooded. He was sure that Harry had done it. But even if Potter Black had levitated the Gryffindor table, quite a feat for a wizard of his age, where was the proof and how did he do the other tables at the same time? Besides, there was some inane pranking competition going on. It could have been another student. When they all sat down, Dumbledore asked, "What do you make of this, Minerva?" Her lips were pursed in a very thin line. This did not bode well for the object of her ire. "Nothing conclusive, Headmaster. There were several magical signatures intermingled. I could not make heads nor tails out of it." Snape cut in, "Why are we even debating this? It was Potter and we all know it." There was a definite twinkle in Dumbledore's eye before he answered, "You may very well be correct, Severus. But, where is your proof?" Of course, the headmaster had already received news about the imp. NDING prank from the house elves and portraits that had observed the setup for this prank days ago, but he wasn't going to share that with the potions master. He asked again, "What did you find? How was it done?" McGonagall spoke. "Bethsheda told me that she found freshly carved runes on the underside of all the tables and they appeared to be carved by several different hands. To activate them, someone had to power them up just before the tables flew. Any one of them could have easily identified simple levitation runes, but Bathsheba Babel was the resident expert. She could tell that more than one student was involved." Dumbledore asked, "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Do you have anything else to add?" She observed, "Headmaster, if we are reading this correctly, it is most remarkable that students from every house appear to be involved in a well-coordinated effort." Dumbledore turned to Snape. "You, Professor Snape." Snape glared at the headmaster before slowly saying, "Nothing, Headmaster." Dumbledore said, "Very well. Nobody was hurt. I see no need to employ drastic measures. Until or unless we find out something more, consider the matter closed." This was the headmaster's way of warning Snape that there had better not be any random detentions or points deducted unless he saw hard proof. It also meant that the heads of Slytherin and Gryffindor were dismissed to go about their business. As the teachers retreated, he poured himself a cup of Rosemerta's finest oak matured mead and reclined in his chair. There were enough things to keep him occupied without going after some students who had played a prank. The stone had been in the castle for 8 months now. So far, no one had been able to get past the dog. It was a marvelous dog that Hagrid had raised, but it could not be kept in the castle forever. When its purpose was fulfilled, he would have to send it back to Greece. Then there was the subject of Horcruxes. Lord Black had confirmed his worst suspicions, but had laid down another task for Albus to accomplish. If somehow Tom came back, the wizarding world would face another war, something that they could not afford. The first war had almost annihilated our world, and the second would likely finish everything. Lord Black had told him that there were more Horcruxes out there, but how many? This was a potential question and not something that Albus could answer. Arcturus Orion Black had speculated that there were at least 2 more out there, but Albus had to be certain of the number. To that end, he had to meet a certain man, one Horace Slughorn, who had been a potions teacher at the school before Severus Snape and one of Tom's favorite teachers. Albus was reasonably sure that Horace had told Tom about the Horcruxes. His tampered memory was the proof of the fact. Then there was the fact that Harry had to be told about the prophecy. Lord Black had decided that it had to be done during the Easter holidays when the students would go home for a few days. Albus knew that the prophecy would be a heavy burden for the child, but it was a burden that he had to carry. And Lord Black was his guardian who was going to make these decisions for him. No one else could do so. He had decided to train the boy starting next year. The boy already knew of occlumency, and it would be better if Albus could help him strengthen his defenses. Then they could start WHAR, knowing the enemy which the boy would have to defeat one day. He would also learn to duel as Albus had when he was a student. He knew of the perfect man who would be able to train the boy in that art. Of course, being the son of James Potter and Lily Potter, he would have inherited some of their talents, but it was now essential that they started to prepare. Mother Magic be merciful, if things aim to fruition, then they would be able to stop Voldemort without sustaining any more losses at all. Somewhere in the castle, the person who had come into that locked room on the 5th floor of the castle was certainly not meant to be there. The room had been locked for years now. The amount of dust that was settled on the lone portrait in the room was a testament to how seldom the room was used. In fact, one would have to think a lot about it before they could remember when the room had been last opened. The figure was quickly followed by another, and then the door closed behind them, leaving the room in pitch-black darkness. They waited for quite some time before a sliver of light flickered from a wand, and the room was filled with dim light which only illuminated about 5 feet of space around them. Alas, they had taken sufficient care to cover their faces so that none would see them. "Are we ready?" asked the first one of the other in gravelly voice. "Yes, we are ready," answered the other one in a high-pitched voice. "When is it going to happen then?" asked the first. "Soon. You have to be ready to take swift action or else all will be lost," replied the other. "Of course," said the first with a feral grin. "We may have been delayed, but we can't be denied." The other nodded. "They may have tried hard to avert it, but they won't win." Norbert. It was close to curfew hours when Hagrid heard insistent knocking on the door of his hut. With the dragon so close to hatching, he was not willing to leave it, but whoever was at the door was insistent and getting louder. He reluctantly got up from his seat next to the fire as he spoke. "Keep her shirt on, I'm coming." He yanked the door open, but there was nobody there. He was about to slam the door shut when suddenly Harry and Isabel seemed to appear out of thin air. He jumped back in surprise. "Blimey. How did you do that, Ari?" Harry showed him the invisibility cloak, a gift from Lord Black. "Would be best if you didn't mention it to anyone." He started to herd the pair inside the hut with his dustbin lid-sized hands when he made out 3 more figures jogging toward him in the gloom. When he was able to make out the familiar figures of Ron, Hermione and Neville, he waited a few more seconds for them to enter before he closed the door without comment. By the time he latched the door and turned around, his uninvited guests were already gathered around the table where the egg was rocking back and forth as the cracks in the shell grew before their eyes. Hagrid was just sitting back down when there came another tapping at the door. He wiped one huge hand down his face and took his time getting up again. While Hagrid took his sweet time getting to the door, Harry and Isabel ducked back under the invisibility cloak. Hermione and Ron dove under the bed and pulled the blanket down to hide them. Neville decided to get creative and use Hagrid's considerable girth to hide himself. It would be good enough as long as whoever was at the door didn't decide to come in. When Hagrid opened the door enough for a peek, he saw a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes looking up into his face. He didn't know the name of Th1, but he was sure that he had seen her sitting at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall. His long experience with Slytherins made him a bit more abrupt than was proper when he addressed her. "What are ye doin', she said coolly. "You don't want to leave me standing out here to draw any attention to you." Hagrid didn't budge. He asked again, "What do ye want?" "I want to see the dragon, of course," she said while trying to barge past him into the hut. Hagrid continued to block the door while he spluttered, "Who said I have a dragon?" The girl snorted, "I have my sources." Hagrid bluffed, "That's nothing but foul rumors. Now, off with y'all, I'll have y'all up to see the headmaster for being out after curfew." She called his bluff and raised him one. "Really, Hagrid? I'm sure that he headmaster would love to know that you're already entertaining 5 of my friends here and that you have a dragon egg. While I'm at it, I just might let my father, Lord Greengrass, know about it. Or, you could let me in and I swear that I'll say nothing about it." Hagrid was not a complicated person. He believed that she meant what she said. The fact that she knew exactly how many students were already in her hut was enough to make him wonder. Ron, Hermione and Neville could have been seen, but how did she know about Harry and Isabel? He just shook his head while she strolled inside like she owned the place and closed the door behind her. An astute observer would have noticed Neville and Harry trying to suppress their laughter as Neville kept shuffling around the half-giant, staying out of Daphne's sight. With the door closed, she was sure that her voice wouldn't carry outside of the hut. She said, "Well, aren't the rest of you going to watch the dragon hatch?" It was a remarkable effect as they all emerged from their hiding places in response. Hermione asked her, "What are you doing here, Greengrass?" Daphne answered coolly, "The same as you, I suppose. I'm here to see a dragon hatch. If you are going to tell on Hagrid," Hermione began to say. Now Daphne was genuinely affronted. "There's no need for that, Granger. I have given my word." Daphne then offered the usual formalities to Harry and Neville. "Hello, Air Potter Black and Air Longbottom. Are things well with you?" Neville grunted while Harry tried to remain impassive. "I am fine, Heiress Greengrass." She then turned to Isabel and Ron. "Hello there. McDougal and Weasley. How are things with you?" Ron could not understand why Daphne behaved like a stranger toward him. She had met him at the Black Townhouse during the holidays. Whatever her reason was, he followed her lead. He was about to grunt some noncommittal reply when Hagrid spoke up. "Look, Air. It's about Tear Hatch." They all huddled around the table together, watching the egg as it rocked and the cracks spread. A piece of the shell fell away shortly, followed by the reptilian head emerging from the opening. They all looked on in wonder as the hatchling made short work of the rest of the shell. Even for dragon breeders, this was a rare sight. Mother dragons are even more vicious than usual when hatching their young. Wise wizards give them a wide berth when hatching time comes. The new hatchling looked more like a crumpled black umbrella with its spindly body and outsized wings. It was still wet from hatching. As they looked on, the dragon raised its head and sneezed sparks. When Hagrid reached over to stroke its scaly head, it quickly turned and bit his finger. With a tear in his eye, Hagrid said, "See. He recognizes his mommy already." He picked up the hatchling in his massive hands as it struggled to turn and bite him again. Hagrid was used to handling vicious creatures, so the dragon didn't manage to get its teeth into him again. He reached under the table to get a bucket of brandy and chicken blood that he had prepared earlier in the day. The little beast gulped it down greedily. While Hagrid was busy, Isabel mouthed, "Mommy," to Harry with her eyebrows raised. Harry shrugged and rolled his eyes to one side. Ron managed to find his voice. "Blimey. That's a Norwegian ridgeback, Hagrid. Charlie told me about them." Hagrid nodded. "Indeed, he is. I'm going to name him Norbert." For Hermione, dragons were not her primary interest, which meant that she had only memorized about half the books in the library on them. She knew enough about this breed to be very afraid. She spoke next in her officious tone. "You can't keep him, Hagrid. It will grow too massive for your hut in a matter of weeks. By that time, he'll be a BLE to throw fireballs that will reduce this place to ashes in a matter of seconds. I'm afraid that somebody is going to get hurt or worse." Daphne nodded gravely. "Granger is right. You can't keep him here. It will be trouble for you and him when the ministry finds out." Hagrid put the dragon and the bucket down on the table with a huff. Clearly, Hermione and Daphne were trying his patience with their remarks. Unceremoniously, he shooed them out. "All right, you lot. Out of here now." When they got back to the castle, Ron and Hermione split off to go directly to Gryffindor Tower. Harry escorted Isabel to the Ravenclaw Tower while Neville and Daphne tailed them. As they were approaching the Ravenclaw Tower, Daphne hailed him. "Harry. Harry, stop. I need to talk to you and Neville together." Looking sternly at Daphne, Harry made a shushing motion with his fingers over his mouth. He quickly consulted the Marauders map before he answered her in a forced whisper. "Quiet. You don't want to bring Filch down on us, do you?" Daphne sobered quickly and shook her head. Harry continued, "I'm not talking to Longbottom. If you want to talk to me, find me in the library tomorrow." Daphne didn't bother to argue with him. She just headed for the nearest shortcut that would take her to the dungeons with Neville following her. When they were out of sight, Isabel said, "I have a few questions for you, Harry." Harry raised an eyebrow. "And what are those questions?" "We all know Daphne, but you behaved like strangers." "How did Daphne know that we were coming to watch the dragon hatching? And what's this about you fighting with Neville?" Quote. Harry held up 3 fingers. As he answered each question, he folded one down. "First, not everyone knows that I know Daphne, especially Hermione. For now, I'd prefer that it stays that way. Second, I don't know how Daphne found out about the dragon egg. My best guess is that she followed Ron, Neville and Hermione there, or she was hanging around outside the cabin. In any case, I certainly didn't tell her. And the thing with Neville. The get butted in when it was my turn to use the showers. I'm not talking to him until he apologizes. She shook her head as she snorted, pull the other one. Harry, I'm sure you're up to something. You're fighting with Neville but you still get letters and such from his grandmother. Harry did his best to feign wide-eyed innocence. I happen to like the Dowager Longbottom. Just because Neville's being a git is no reason to take it out on her. Isabel realized that Harry was going to keep his secrets. She turned and answered the riddle at the portal to her common room before waving goodbye to him. Malfoy has seen the dragon. The next few days were spent in comparative silence. They were all careful to never ment eye on the dragon unless they were in Hagrid's hut. They were there to visit the gamekeeper whenever they could. Between his regular duties and the voracious appetite of the rapidly growing dragon, Hagrid needed all the help he could get. As Hermione had predicted, Norbert was growing faster than anyone could have believed possible. It was already almost as big as a yearling calf, his wings spanning the entire hut when they were spread out. Fortunately for Hagrid, Norbert had imprinted on him, or even his considerable strength would not have been enough to control the creature. Of course, Norbert had not impressed on the students. Whenever he tried to bite or claw one of them, Hagrid would say that they had done something to upset Norbert and show them out of his hut. With all this going on, they were all, well, everyone except Hermione, falling behind on their homework. Harry even more so because he was spending far too much time with Fred and George, masterminding a campaign of continual pranks, the likes of which Hogwarts had not seen since the original Marauders. When Harry claimed credit for the hovering breakfast tables prank, it placed the Gryffindor team well ahead in the pranking competition. The next one they tried was a prank for the history books. It had been attempted once before, but not recorded in the detention records lest someone get the bright idea to try it again. The original Marauders hadn't quite managed to pull it off, but with years to reflect upon it, the determination of Harry, and the talent the twins had for charms and transfigurations, they got the details sorted out. Harry liked to strike at breakfast because that gave him and his minions all night to get things set up in the Great Hall. About the time that most people were finished eating and Dumbledore traditionally made the morning announcements, there was a boom at the head table. From the noise and smoke, it looked like an entire crate of fireworks exploded. The shockwave knocked Professor Flitwick right off his chair. Professor Quirrell jumped and passed out face down in his porridge. Professor Snape barely flinched and immediately started scanning the room to locate the perpetrators. Professor McGonagall raised a shield as a reflex. Her very thin lips and baleful glare made it clear that the jokesters were going to be very old when they got out of detention. Dumbledore, by contrast, sat there, serenely sipping from his goblet as if nothing had happened. The twinkle in his eyes, on the other hand, were a sign to Harry that he knew all about the prank and was just waiting to see what happened next. Speaking of which, the robes of the staff members began to change. The fireworks were just a delivery system. This was the real gig. Dumbledore's usually flamboyant outfit became a plain white robe. Minerva's black tartan robes were replaced with colorful silk robes topped with a hat that looked like that it had come from a Muggle millinery. Professor Flitwick was wearing a tiger-striped pattern onesie with a tail and ears. He chuckled merrily as he stdel it for the students. Professor Sprout was sporting a glamorous spaghetti strap gown made of iridescent taffeta tea. Hat changed colors as the light hit it from different angles. The only one not affected was Professor Quirrell for some unknown reason. The real masterpiece of the collection was Professor Snape. His robes had transformed into a lacy dress with a high ruffled collar. His famously greasy, black hair had been transformed into an elegant coiffure of well-set, golden curls. His baleful glare spoke of months of pickling slugs for whoever had done this to him. McGonagall stood up, her nostrils flaring. Who did this? Come forward now or things will end badly for you when I find you. The Transfigurations professor had acted in haste. If she had thought things through, she would have realized that anyone coming forward to claim responsibility for this prank would be crowned king of pranks before the entire school. If that happened, the pranks would only get worse as other students tried to take that crown. The other thing she could not know was that there was no way to prove who had done this. All the evidence went up with the fireworks. Dumbledore was a master of occlumency, but it still stretched his abilities to try and look displeased as he stood from his seat. McGonagall quickly sat back down as the headmaster had the floor. He spoke. This change of wardrobe is a minor inconvenience if we are not able to reverse it directly. If you were hoping to get out of classes while we sort this out, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. At this, the staff looked rather more disappointed than the students. He continued, classes will go on as usual while we investigate. Harry was conference. Ident that nobody other than the headmaster would be able to figure out who had done the prank. They could have their suspicions, but proof simply did not exist. From years of snivellous baiting, Moony and Padfoot knew Snape's blind spots very well. They also had enough experience with getting around McGonagall to let her believe she could outsmart them. The magic involved was far beyond Harry's current abilities. But he had help from real experts. After that there was a frantic spate of pranks as the other teams tried to catch up, but nothing measured up. What's more, the other teams did not Avenue the Marauders map to help keep a lookout for patrolling prefects and teachers, so they didn't always get away with it. The Ravenclaws came up with a cunning plan to set up chains of dung bombs in every corridor leading up to the astronomy tower. The chain reaction would have gone off like a nightmarish chain of dominoes, wreaking havoc the likes of which have not been seen since the Bog of Eternal Stench. The mess would have emptied the school and kept Filch and the house elves busy for days cleaning it up. The plan went awry when Professor Snape emerged from concealment on the 3rd floor and caught one of them in the act of laying out his stinky load. The unfortunate 3rd year did not last 30 seconds under Snape's interrogation. Snape put the conspirators on notice that they would be getting very close. First-hand experience with what went into making dung bombs if they missed picking up a single one. Neville's feud with Harry took a nasty direction. He recruited a few of his fellow lions to get Harry and the twins into trouble. Of course, they never led up with their own pranking efforts, but thanks to the map, they always managed to stay a step ahead of anyone trying to catch them. Neville's gang also tried trapping the grand staircase so that the twins would be caught out after curfew. They sprinkled permanent sticking powder they had bought from Zonko's on a night that they knew the twins were up to no good. Fred and George thought that Neville might be up to something when they observed him on the map, hanging around the stairs longer than he needed to. With some inside information from the joke shop and some basic detection spells, they found the powder and gathered it up. For the infamous Gred and Fjorge, this was too good an opportunity to pass up. As Neville and his crew were heading back into the common room one night, they suddenly found themselves unable to move. Neville had a horrible sinking feeling in his gut as Fred and George emerged out of the shadows beside him. Gred said, "Oi Longbottom, fancy meeting you here." Forge said, "Tisk, tisk. Out after curfew, aren't we?" Neville's eyes went wide. "No. Please. You can't." Gred asked, "Can't we?" Forge answered, "I believe we can." Together they said, "We just did." Neville thought he would try to be cheeky and point out the fatal flaw in the twins' plan of revenge. Good-going geniuses. "Now, how are you going to get by this mess without getting yourselves stuck?" Gred slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Blimey." Forge made a big show of looking panicked and exclaimed, "Merlin's beard." Together they said, "Wish I'd thought of that." Neville's last spark of hope died a lonely death as Fred and George promptly gestured with their wands and said, "Verdimillious." The streams of green sparks from their wands lit a path which was not covered in powder. They casually strolled through the stuck students, following the path marked out by the green sparks. They gave the password and climbed through the portrait hole. They laughed as they pulled the portrait shut behind them, saying, "Never mess with the masters of mayhem." No sooner had the portrait slammed shut than the head of Griff Inderhouse arrived in the person of Professor McGonagall. Her nostrils flaring, her eyes turned into slits like a cat and her lips pressed in firm disapproval, she asked, "Are these my students out after curfew? Perhaps we can arrange to put a stop to the pranks tonight." What happened next did not go well for Neville and his gang. They tried some lame excuses. Neville even tried to tell her that the Weasley twins had done this to them. When she investigated the 3rd-year dormitory, she found Fred and George in deep sleep. Unknown to her, Lee had cast the spell on them as soon as they arrived. Even a full-grown dragon roaring would not have woke them up. As for Neville and his gang, they were able to leave their shoes outside the portal until the sticking powder wore off. After 2 weeks of detention with their head of house and Professor Snape, she had the cleanest office the school had ever seen. They were all experts in pickling slugs without any protective gear, and they were all WL ahead of their classes in Transfiguration with all the essays they wrote. Speaking of dragons, Norbert was getting to be too much for even Hagrid to handle. He was mature enough now that he wanted to learn how to fly. He kept spreading his wings, which were too big for the hut already. Hagrid could not keep the dragon inside much longer, then his secret would be out. Then Hagrid would be on High's way to Azkaban, and who knows what Norbert's fate would be. Something had to be done, and soon. Easter holidays were coming up. A lot of the students would be home for the Easter holidays. It would so likely be the last opportunity to save Norbert and Hagrid. One day, when Harry and others were in the library busy with their homework, Ron decided to visit Hagrid to help him feed Norbert. Ron returned about an hour later, sporting a bleeding hand. The bleeding would not stop. The flesh was already beginning to swell up and discolor. Hermione saw the injury. She was immediately concerned. She asked, "Ron, what happened to your hand?" Ron shrugged. "I was helping Hagrid to feed Norbert these massive slabs of meat. I suppose that he got confused and nipped my hand. Hagrid said that I must Avenue scared him and kicked me out of his cabin." Hermione's eyes went wide. "A dragon bite? Ron, those creatures have venom. You have to see Madame Pomfrey right away." Harry, looking at his friend's injury, decided that enough was enough. He headed out to Hagrid's cabin for a heart-to-heart talk with the gamekeeper. He knocked on the door firmly. When Hagrid didn't answer, he called out, "Hagrid, open the door." Hagrid sounded scared. "Go away, yo." Harry insisted. "Hagrid, we need to talk about it. You can't keep him here. Open the door." Hagrid stubbornly refused. "Go away, Ari." Harry was sure that if he continued to yell at Hagrid through the door, he was going to attract attention he did not want. He decided to use his trump card. "Hagrid, open the door now or I'm going to Dumbledore." Hagrid opened the door so quickly that Harry knew he must have been standing there with his hand on the latch. He rushed Harry inside with a bit more force than he meant to. Harry could plainly see that Hagrid looked worried. They both knew what the bite to Ron's hand meant. As Harry stumbled over the threshold, he saw the dragon curled up in front of the fireplace, purring contentedly. For just a moment, even Harry could see the charm the majestic creature held for Hagrid. But he also knew that when Norbert stood up and stretched out that this cabin was just too small for him. Harry reached up as far as he could and patted Hagrid on the arm. "He's quite a charmer, isn't he?" Hagrid nodded firmly. "He sure is, Ari." Harry brought Hagrid to the table and they sat down. He took a deep sigh before he began. "Hagrid, you're one of the most kind and gentle people I've ever met. I wouldn't hurt you for all the gold in Gringotts. I hope you know that." Hagrid nodded and looked morose. "But, he's just a baby. He's just a bit nervous, you know." Harry shook his head firmly. "No, Hagrid. He's already nearly as big as you are. He's going to need to learn how to fly very soon. You can't keep him a secret here much longer. Worst of all, he bit Ron. I don't think he can tell the difference between food and someone that's trying to feed him." Hagrid started up again. "There's not a mean bone in his body. Ron just scared." Harry cut him off. "Hagrid, I know how you see him. But if you keep him here much longer, do you know what's going to happen?" Hagrid started up to throw Harry out. "I've heard quite enough. You'd better go now." Harry didn't budge. "If I go out that door, the next person I'm going to see is the headmaster. And then you'll have involved him. And he won't say anything different to you than I am right now. And good luck throwing him out." Hagrid sat back down. Harry continued, "I can only imagine how you feel about sending him away, but the alternative is unthinkable. Hagrid, please consider. For his sake." Hagrid thought over his options for a moment. Then the half-giant burst into tears. "What am I goin' to do? He's just a baby. Who's goin' to look after? I am." Harry reached out and patted his friend's hand. He said softly, "Charlie." It only took a moment for Hagrid to remember his favorite Hogwarts student. Charlie Weasley shared Hagrid's great love for interesting creatures. He looked at Harry hopefully. "Do ya think he can help?" Inside, Harry was torn between whooping for joy and sorrow for Hagrid's distress. But it was done. With an owl from Ron, Norbert would be on his way to Romania by Saturday night. To Hagrid he said, "From what Ron says, Charlie is the best with dragons. He'll take good care of Norbert." Hagrid nodded morosely. "Charlie is a good lad." "All right, if you say so. How will we take?" Hagrid suddenly stopped mid-sentence. There was a small movement at the window that attracted their attention. He asked, "Who was that?" Harry dashed to the gap in the curtains that had betrayed them. When he peered out through the gap, he made out the unmistakable figure and pale hair of the rapidly retreating back of Draco Malfoy. Harry growled, "It's that trouble-making little Ponce, Draco Malfoy. You can be sure that he knows all about Norbert now and he won't keep it a secret." Harry knew that this was his fault. He hadn't checked the map or used his cloak. Now his friend was in mortal peril. Malfoy had seen Harry going to Hagrid's hut. He followed out of idle curiosity. His sneaking had paid off and now he knew about Norbert. Harry turned to Hagrid. "This is really bad. We can't get Norbert away soon enough." He shook his fist. "Curse Malfoy anyway. I'm sorry Hagrid, I'm afraid he followed me here. This is my fault." Hagrid thought fast. "It's okay, Ari. I am in the Forbidden Forest until Charlie can take. I am away." Harry nodded. "Good thinking. The fresh air will do him some good and I'm sure that nay of Malfoy's goons are brave enough to go snooping in there." As it was already dark outside, Hagrid wasted no time putting actions to his words. As soon as Harry was away, he took Norbert out around the back of his hut and into the forest, his trusty crossbow over his shoulder and his giant boarhound, Fang, at his side. As soon as Norbert scented the fresh air, he stretched out his wings and started flapping them. It was all Hagrid could do to keep the fledgling from taking off. Escape plan. When Harry returned to the common room, he found Ron and Hermione in chairs by the fire. Ron had his hand bandaged. Harry could see that it was still oozing and nearly twice its normal size. Hermione was rapidly whispering at him, but whatever she was saying, Ron just kept shaking his head. When Hermione saw that Harry had arrived, she was about to enlist his aid to persuade Ron, but seeing his face, she listened instead. Harry quickly sat himself down in a third chair and hunched forward. "Malfoy knows about Norbert." Ron piped up. "No. How?" Harry shook his head. "Not now. Hagrid has taken him somewhere safe for now. Ron, can you get a message to Charlie? We need to get Norbert away as soon as possible." Ron said, "Sure, I can send him an owl tonight, but it'll take days for it to get to him." Harry said, "Days? That won't do. We're going to have to do better than that. Maybe Sirius will have an idea. Just get the letter written. I'll work something out to get it to him faster. If I get my way about it, your brother will have that letter in his hands tonight." As Ron reached for his parchment and quill, Harry saw that his hand was even worse than he thought. It had swollen to twice its size and it was turning blue. Harry was alarmed. "Ron, what did Madame Pomfrey say about that hand?" If looks could kill, Ron would have been a pile of smoking ash from the look Hermione was giving him. Ron sheepishly admitted, "I haven't been to see her yet. She'll know what did this and then." Harry said, "You stupid git. That wound has dragon venom in it. You could lose your hand. You could die. Besides, she's a healer. She is not allowed to say anything about the people she treats. That's so that people like you can get treated instead of dying." The smug look and the nod from Hermione said, "I told you so." Ron said, "Okay, I'll write the letter, then I'll go see her." Harry said, "No, we're going to see her right now. I'll write the letter while she gets a look at that hand." While Hermione packed up their homework, Harry consulted the Marauders map and got his cloak out for the trip to the hospital wing. The next minute, the two of them were making their way to the infirmary under the protection of the cloak. Regular office hours were over. They quietly opened the hospital wing door, entered and closed it behind them. Fortunately for them, Madame Pomfrey had just finished checking up on her patients. She was in her office but not yet in bed. Harry stashed the cloak in the pocket where he usually kept it and knocked tentatively at her door. She opened the door quickly and peered at them asking, "What's all this?" Without a word, Ron presented his injured hand. When Madame Pomfrey saw it, she exclaimed, Merlin's beard, boy. How did this happen? Ron mumbled something about a potions accident involving a strange herb and his silver knife. The Medi-Witch had been the resident healer at Hogwarts for years. Her training taught her to recognize a dragon bite when she saw one, and her years at this post had taught her to recognize when a student was lying to her. She tried bluffing Ron into telling her the truth. That is no knife cut, boy. Now, tell me what happened, or I'll have to tell the headmaster about this. Harry knew that she was bluffing. Thanks to Harry, Ron KGNIFI can't gesture to the other students in the room. Harry said, I'm sorry, Madame Pomfrey. We were out of bounds, playing hide and seek at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Something in the bushes there bit him. I convinced Ron to tell that story so he wouldn't get into trouble. Realizing that was as close to the truth as she was ever going to get where other ears might overhear them. She quickly escorted the two of them into her office, closing the door and putting up the privacy wards behind them. After casting some diagnostic spells on the wound, she remarked, Norwegian Ridgeback. Foolish boy, you could have died from this. Ron began to protest, but Harry stopped him. She's right and we all know it. Better to let her be about her business. A few minutes later, Ron's hand was back down to its original size. But, instead of being blue or its natural fair and freckled color, it looked black and necrotic. The venom was completely purged, but it had done quite a lot of damage. If this had been a Muggle hospital, Ron would have lost the hand for sure. As it was, Madame Pomfrey said, your hand is going to be all right. But I will have to keep you here for at least a week to finish healing it. I'll write notes to your teachers so that they will know you are here. Never let magical venom go untreated like that again. Some of that stuff will only give you seconds to live. Harry had the letter written. All Ron had to do was sign it. Considering how bad Ron's writing was even under the best of circumstances, his injury hardly made any difference to how his signature looked. The letter read, Dear Charlie, I hope that you are enjoying the reserve and working with dragons. I wanted to ask if you and the reserve would like to have a Norwegian Ridgeback that Hagrid is raising in his hut. Can you arrange for transportation to take it away? Please don't ask how he came into possession of a Ridgeback. That is a long story I will tell you some other time. I'll appreciate if you can arrange it as quickly as you can. Love, Ron. With his hand slathered in some really awful smelling ointment and fresh bandages, Madame Pomfrey put Ron to bed in the infirmary. Harry donned the cloak the moment he was out of the door and made his way back to an empty classroom he knew of on the 5th floor. When he was certain that there were no portraits or ghosts around, he used the mirror that Sirius had given him. Padfoot, he spoke into the shining surface. A few seconds later, the face of his godfather appeared. It's pretty late, pup. What's the trouble? Harry said. Trouble, I don't think you'd believe it if I told you. I can hardly believe it myself. The thing is that it's really big trouble and I do need your help. Sirius was suddenly very alert, no sign of silliness in him anymore. He asked, Tell me what I need to know. Harry said, First thing, I have a letter here that has to get to Charlie Weasley the fastest way possible. He's working at the Dragon Reserve in Romania. The other thing is that I need his reply just as quickly. Can you think of anything? Sirius smiled broadly. As it happens, I have the next couple of days off. I'll meet you in your common room in 10 minutes. With a portkey to Romania, Charlie will get the letter before sunrise. I can call you on the mirror and arrange to bring you the reply as soon as I have it. Still, what's this all about? Harry said, I can't thank you enough. As for what it's all about, let's just say that Charlie's talents will be very helpful. With that, Harry made the slashing motion to end the mirror call. He donned the cloak again and headed for Gryffindor Tower by the nearest shortcut. It only took a few more moments after Harry was back in the common room before the fire. Lace flames turned green and Sirius stepped out. Sirius walked straight over to his godson and picked him up in a bone-crushing hug. Then he held Harry at arm's length and remarked, I still can't get over how much you look like James. And it seems you have his talent for getting into trouble. Harry replied, It's good to see you too, Padfoot. Sirius asked him, So, what's this all about? Harry gestured to the portraits hung around the common room, then winked as he said, You know, just a bit of mischief. I need your help to get rid of the evidence before Malfoy can rat me out. With that, He held out the letter for Sirius to read, being careful not to let any of the portraits see it. Sirius looked seriously impressed. Malfoy's son knows about it. Harry nodded firmly. With that, he employed his wand to seal the letter and slipped it up the sleeve of Sirius's robe. The Marauder grinned. Don't worry about a thing. I'll be back before you know it. Now that Harry got a good look at him, Sirius still had a haunted look about his eyes, but physically, he looked great. Whatever he was doing, it was working wonders for his health, strength and vitality. Harry observed, looking good, godfather. Whatever they're doing for you, keep it up. With that, Harry gave his godfather another hug. I knew I could count on you. Remus can be so stiff. Sirius said a bit wistfully, you know how it is. He had to raise you. He couldn't be fun and games all the time. I guess that makes me the cool uncle. They did a fist bump and Harry said, this summer, I'm going to get you to tell me the stuff about my dad that Remus won't talk about. Sirius barked with laughter just thinking about it. Sure thing, pup. Gesturing to his sleeve he said, it makes me sad, but I've got to go and you, young man, should be in bed. Harry pulled a long face. Now you're starting to sound like Uncle Remus. Next thing you know, you'll be telling Grand Uncle on me. Sirius slapped one hand over his heart with the other arm in a dramatic swooning gesture over his forehead as he gasped, you wound me with such a mortal insult. The two of them laughed at his antics. Sirius turned and walked back toward the fireplace. Really? I have to get going. See you soon, Harry. Harry said, goodbye. Without breaking stride, Sirius threw a pinch of flow powder into the fireplace and said, Black Cottage Hogsmeade. As he vanished amid the emerald flames. The next second, the flames died down and Harry headed to bed. The next few days were nerve-wracking. Sirius arranged to deliver Charlie's reply he very next evening in the basement at Honeyduke's. Flow travel into the Gryffindor common room was logged and they did not want to attract any more attention to that. The students stayed away from Hagrid's hut for the same reason. Harry and Hermione did visit with Ron in the hospital wing when they had a chance. The hand still looked diseased, but the color was gradually returning to normal and the wound was healing. Ron complained that it itched like crazy all the time, but Madame Pomfrey forbid him to scratch it or he would tear all the skin off. The three of them huddled together to read Charlie's response letter behind a privacy screen. It read, Dear Ron, I don't know how Hagrid got a hold of a Ridgeback egg or how you got involved with it. I'm pretty sure that I don't want to know. It sounds like you're in over your head, kind of like the time I got involved with that cursed vaults mess while I was at Hogwarts. It was Bill that bailed me out back then. Now I get to pay it forward. Whatever you do, don't breathe a word about this to Percy or Mom. Of course I'll help you out. A few of my friends here, experts in moving fledglings, will meet you at midnight this Saturday. Just be at the highest point in the castle with the package. And don't be late. They can't hang around. Love, Charlie. Once they all had a chance to read it, Ron placed the parchment between the pages of one of the textbooks that Hermione had brought to help Ron keep up with his classes. It was already Wednesday night. Just a few more days until they could send Norbert off, then Hagrid and his pet dragon would both be safe. 1D Malfoy never mentioned anything about Norbert or a dragon directly. What he did instead was drop nasty reminders every now and then that he knew all Abu comfort in know. Wing that Norbert was safely stashed away where Draco and his goons would not dare to look and that Norbert was leaving sooner than Draco could possibly imagine. One day, Malfoy was heard telling his lackeys, Do you know Crabbe and Goyle? Why I was named Draco. He paused briefly while his dim-witted lackeys furrowed their brows in consternation. Then he explained, because Draco means dragon. Another time, he explained the school motto to his sidekicks, Draco Dormiens non quam titilandus means, never tickle a sleeping dragon. During the day, Wednesday, Daphne was in the library with Tracy at the usual table in the back of the library working on her homework when Harry slipped into one of the chairs. Tracy looked up from her position and asked her, Oh hi, Potter Black. Daphne looked up and glared at Harry icily. Trace, please keep a lookout and tell us if someone is coming this way. I have some business to discuss with my dear friend Harry here. Tracy stood up, giggling, I will pray for your soul, Potter Black. Quote, As Tracy retreated, Harry asked apprehensively, "You aren't going to go all Ice Queen on me, are you?" She growled, "What are you two idiots up to? Not talkin' G to each other and over something as trivial as shower time. What is your damage?" Harry evaded the direct question. "We can always talk about me and Longbottom later, Daph. I need some help from you." She curtly said, "Okay then. Don't tell me what you're really up to, treating me like a mushroom." With a glare that said, "This had better be good," she asked, "What do you need?" Harry got straight to it. "Malfoy has seen the dragon. You know what will happen to Hagrid and Norbert if the wrong people find out. I need you to keep a tail on Malfoy and find out what he's going to do." Daphne stopped, head trying to burn Harry to death with her glare, and answered, "That's not good. That poser and his no-good father have been nothing but trouble as far back as I can remember. You had better get rid of that dragon, like yesterday. For my part, I have my ways. If that wretched little git has any plans, I'll find out." Harry smiled gratefully. "That's great, Daph. We're already working on a plan to get Norbert out of here. I'm just waiting for an answer. I knew I could count on you." They just had to keep Malfoy distracted for a few more days. Thursday, Harry visited Ron in the hospital wing. He found his friend looking anxious. He asked, "Hey Ron, you don't look very happy. Do you want me to get Madame Pomfrey to look at your hand?" Ron held up the neatly bandaged hand and said, "It's coming along just fine. She says I might even be out by Sunday morning." Harry said, "That's great." He gave Ron a gentle thump on the shoulder. "But something is bothering you." Ron looked sick as he told Harry, "Malfoy was up to visit me a little while ago." Harry snorted, "A visit from that git might set your recovery back." Ron said, "I think he really just came up here to taunt me." "That's bad enough. But when Madame Pomfrey caught him at it, he made this excuse that he was here to borrow a book from me." Harry looked to where the book that contained the letter had been. He said, "Was the letter still?" Ron said, "It sure was." Now he knows everything. Harry had a terrible sinking feeling. His last hope was pinned on the fact that Malfoy had no idea how soon Norbert would be departing. With the plan in his hands, not only would Hagrid be heading off to Azkaban, but quite likely Charlie's friends as well. It was too late to cancel the plan. He would just have to pull out all the stops, calling in many favors, to make sure that whoever tried to stop them would be too busy or unable. Harry said, "It's better that you told me. Now I have a chance to hand Malfoy the biggest serving of humble pie he ever ate. You just stay here and get better. Don't worry about a thing." Operation Rescue Dragon. Harry spent every minute for the next 2 days with his head together with Fred, George and their friend Lee Jordan. By the time they were done scheming, they had a cunning plan. Between classes on the Friday, Isabel bumped into Harry in the hallways. She winked as she apologized for bumping into him. When they separated again, Harry found a note in his pocket. When he had a moment to himself, he saw that it was from Daphne. "Harry, Malfoy has been asking people in the house about the highest point in the castle. He was also asking some students to help him with some mischief, but I have no idea what it was about. What I know for certain from asking Parkinson is that he has recruit some students to do something on Saturday after curfew." Harry destroyed the note as soon as he read it. This was to be expected. What bothered Harry was that Daphne hadn't been able to give him any ideal about numbers or who would be helping out Malfoy in addition to his usual crew. No matter. Harry had the map, and with the number of people he had recruited to his cause, there were going to be a record number of students breaking curfew on Saturday night. Each person only knew their own part of the plan. If Snape started up with his illegal legilimens again, something he had already been warned about, Harry didn't want him getting any more of the plan than he could help. As curfew approached on Saturday night, several vacant classrooms, supply closets and suits of armor throughout the castle were hosting students. They all had their assignments. Ron wasn't one of them. He was still in the hospital wing. About 10 p.m., Harry, Hermione, Fred, George and Lee were in the Gryffindor common room. Harry checked the map to make sure that nobody was hiding outside the portal. He could see that Malfoy was in the Slytherin common room along with Crabbe, Goyle and Parkinson. But there was nothing unusual about that. The 4 first years all had Death Eaters for fathers and they spent a lot of time together. Snape was up on the 3rd floor. He had been spending a lot of time there when he wasn't teaching. Nothing new there either. Satisfied that he could get to Hagrid's hut without any difficulty, Harry handed the map over to Fred. You know what to do. We'll be coming through at the appointed time. Fred said. Don't worry about a thing. George said. Everything is ready to go. Together with Lee they said, good hunting Harry. Harry said. Watch, there, Lee. You've been hanging out with these two far too much. Hermione and Harry vanished under the invisibility cloak. A moment later, the portal opened and closed seemingly by itself. The two of them circled around Hagrid's shack to find the half-giant at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It was really strange, but the dragon was curled up inside of a wire cage and he seemed to be a lot smaller than Harry remembered. He asked, Hagrid, did you shrink him? Quote, Hagrid shook his head. No, Harry. Dragons are really hard to enchant. This here pet carrier has some expansion charms and some containment charms on it. I poo. A couple quarts o' fire whiskey in with his chicken blood tonight. When he dozed off, I put him in this air pet carrier. A right clever device it is. Harry looked at it. There were a couple of PS on top and a wooden pole on the ground next to it. Threading the pole through the loops, 2 people could shoulder the carrier and lift it together. There were also handles on the sides of the car. Wire but that would load up one side of the spine and make it harder to haul over longer distances. Harry asked, where did you get this? Hagrid scratched at his beard. Don't rightly know. They were here when I took over as gamekeeper. I use them every now and then if I have to move one o' the more interesting creatures. Harry checked his watch. We have to get moving, Hagrid. Have you said your goodbyes to our fire-breathing friend? Quote, I don't want to let him go, Ari. He wailed. Owls, gonna live with them big dragons. He pulled what looked like it had been a checkered tablecloth from his pocket and blew his nose. Harry did his best to comfort him. He said, it's going to be all right, Hagrid. He's going to have fresh air and Mountain Ree there to look after him. What's more, he'll learn to fly with fledglings just like him. He'll love it there. Hermione chimed in, we will all miss him, Hagrid. But you know this is for your own good and his. In fact, Hermione was going to miss the monster like a hole in the head. But she knew how Hagrid felt about his baby. Hagrid brightened up a bit. He patted the side of the carrier. Well, Norbert, I sure hope ya make some new friends. This'll be a great adventure for ya. I promised ta visit on the summer breaks. It took a bit more persuading but around 11 o'clock, they got the pole threaded through the loops. With Harry in front and Hermione behind. They hefted the pole onto their shoulders to carry it. The load wasn't anywhere near as heavy as Harry expected it to be. But of course, there were levitation charms on the carrier too. Maybe someone like Hagrid could carry a full-grown centaur around, but that was far beyond the abilities of the average gamekeeper. Hagrid helped them get the invisibility cloak arranged so that it covered Harry, Hermione and the carrier. It seemed to stretch the cloak to its limit but Hagrid said that if they were careful, it did the job. Leaving Hagrid behind, they carefully made their way back to the castle. Harry had been using the Marauders map for months now. He knew all the best secret passages and shortcuts, but nearly all of them were too small for the 3 of them. He would have to take the main passages and stairways all the way to the top of the astronomy tower, which is the highest point in the castle. Even with the invisibility cloak, Harry knew there was no way they could get there, undetected. Without help. As they approached the rear door to the castle, the double door swung open before them. Harry stopped to see if anyone was coming out but he couldn't see anyone there. Fred's voice spoke out of the shadows, come on, Harry. We haven't got all night. Fred had been watching the map with George and Lee at his side. When they saw the dots for Harry, Hermione and Norbert approaching in close formation, the 3 of them pulled the doors open while they kind of stayed in the shadows. As soon as they passed through the doors, Fred's voice came again from just ahead of them, all right. They're in. With that, the doors swung shut and the latches clicked in near-perfect silence. The moment that Hermione felt 2 gentle tugs on the cloak behind her, they heard George and Lee say, ready. Next was Fred again saying, all right Harry, just go at your best pace. We'll keep the snakes off your back. The team moved on quietly. Harry occasionally eared the rattling of the parchment as Fred checked it. As they were climbing the stairs, Fred said, "Norris. 2 o'clock high." They paused briefly as Hermione felt the cloak move ever so slightly behind her. There was the creak of a single step at the top as Lee made his way past them. "Filch's nasty cat, Mrs." Norris came at a trot from the right, sniffing the air and glaring in their direction. Here was the momentary flash of a red spell and Mrs. Norris thudded to the ground, unconscious. The next moment, Lee picked up the cat and ran to one side. Fred whispered, "Let's go." Lee did not rejoin them. They could hear Filch calling for his cat as they made their way to the 3rd floor. Then there was a crash. The next thing was Filch yelling, "I'll get you for that, I will. You blighters aren't getting away with it. I'll skin you alive, I will." Harry could tell that his yelling was getting more distant and he relaxed a little. So far, so good. Hermione was being the perfect partner in crime. All this time, she had followed every move and held up her end without a single complaint. Professor Flitwick was patrolling the 3rd floor. Hermione stumbled and let out a bit of a squeak as she caught her balance again. They all came to a stop and stood stock still as the charms professor approached them squeaking, "You must be using a cloak. Reveal yourselves or I'll do it for you." Harry thought they were done for sure. That was when 2 Ravenclaws, Terry Boot and Mandy Brocklehurst, appeared out of the shadows to one side of the corridor. Mandy said, "Sorry, Professor. We had trouble with the riddle tonight. We got locked out of the tower. Can you help us?" The team stood still long enough for the trio to start up the stairs toward Ravenclaw Tower. As their voices faded, Fred whispered, "Go." And the team started moving again. Harry made a mental note to thank them later. Their performance had been very convincing, messed up hair and everything. On the 4th floor, they almost ran into a trap. Out of nowhere, Neville Longbottom almost bumped into them. Harry took a step back as Neville stumbled in his direction. To the shadows he complained, "What did you do that for, McLaggen? You nearly knocked me over." Cormac McLaggen was the big second year that was part of the gang Neville had started to hang out with since the fight with Harry a few days ago. He was a bit of a bully and not many people liked him because of that. He answered Neville, "I was just giving you a thump on the shoulder, Longbottom. It's not my fault you're such a wimp." Quick as thought, Ye charged the larger boy and gave him a shove, saying, "I'll show you who's the wimp." With a thud, McLaggen landed on his behind in the middle of the hallway. When he tried to push himself back to his feet, all he succeeded in doing was getting his hands stuck to the floor. He exclaimed, "Now look what you've done. I'm stuck in the powder we scattered." Neville snorted, "Oops, my bad. You'd be keep quiet if you don't want Filch to find you here before morning." McLaggen's face turned purple with the long string of expletives that he was thinking, but he held his peace. Neville pulled out his wand, cast the Verdimillious charm and walked on the safe path illuminated by the charm. Harry waited for Fred to give the signal before he followed the same path. It was a happy accident that McLaggen's bullying helped them get past that trap. There were no more encounters until they were getting close to the entrance to the astronomy tower. Suddenly he could see Fred or George trying to find him with the motions of his hand. The twin whispered, "Is that you, Harry?" Harry's voice came back, "Yes." "What happened?" Fred whispered, "It's Snape. He's been pacing in front of the door to the stairs for over an hour now. It doesn't look like he's leaving any time soon." Hermione felt the cloak behind her move ever so slightly, then George's whisper came from next to Fred, "Guess we better split up for this one." Fred said, "We'll use Plan F." George whispered, "Brilliant." Fred whispered, "Once Snape is gone, you're clear to the top of the tower. We won't be able to help on the way back." "Good luck, Harry." Even the whispered conversation had attracted Snape's attention by now. Harry heard footsteps, in perfect time, head off in opposite directions. Now Snape, who was already running toward Harry and Hermione, hesitated, at a loss as to which footsteps to follow. Snape waved his wand, Accio invisibility cloak. Harry and Hermione held on to the cloak tightly, but it didn't move. Fred and George's purposely loud footsteps had already faded in the distance. Snape flicked his wand again, Hominem Revelio. This time, Harry thought the gig was up for sure. Snape was less than 10 feet away. But to his surprise, the potion's master growled, "Weasleys." He turned to point his wand at Fred, but as he did, there was a boom like a cannon shot followed by, "Reet! Reet! Reet!" A fireworks pig came charging at him, brilliantly lighting up the gloomy corridor as it moved. He had to dodge or get badly burned. It was all Harry could do to keep from laughing out loud as Snape cast spells, one after another, to try and stop the pig, but it just kept getting louder and bigger with each effort. He was still trying to figure it out when it chased him out of sight. When Harry reached the door to the tower, he found it locked. It only took a minute for Harry to use an unlocking charm. It only took 3 he found one to defeat the locking charm Snape had used. Snape was a master of a few things, but locking charms wasn't one of them. By the time they climbed the stairs to the roof, the castle clock began to chime midnight. Harry heard the swish and thud as no less than wizards landed on the tower roof very close by. Harry asked, "Who sent you?" A voice near him answered, "CW sent us." Harry emerged from under the cloak, and the next moment, 4 well-muscled and well-scarred wizards appeared out of shimmering air. The one who had spoken before remarked, "You're Potter." Harry shrugged, "Yes, thanks for doing us a big favor, but we have no time for introductions. They are on to us and you have to go." Without another word, the broad-shouldered man and one of his companions took the cage up between them, mounted their brooms and kicked off. The other 2 cast disillusionment spells all around. Harry could just make out the sound of their brooms launching as they left, following the same course as their friends. Harry and Hermione ducked back under the cloak. As they descended the stairs, Harry whispered, "You take the cloak and the shortest way back to our tower. I'll get back as soon as I can. Thanks for everything." Hermione whispered back, "Are you bonkers? Snape and Filch are looking for you. Just come back with me." Harry answered, "Not a chance. I have other people to look out for. Don't you worry about me. Just get yourself back to our tower so I don't have to worry about you." As she left, Harry first went to find Michael and Lisa, who were hiding inside a closet on the 2nd floor. "Thank you, you two. Did Filch even find you?" They shook their heads while grinning. "No, Harry, we ran as soon as we made that statue fall on the suit of armor. He was so upset about that foul cat of his that he only made a half-hearted effort at chasing us down." "Mrs. Norris," Harry asked, "what happened to her?" The last Harry saw of the cat, Lee was carrying her off toward the gargoyle that guards the entrance to Dumbledore's office on the 2nd floor. Lisa covered her mouth to keep herself from laughing out loud as Michael answered, "He found her in the wreckage of the armor. I don't know how she got inside that suit." Harry snorted, "I do." Then he shook his head. "Never mind. We'll talk later. Just get back to your dorm before Filch recovers his senses." The 2 sobered immediately. Without another word, they shuffled off toward the kitchens. He found Ernie hiding inside a suit of armor on the 1st floor. When he saw Harry, he came out of the armor grinning, "So did I repay the debt I owed?" Harry grinned, "There is no debt between friends, Ernie. Thank you for your help. Even if you didn't get to do anything, it helped knowing that you were there." Ernie looked genuinely grieved. "I did plenty. You'll owe me an apology for that one." Harry said, "Sorry, I didn't see." Ernie thumped him on the shoulder, "Just having you on, mate. I'd better go." With that, Ernie took the nearest shortcut to his common room. Harry went to the dungeons next. There was a storeroom perilously close to the snake pit, the Slytherin common room. He gave the door a quick tap followed by 2 slow taps and the door swung open for him. Once he was inside, a diminutive strawberry blonde swung the door shut behind him with her wand lit. Harry asked, "Susan, how did it go?" With a broad grin, Susan said, "It would have gone badly if Ernie hadn't shown up. Even though we knew they were coming, the sneaky snakes got the drop on us. Ernie zapped Goyle in the back of the head, and when they turned to see what happened, we took out Crabbe and Parkinson." She gestured to where Hannah Abbott and Cedric Diggory were standing guard over the unconscious forms of Crabbe, Goyle and Parkinson. Harry asked, "But they saw you. They're going to tell Snape and..." Cedric piped up, "No worries, Potter Black. They were down before they could identify us." Harry said, "Good thinking, Herr Diggory, but where is Malfoy?" Susan shook her head, "I'm sorry, Harry. That's how they got the drop on us. We were tailing Malfoy when they got us from behind. I think he was heading for McGonagall's office when he got away. Harry shook his head. Malfoy. Out after curfew and he went to my head of house. Did he want a week of detention that badly? He hadn't seen Malfoy or McGonagall during the entire adventure. Maybe she had already put the little Ponce into detention for telling her tall stories after curfew. Then a look of horror came over his face as he realized what Malfoy must have done. Malfoy had proof. He had Charlie's letter. He cursed himself for not taking the map from Fred. Now, he was by himself, no cloak and no map. Susan asked him, concerned, Harry, are you all right? Harry heaved a heavy sigh. I'm sorry, Susan. You guys did great. Just leave these snakes here and get back to your common room before Snape comes sniffing around with his big nose. Cedric asked, are you going to tell us what this was about, Potter Black? Why did you have to drag them, Susan and Hannah, into it? Harry said, I'm sorry, Cedric. You did more good than I can say right now. I hope I'll have the chance to thank you properly later. Cedric was a bit taken aback by Harry's familiar use of his name, but for some reason, it warmed him a bit, even though they were rival seekers. He nodded and said, all right, Harry. I'll hold you to that. With that, Cedric put disillusionment charms on the four of them and they all headed back to their common rooms. Harry took the fastest shortcut back to his common room. He knew the disillusionment harm would help him to not be seen to casual observers, but he had to be very careful not to make any noise or attract any attention. And, no matter what, he had to pass through the portal behind the fat lady at some point. Thanks to Malfoy, he fully expected McGonagall to be there to greet him. Well, what do you readers think will happen? So long overdue. This chapter took too long, but then that's how busy life has been. Things have been an uphill battle for a while for me, but I am certainly getting there. I hope you all are fine and safe at your place. Please leave me some reviews and tell me what do you think would happen. Chapter 24. Busted. Oops. When Harry reached the Gryffindor Tower, he could see Professor McGonagall pacing furiously in front of the fat lady's portrait with Malfoy at her side. He knew there was no way that he could get inside the tower for now. McGonagall was sure to have checked inside the dormitories to see that Harry was indeed not present inside before. She started pacing out of the common room. He had no idea what became of Fred and George, and he was not about to rat on them or on Hermione. He walked forward towards the common room entrance and Malfoy shouted with glee, there he is. Professor, I had told you that he is breaking curfew. McGonagall glared at the Malfoy scion. Shut up, Mr. Malfoy. She then turned to Harry. What were you doing? Out of the common room after curfew hours, Mr. Potter Black. Harry lowered his head, his eyes about to be filled to the brim with tears, and he said in a shaky voice, I was not feeling well, Professor. Lately I have been feeling under the weather and went to consult Madame Pomfrey, but I realized that she would be asleep now. McGonagall rolled her eyes and internally said to herself, this boy really takes after his father. If he thinks he can sway me by those puppy eyes, then he is in for a rude awakening. She asked him, where is the dragon, Mr. Potter Black? Harry feigned innocence. Intern. Ally relieved that she didn't get the others. What dragon, Professor? She waved the letter right under his nose. This dragon that the letter speaks about, Mr. Potter Black. Harry took the letter from him, pretending to read it. But Professor, this letter is from some Charlie Weasley to his brother Ronald Weasley. Where does it name me? And did you ask Ronald? I was under the impression that you are helping Hagrid in raising him illegally, and such was the news that I received. Ander. Welly, but he is in hospital wing, down with some poisoning to his hand. He wasn't out of the hospital wing today. Then I am afraid that I am not able to help you, Professor. I did nothing illegal, she said sternly. These lame excuses won't work on me, Mr. Potter Black. You know the rules. You both will suffer punishment for this misdemeanor. 50 points will be deducted from your house points and you will serve a detention with me tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. Malfoy asked, I think I heard wrong, Professor. Did you say, both of you? Quote, she said curtly, you heard correctly, Mr. Malfoy. You were also breaking curfew, so you need to be punished for being out of your common room after curfew hours. Now get going to your common room and don't let me catch you out of bounds again. Harry grinned to himself internally that he scored a minor win over Malfoy. He could always earn those points back, which he had just lost, but Slytherin was already falling down the ladder. Before she left, however, she gave a withering glare to Harry. It is rather unfortunate that you inherit the mischievous tendencies of your father and godfather, but you show an amazing lack of talent when it comes to showing the same acumen as them in academics. They may have been pranksters, but they were brilliant, and if James Potter had lived and Sirius hadn't gone to Azkaban, they would have done a lot of good to our world through their deeds. Harry hung his head in shame, for he was not about to reply to her. Somewhere she was right in her own might. His father, his mother and his godfather had left some rather large shoes for him to fill. He was brilliant and very studious and oriented towards bigger things in future, but that was largely due to the upbringing and the long-term plans of Lord Black. If he were raised by his muggle-born aunt, who knew what he would have become, perhaps he wouldn't have here. D of Hogwarts before he joined the school, would have known nothing about the wizarding world and wouldn't have ever known about Voldemort, and would have been carrying the lightning bolt scar that was on his head after the unfortunate encounter. The broom race. The loss of points and Harry being caught up became clear the next day when the entire school knew that 2 students had lost 50 points apiece from different houses. While this took Slytherin further down the ladder, it brought Gryffindor within striking distance of Ravenclaw, and one slip could decide the difference between the 2 houses. At lunch, Gwen cornered him. "Potter Black, I want a word." "How can I serve you, Gwen?" he asked. "The next showdown is yet to go on for the racing competition that we have been having. Have you thought about it?" "Yes, Gwen. It has been on my mind. Tomorrow, let's meet at the Quidditch pitch to discuss this issue. I will inform the others." Another issue which was badgering him was Neville. He wouldn't admit it, but he missed the adorable round chubby Gryffindor. He thought like Harry, and only if he were talking to Harry, they would have made it without any issue, and McGonagall wouldn't have been wiser about it. He had once tried to make it up with him, but then his pride stopped him from doing it. Harry called Isabel to him from her charms class, which she had just left. "Isabel," he said, "come walk with me." She asked him, "What happened yesterday?" He raised an eyebrow. "What happened yesterday?" She rolled her eyes. "You lost 50 points and there is a talk about a dragon." "What happened?" He hushed her. "Not here. Join me in the library and we will talk." As they took a seat in the library, Daphne Greengrass joined them. Harry hastily asked her, "What are you doing, Daph? Someone would see us here and they will talk." She waved him off. "If you 2 idiots can't get your head straight, then I am beyond caring." He looked around to see if someone had noticed, and noticed Tracy sitting some way from them and keeping watch. "So you wanted to talk about something? What is the blazes happened yesterday?" Daphne asked him. "I thought you knew the castle." "I was just starting to tell Isabel about it," he replied. "We had arranged a getaway for Hagrid's dragon Norbert to Romania, and the courier was scheduled to arrive at midnight to pick him up. We had made a plan and everything was supposed to go without a hitch, but somehow Malfoy, who already knew about the dragon, learnt about the plan. He had the bright idea to go and show the letter to Professor McGonagall. He broke curfew and went to her office to tell her about it. Me and Hermione in the meanwhile had collected Norbert and took him all the way to Astronomy Tower with some serious help from many people. Having sent it away, I gave my cloak to Hermione to reach the common room safely, and the other artifact was given to the twins to help them evade trouble. I went to relieve others of their duties, and when I returned, Professor McGonagall was outside the common room, waiting for me to arrive. She deducted points off me and him and put us in detention." "How could you be so stupid?" Daphne asked him. "How could you allow Malfoy to know your plans, and why did you leave your cloak with someone else? It was not a perfect execution. You were losing your edge." Before Harry could retort, Tracy ved and started dragging Daphne by her arm. "Come along. Malfoy and his lackeys are coming this way." They disappeared behind a row of shelves, and Harry made small talk with Isabel until Malfoy neared. "I will get you for the points, Potter Black." Harry turned to him and said stiffly, "Propriety, Heir Malfoy. Don't forget that I am the heir of your liege lord house and your mother, Narcissa Malfoy. Why nay, Black will be hearing about it soon. One of your stupid antics cost your father some very valuable allies in the Wizengamot and about 6 million galleons. You want to lose more." Malfoy backed away immediately, not going to tangle with him. When Harry reported to Professor McGonagall's office for his detention, Malfoy had reached just then and she pointed them to a stack of books, magazines etc. lying on the side. You both will clean those books, journals etc. and then neatly put in on the shelves with proper indexing so that I can get it easily, if I am so inclined. If you can't get this done today, then this detention will extend to tomorrow. You are not allowed to use magic for this detention. It was arduous task. The books and journals looked like they hadn't been opened in years. And there was a thick layer of dust upon them. It needed some serious scrubbing and it was going to take a while. Harry pointed Malfoy to one pile. You deal with that one, I will deal with this. Picking up the rag cloth that he had, he started cleaning the books one by one. 3 hours later, his hand ached and his vision was foggy. He was tired with all the cleaning to do and then putting them in shelves. However, he was done. Malfoy was about to finish up with Pyle. You both are free to go and try not to venture out after curfew. The next chance the punishment will be 100 points, said Professor McGonagall. The next evening, the Flyers met in their designated location and unknown to them, the meeting was being snooped upon by a number of ghosts. Welcome to this meeting about the third event of the broom racing competition, everyone. Now Oliver's team was leading through the events at the end of the last event. The next event is going to be such that it will give chances to everyone to show their prodigious skills and at the same time feel included in the event. With that, Harry kept quiet, waiting to see who would speak. As he had expected, Husey spoke. Get on with it, Potter Black. The night ain't getting any younger. In the next event, we are going to do what we love doing. Something that we love to do. Something that is akin to a religion for us. Something that you all love and religiously follow. Something that increases the rivalry between the houses. We are going to play a match of night Quidditch. Is that agreeable? Wood was already bouncing on the balls of his feet. Indeed agreeable. When is it? On a random night, just said, grinning. Gwen raised her hand in stop gesture. Hold on. What is night Quidditch? How are we supposed to play and what will be the rules? Harry said smugly. Wait, like others, Gwen. Dumbledore's office. Headmaster, said the fat friar. The young ones are planning a match of night Quidditch. Albus's eyes lit up. When do they plan to do this? The dates and rules are not set down yet, but it is believed that it will sometime after Easter. The younglings met in a different place this time compared to the last. I suspect that they know about your involvement in things and are trying to play it safe, Headmaster. When he was done, Dumbledore's eyes were lit like miniature suns. Call all the ghosts. This is going to be interesting. As Fat Friar left, Dumbledore smirked unto himself. Little Harry thinks that he can plan things without others knowing. We will see. A night Quidditch match. Interesting. I am very eager to see how this will carry out. The Wizengamot. Close the doors. Let the session of the Wizengamot for the month of February begin, announced the elder Ogden, who was filling in for his dear friend Albus Dumbledore and acting as chief warlock. After the Wizengamot was quietened, he began speaking. This session has one major item on its agenda introduced by Lord Black. I will let Lord Black present the motion he seeks to introduce today. Lord Black stood in his place. We as a society are far better than our Muggle counterparts. For a myriad of things that they do, we can do the same things but in better way with magic. They lack magic and they compensate for lack of it with their intuitiveness and their genius in technology. In the field of technology, they have actually surpassed us in many things. We still ride brooms, but they can drive heavy vehicles called automole or something like that. Big things with wheels which seemingly runs by itself. While we have been stuck in the Victorian era, they have actually come a long way. The same goes for many of our magical neighbors who have assimilated the Muggle technology in their daily lives. Now, I know most of you are thinking how it is possible that we can adopt their technology. Many of you think they are inferior to us, but such thinking is wrong. They are humans as us and only they can't use magic, but EY have ways to get by without using magic at all. Our magical neighbors realize this and they have developed entirely another branch of magic called technomancy. Technomancy refers to enchanting Muggle objects to make them run with magic. While they have been useful with a lot of things, but they have also miserably failed with many things that they can't improvise or adapt to coexist with magic. Their ECLE city electricity or whatever is one thing that we can't use. It just doesn't work around us. Many of their gadgets which are electronic cannot operate with magic, but they had success with things which are purely mechanical and have even enchanted some of their vehicles which can be used to carry many people at once, like the night bus. If we are to blend in with them, live in our suburbs or their communities without breaching the international statute of secrecy, we need to learn to adapt, and that will only happen if we can live like them so we won't cause any suspicions. There were moves in the past to allow for technomancy but were severely curtailed or frowned upon by this auspicious body. I move a motion that technomancy be formally recognized as a discipline of magic. The ministry gives its nod to establishing businesses which purely focus on technomancy, and that the ministry allow the common wizarding populace to have access to such products as are being used by our magical neighbors for years now. Quote, when he sat down, there was silence everywhere around. Many of the half-bloods and some people in the spectator stands were in doubt if it were real Lord Black. The purebloods were aghast at such motion. How could a pure-blood lord like Lord Black move a motion like that? If the motion was moved by someone with less clout, they could have opposed it and go. It dismissed, but Arcturus Black was not a man who could be denied anything. If he made up his mind, then it was only a matter of time before he got whatever it was. They knew that the old crafty Lord Black wouldn't have actually moved the motion until he had the power and the numbers to get it through. Does anyone second this motion? Asked Elder Ogden. Lord Greengrass stood. House Greengrass supports the motion presented by Lord Black, Elder Ogden. Others were noticing the pattern that was to the proceedings of the Wizengamot now. House Greengrass was a neutral house, always had been, but recently, i.e. since Arcturus Black returned to active life, House Greengrass had started to side with House Black often. Maybe it was sheer coincidence, but it did not bode well for the neutrals. WHO had staked all hopes on House Greengrass. Ogden rapped his gavel. Does anyone wishes to speak in support or against the motion before we proceed further? Lucius Malfoy raised his hand and Ogden said, you are allowed to present your views, Lord Malfoy. Malfoy stood and started speaking in his slimy voice. With all due respect to Lord Black, I think this motion is a waste of time and an attack on our way of living. Most of our community lives in separation from the Muggles, and only a few Muggle-borns live among them with their Muggle parents. Most of us are already adept at getting with on our lives with magic. We don't need these things or their gadgets or whatever they are called. Most of us know nothing about these things, and if we were to start using them tomorrow, there are chances that we would end up breaching statute of secrecy. I oppose this motion on the grounds that it is unnecessary. When Malfoy sat down, Elder Ogden addressed the Wizengamot again. Does anyone else wishes to speak in favor or in oppose of this motion? Minister Bones stood in her place. I would like to speak in favor of this motion, Chief Warlock. The floor is yours, Minister Bones. She head around the Wizengamot and the chambers and started speaking. Lord Malfoy as always failed to put forth the real reason that he is opposing this particular motion. Lord Malfoy comes from the stock which thinks that Muggles are beneath us, Muggle-borns are to be scorned, and that anything that they have devised is not worth considering or have any merits at all. I assure you, Lord Malfoy and our lords of this auspicious body, that technomancy isn't going to affect our way of living or is a purported attack on our culture. Technomancy is a discipline of magic which finds its roots in convenience, making life easier. For example, the famous shop of Florine Fortescue sells ice cream and he makes them by magic. Now every time he does this, he has to use magic, and the number of times that he had to cast those spells can be up to as much as 10 times a day. Even if he used some charms, he would need to frequently renew those charms, which lead to magical exhaustion for him and his staff, who see and faint with the residual magic which is left behind. Imagine he gets those machines that the Muggles call ice cream maker, and it is enchanted to run with magic. It would make it easy for him to produce huge amount of ice cream in short time, and would also not lead to any magical exhaustion or fainting. Similarly, we have had to ban the use of carpets due to the threat on the statute of secrecy, and as a result, we rely on brooms to go from a place to another, which is not very clandestine, and often we have to send obliviation squads. Imagine if a family were to get hold of an old Muggle ICLE, which can sit 5, and they enchant it to run with magic and to accommodate more people at once on the inside and add a few bells and whistles, then it would be easy for a family of 5 to easily go from a place to another without fearing for being discovered. In fact, the ministry had made a purchase of a fleet of such cars which are effectively used by the law enforcement officials when the need arises. I would say that it is the stand in the past. When she sat, Elder Ogden continued, now the motion by Lord Black has 3 demands which can be debated separately as they merit individual attention unto themselves. We will discuss those points one by one and then vote on them. The first point of discussion is whether technomancy should be formally recognized as a branch of magic in Wizarding Britain like other magical nations. Lord Folly raised his hand and Ogden motioned for him to rise. The chamber is ready to hear your views, Lord Folly. Lord Folly was a man of about 39 years of age and mild disposition. He had airs about him of a man who was knowledgeable and wise. He stood and started speaking in a tone which was well calculated and inspired hope, as Madame Bones said, Technomancy is here to make lives easier for a lot of people. We can do most things with magic, but magic isn't all that is to it. Doing continuous magic can cause to faint or exhaust us, and there are any issues with it, as Madame Bones described. I own some share in a restaurant overseas in magical areas of Paris which is run by some associates of mine. I have been to the kitchen where they use the technology is used by muggles but adapted and modified to work with magic. Compared to that, some of our most famous places like the Leaky Cauldron don't have that facility, and they resort to old method of using magic every time they have to cook something, and the amount of work that goes into is double the time ordinarily used by those who work with technomancy. I for one think that this idea has merits, and using technomancy is the future for the wizarding kind. When he sat, Ogden asked again, does anyone else want to speak in support of or opposed to this motion? When no one did, he started speaking again. Those in favor, please raise your wand tips lighted green. The motion was very close. In fact, this motion saw a split down the middle in the neutral faction, and there were 50 out of 80 in support of the motion. After having counted the hands, Ogden continued, all those opposed to the motion raise your wands with tips lighted green. Ogden counted the votes and then proclaimed, with this motion, it is directed to the Ministry of Magic to recognize technomancy as a proper discipline of magic and make suitable amendments in its laws, rules and regulations to reflect the decision taken by this auspicious chamber on this day. The second and third questions are interrelated, and therefore we will vote on them together at once. Elder McDougal raised his hand and was allowed to speak. Since the ministry has decided to allow for technomancy to be recognized as a branch of magic, it is only natural that we should allow for such businesses to open here and deal with it. However, I suggest that sufficient rules and guidelines are drafted by the ministry and argued upon in this assembly before such businesses are allowed to operate. Also, the ministry should extend the said nod to only those businesses which have a footing in Wizarding Britain and does not belong to any of our magical neighbors. If we need to allow our own people to thrive, we would need to place an embargo on outsiders. Arcturus stood on his seat. I modify my motion in accordance with the suggestions made by Elder McDougal, Elder Ogden. Ogden rapped his gavel. Those in favor, please raise your wands lighted green. About 60 wands went up in the air and the motion was passed. Before the session could be wrapped for the day, Lord Macmillan stood. Elder Ogden, I have a proposal to be made in connection to the motion made by Lord Black. The copy of the proposal being made by Lord Macmillan was sent to all the members and recess was declared. After recess, they met again and Ogden started speaking. Lord Macmillan has proposed in his proposal that the ministry shall endeavor to establish such institutions which can teach about technomancy to those who want to pursue a career in it, since at present there is no such institution in existence in this country. He has also proposed that the ministry should allow for private institutions to open and operate in this area, and any certificates etc. provided by them should carry the same value as any other certificate etc. like the Owl and Newt results declared by the Wizarding Examination Authority after they have been sufficiently tested on it. Those in favor, please raise your wands tip lighted green. Arcturus was the first to raise his wand in favor of the proposal, and by a slim majority of about 45 to 35, the proposal was passed. As the Wizengamot was dismissed for the day, Arcturus was stopped by Elder Ogden. Arcturus, a word please. Arcturus nodded. Sure, Tiberius. What is on your mind? As far as I know, you are the meanest black that I have known. What is it suddenly with trying to bring Wizarding Britain into modern age? Arcturus smirked. If I had not taken Dumbledore on a goose chase, he would have guessed it by now. Actually, I have sent Sirius to Germany to study technomancy with a reputed institute. When he returns, I am going to open an institute which will train others in technomancy apart from showcasing its products. I bring more jobs to Wizarding Britain and I get to be the first one to the feast. House Black has slumbered long enough. Now it is time to increase the reputation and the gold in our vaults. Ogden smiled. As I said, you are the meanest black I have known. Arcturus said nothing but grinned at his friend, something that he very rarely did and almost never in public. Are you leaving for Bulgaria anytime soon? Asked Ogden. No, Tiberius. I have a lot of business to be conducted in England for the time and my heir is studying at Hogwarts. I suppose I will be looking after him after all. A letter. When Arcturus returned to the Black Townhouse, he sat down to plan his schedule ahead. There were a lot of things that he had to do and there was little time. Firstly, He had entered Harry and Neville into the World Junior Dueling Championship, which would take place sometime in July and was supposed to last for 4 days. It was a very famous tournament and presented very lucrative opportunities for those industrious of mind. All the businesses that he was setting up could do well with the kind of exposure that the championship was supposed to bring. The Easter holidays were going to be brief. Arcturus had it in his mind to leave Wizarding Britain and go to his castle to spend some quiet time by himself, but that was not to be. He had some very important work to do and this could not wait. While little Hadrian lived carefree life, yet there was something that he must prepare for. Dumbledore had told him about the prophecy and that was it about little Harry and Voldemort. According to him, the prophecy was the sole reason that the Potters and the Longbottoms had to go into hiding. The prophecy held a lot of answers to the questions that had arose during years, but none knew the answers to them. He decided to write a letter to his heir and talk about a few matters which had to be looked into before they could go and retrieve it. The letter read, "Dear Harry, I am writing this letter with extreme urgency and with express instructions to not to show it to anyone sans Neville, i.e. if you and he have moved on from your childish feud and Daphne. This Easter, you are not supposed to bring any of your friends to the Black Townhouse for there are things that we need to discuss and it would be best if others would not know about them for the time being. You and I are going to take a trip to a place which will answer a lot of our questions that I am sure have been in your mind since long, and the rest of our time shall be spent pondering over the answers that we have received, and we may have to change a lot of our plans that we have had formed for years. Love, Granduncle, Hogwarts." When Harry received the letter the next day at the breakfast table, he recognized the red seal over the letter, which meant it was strictly meant for his own eyes only and for Neville's. Since Neville wasn't talking to him, he decided that the chubby griffin apart to it anymore. Whatever it was about, Harry would deal with it by himself and will not involve him. Lately, Neville had become involved with some Gryffindors who had high aspirations but lacked the power or the conviction that they could make it. They rallied behind Neville and everywhere they would put him in front due to his reputation and his position as the heir of the House of Longbottom. This had led to an inflated ego on the part of his former best friend, who had even stopped giving a thought to Harry or about reconciling with him. He opened the letter and read it carefully. The words in the letter made him worry, for there were many questions that he had in his mind but had never been answered yet. He was not sure what questions would be answered over Halloween by wherever Arcturus wanted to take him. The biggest question he had was about his parents. They had a manor which was fortified with centuries of wards, but they had moved to live in a little cottage in the village of Godric's Hollow, where they were only protected by the Fidelius spell. Why they had resorted to such a measure was something that Harry wanted to know. Another question that he had asked himself at times was about Voldemort. He was touted to be the greatest Dark Lord, and he had killed innumerable witches and wizards in his reign of terror. Wizards such as Caradoc Dearborn, Dorcas Meadows. Many of the Ministry Aurors had fallen before him, and everyone was scared of his name. What made him come after a 1-year-old child who could barely speak? And what had caused him to vanish? Harry knew nothing at that age, yet he had somehow vanquished the greatest Dark Lord. It never had made sense to him, but he had never asked about it to anyone. Maybe It was time that those questions would be answered. "What happened, mate?" asked Ron. "What are you thinking about?" "Granduncle wants me to visit London during Easter. Says it is important that I come and come alone. I don't know what has got him in a twist." Ron nodded. "Will you at least visit us at Easter?" "Looks doubtful, Ron. I suppose he has got things planned, and with Moony and Padfoot absent, there isn't much that we can do anyhow." "Harrikins," called George from the other side of the common room. "What about the next one?" Harry smirked. "It's on the way. Everyone will love it." With that, it was Easter holiday. AYS and the students were supposed to go to their home. This time everyone was going home and the castle was going to be practically deserted. Only a couple of students in the lower years and some of the Newt and Owl students remained behind. Harry was out of the school and going towards a carriage when Creature popped in existence before him, shouting at the top of his loud bullfrog voice, "Lord Black sent me to bring you home, Master." Quote, "Who is this?" asked Hermione, who had just come up. Harry could see the confusion and curiosity written on her face. "Hermione, this is Creature, the head who say elf of the ancient and most noble House of Black." "House Elf?" she asked. "I have read about them. Does he work for you?" Harry nodded. "Yes. Creature and his ancestors before him have loyally say RVED, the ancient and most noble House of Black." "Do you pay him for his services?" she asked him. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Why do I need to pay him?" "Because he works for your house, Harry." "Do you mean you practice slave labor?" she asked aghast. Harry said sternly, "Hermione, Creature is my house elf and not a slave. Unlike witches and wizards, he is a magical being and his requirements are different than us. He actually enjoys working for us and we have never given him any reason for grief." Before she could say anything more, Harry had caught the diminutive elf's hand and they had sappered to appear in the Black Townhouse, the Department of Mysteries. Next day, Harry woke up early as Arcturus had instructed him to. When he descended to the kitchen, Creature had already cooked breakfast for him and Harry. As Harry helped himself to his breakfast, Lord Black arrived and took his place at the table. "Harry, tell me what you have been up to at the school," Arcturus said sharply. "I have done nothing worth reporting, Granduncle, except maybe smuggling a dragon out of the castle." Arcturus' eyebrows rose and threatened to disappear. "Dragon? Where did you get a dragon in the castle? And what was your interest in it?" "Hagrid, the gamekeeper, is a beast enthusiast. When we met for the first time, he told me that his most dear ambition was to pet a dragon. Someone lost a dragon egg to him in a game of cards in Hogsmeade and he won the egg. The egg hatched in the school and somehow Lucius's son came to know about it. We arranged for its courier from the school, pulling in a lot of favors, testing many of the friendships that I have cultivated in the castle. Luckily, the dragon got sent away, but McGonagall caught me out of bounds and I lost 50 points. And what about the incident where you changed your professor's appearance and outfits? I know no one knew it was your doing, but Dumbledore knew about it and in fact, he enjoyed it as much as you did. He says that Severus Snape looks very decent once he gets to comb the slimeball that he calls hair." Harry laughed. "Snape can do with some laughter. That prank was our doing, but nobody knows how we did it. In fact, there are so many little details that it has gone hazy. I do remember that I used some elves in the prank though. Remember, lad, that I am not going to punish you for having some fun, but please try to remember that none of your pranks should humiliate anyone. If that happens, that will be an issue," Arcturus said sternly. "Yes, Granduncle," said Harry meekly. "Finish your breakfast and then meet me in the Lord's study. There are things that we have to discuss," Arcturus said as he rose from his chair. About an hour later, Harry was sitting before Lord Black in his study. Arcturus, for once in his life, looked at loss of words. He would start speaking and then stop to think before he would launch in a narrative again. "Harry, there are a lot of things that you don't know yet. When I brought you to the castle, it was an act of desperation. All of my children were either dying or dead. Those that remained were scattered, ousted from the family, or incarcerated in Azkaban. I had nothing left. A once flourishing, powerful family was reduced to a handful of people and most of them are now gone. I wanted an heir who could take the family name and keep it alive. I had some vested interest in the subject, but you came as a blessing to me. I was counting my days until the clock would run over, but having to care for you gave me a new purpose in life. And then I got Sirius back, which I had not thought would be possible. I also came to know that the threat to your life posed by Voldemort was not over and that it won't end until he is killed for good. Voldemort has remained alive by the darkest O.F. magic, which I am not going to discuss with you, but there is something that you must know. Have you never wondered why your parents left their manor and came to live in a cottage in Godric's Hollow of all places? Why they choose the strongest protections available to keep them safe? Harry nodded. I have been having these questions, but I knew you will tell me when the time was right. I didn't know the answer by myself, lad. I knew that your parents were in danger and Voldemort hunted them personally. I know that James and Lily had escaped him thrice after having bloodied his nose. What I didn't know was the reason that your parents chose to hide. I mean, they were very powerful witch and wizard, and your father was a hit wizard for Merlin's sake. Hit wizards are a pedestal higher than A.'s, and he had been known to be reckless and risk-taker all his life. What then prompted him to exercise caution? I came to know the answer very recently. It had something to do with you. Voldemort was not coming after your parents, but he was coming after you. It was you he wanted to kill. The reason for him coming after you was a prophecy which was made to Albus Percivalador in 1980 in the village of Hogsmeade shortly before you were born. One of his Death Eaters who was spying on Dumbledore heard a half of the prophecy, and that made Voldemort come after you. What is this prophecy? What does it say? Harry asked apprehensively. The only person who remembers the prophecy is Albus Dumbledore himself. Even the seer does not remember what it said. A record of the place is kept in a place in the ministry from where only you can pick it up. Today we are going to pick up the prophecy and learn what it says. Are we going to the ministry? Asked Harry. We are going to the Department of Mysteries, a subdivision of the Ministry of Magic situated within the deeper levels of the ministry. I have already made an appointment, Arcturus replied. The Department of Mysteries was a section of the Ministry of Magic that carried out confidential research. Most of its operations were carried out in total secrecy. Very few wizards within the ministry actually knew what was located within this department. Various mysteries of the world were studied there, including love, space, thought, time, death, and others. Wizards who worked in the Department of Mysteries were known as unspeakables because of the confidential nature of their work. About an hour later, Harry and Arcturus were at the phone booth where we had started this story. Granduncle, this phone looks broken, said Harry. No, Harry, it is not broken. Come along now. As they entered, Arcturus picked up the receiver and dialed a number, 62,442, depositing a galleon, and a minute later, a voice said, "State your name and purpose." Arcturus Orion Black and Hadrian Potter Black, here for a visit to the Department of Mysteries. Two badges came out of the booth which contained their names, and they attached them to their robes, and the booth started sliding in the ground. Barely a minute later, they had arrived in the heart of the ministry. The atrium of the ministry was huge. There were fireplaces lined up on the sides from where wizards kept flowing in. There was a fountain in the middle of the atrium, at the bottom of which Harry could see galleons, nuts, and sickles. A board on the side of the fountain read, A.L.L. The donations to the Fountain of Magical Brethren will be donated to St. Mungo's Hospital. Arcturus emptied the money pouch that he held in his hands in the fountain, and many galleons fell in the fountain, settling at the bottom. Harry looked up at him and he shrugged. For all the damage that my children have caused to the society, I donate what I can every time I pass from here. Remember, WHAR, why that we are the protectors of this realm, and it is our duty to do whatever good we can do, no matter how big or small. There was also a statue on which there were a wizard, a witch, a centaur, and an elf. On the bottom of the statue was inscribed, "The Magical Brethren." Arcturus nudged him towards the desk where a lone wizard sat who asked for their wands. There was a little machine which sat on the table before him, and when a wand was to be weighed, it was placed on the scales and it would whir and puff while the wand was analyzed. After it was done, a parchment would come out with the name of the wizard and the specifications of the wand. The receipt would be duplicated by him and a copy would be handed to the owner of the wand, while another would be kept with the wand and in possession of the wizard. He first weighed Arcturus. Wand, oak wood, 14 inches, dragon heartstring and kelpie hair. Been in use for 80 years. Is that correct? Arcturus nodded. Yes, and handed his wand to the wizard, keeping a receipt of the same. He then took Harry's wand and weighed it. As he started to read the receipt, Arcturus was ready to silence the wizard, who looked up, Hadrian Potter Black. Arcturus growled, "Keep quiet. You fool." "My apologies, Lord Black," the man said hastily, returning Arcturus's wand to him. "You are not required to submit your wand, Lord Black." Arcturus growled, "We are not here for ministry business but on a visit to the Department of Mysteries. Weigh the lad's wand and let us be on our way." The wizard read out the parchment which had come of Harry's wand. Hadrian Potter Black, blackthorn wood. 12 inches, dragon heartstring and unicorn tail hair. Been in use for 3 years. As they left the wizard, Harry asked him, "Grand Uncle, we could have passed him without giving any attention to him. Then why did you insist on getting your wand weighed?" "Lad, there are a lot of things that you are yet to learn. We have a position of privilege because we belong to the ancient and most noble houses, and I am member of the Wizengamot, but it is not something that you should abuse. Influence or power should be used sparingly and with utmost caution. If I go around the place throwing my power around like Malfoy, a time would come that people would stop fearing me or the black name." We could have walked away ignoring him, but doing that is not proper. Ption and illusion are two very useful tools available to a man. We present ourselves as law-abiding citizen, and no one would doubt us of being the miscreants if we did something. Do you understand? He nodded. "I understand, Granduncle." By then they had reached the lifts which took them to the deeper levels of the ministry. As they ascended a lift, Arcturus closed the doors and it started moving. Soon they had arrived at the 9th level. This was the second lowest level of the ministry, and no one except the Unspeakables or the Minister of Magic could enter the department without express permission. At times, people could make an appointment to the department, but that could be done only through OWL and depended on the discretion of the Chief Unspeakable. When they reached the door of the department, it was opened by a man who wore a mask which covered all of his face. The man said to Arcturus, "Welcome to the Department of Mysteries, Lord Black and Mr. Potter Black." Arcturus nodded. "Thank you, Saul. Let's not waste any more time." The black door which served as entrance was made of a mixture of metals and was handleless. It could not be opened by the Alohomora charm or by enchanted artifacts which could open any lock. Behind the black door was the entrance chamber, which was designed to disorient any unauthorized personnel who entered it. It was a circular room with a dark marble floor that looked almost like standing water, candles emitting a cool blue light, and 12 handleless doors. Whenever a door closed, the walls rotated, making it impossible to determine which door was which. This chamber would respond to a verbal request for an exit by the opening of the correct door. As they stood in the chamber, Saul said loudly to apparently no one, "The Hall of Prophecy, please." A door opened and he motioned for them to follow him. "This way, please." Harry asked Arcturus, "What is the Hall of Prophecy?" Saul answered his query, "You will see for yourself soon, lad." As they walked, they came out in a huge hall whose ceiling was lost in a gloom, and blue illuminating orbs were kept on towering shelves. The shelves were lit with blue flame candles. Harry asked Arcturus, and he told him that the orbs were prophecies made through the ages. These prophecies, held in glass orbs with a dusty yellowed label fixed below, were magically protected, so that the only people who could lift them off their stand were the keeper of the Hall of Prophecies and the subjects of the individual prophecy. Anyone else who attempted to inspect the orbs with their hands would be afflicted with instant madness. Croaker led them through a maze of shelves which started from a door which contained a cabinet and a huge model of sand glass. Harry was curiously looking at that room, and Saul, who had noticed him looking, said, "That is the time room. Now come along, lad." The row of shelves directly in front of the door from the time room was number 53. Number 54 was to the right of that, then 55, and so on. The light was very dim in the hall. The candles were located on either end of each row, which meant that from one end, TW was lost in darkness. Some of the orbs glowed with a faint inner light, but others were cold and dark. The prophecy regarding Harry was located a short distance down row 97. The dusty yellowed label read, "Hadrian Potter Black and the Dark Lord. Made to APWBD by ST in June 1980. Croaker pointed Harry to it. "Pick that one, lad. It is about you and the Dark Lord." Harry was apprehensive as he pulled the orb from its place. He had thought the orb would be cold to touch considering it was made of glass, but to his surprise it felt warm to his skin. Harry asked the unspeakable, "Why is this one lit while others are not?" Saul thought about what to tell the child before him. The true reason was more than likely to throw the lad into panic, but he knew that if he didn't then Arcturus will tell him. All of these prophecies were made at a point of time in the past. Lad, and the parchments which are glued to them contain details about whom they were made. Many of these prophecies are not active yet, while many of these have passed their age. If a prophecy is active at the moment, its orb will be lit, but if the prophecy is ended or its period has not yet arrived, then it will not be lit. Does it mean that my prophecy is still active? Do you mean that Voldemort is still alive? Harry asked the unspeakable. He said grimly, "I am afraid it is so, Mr. Potter Black. I am afraid we could not tell about it to anyone because our rules forbid us from doing that." "So what does this prophecy say? How do I hear it?" Croaker had his wand out and raised a privacy ward. "If you want, you can hear it here." Arcturus waved off the offer. "We will be taking it away, Saul." He nodded and they took their leave of Croaker. When they returned to the manor, Harry found that Andromeda had already arrived and she hugged him as she saw him. "How are you, Harry?" "I am fine, Auntie. How is Nymphadora and Uncle Ted?" "Nymphadora has been selected at the Auror Academy and went to join them," Andromeda replied. They kept talking for an hour, during which Andromeda told him a lot about his grandparents and his parents. He had heard all of it before, but it made him happy every time to hear more and more of them. Finally they were free in evening and Harry expected Arcturus to bring the prophecy out. Arcturus had him sit in the office and started speaking very slowly and clearly. "Lad, I know you are interested to know what the prophecy says, but this prophecy will change nothing. The prophecy may say that you are destined to kill Voldemort or vice versa, and this will change nothing. Even if you decided to ignore the prophecy, yet it will come true in a fashion. I can hazard a guess that this prophecy was made about you being able to defeat him for good, so it made him seek you out and try to kill you while you were still a baby. Since the moment that he trained his wand at you, he locked your and his destiny together. You will have to be ready to save yourself from him and anyone else who seeks to harm you in any case, so it changes nothing. Do you still want to hear it?" Harry thought about it for a long time. What if it contains some ideas about how to defeat Voldemort? "Lad, prophecies are very tricky things. They are powerful magic, and most of them come true, but they can come true in ways that we cannot imagine. We cannot avoid a prophecy no matter what we do. Even if it contains any idea about defeating Voldemort, it won't be anything other than a fight between you and him before he is put down like a rabid dog. My duty is to ensure that you are ready when that meeting comes," Arcturus explained. "I will not hear the prophecy then, Grand Uncle. Keep it somewhere that no one can reach it," Harry replied. Arcturus nodded. "I will have Travestor take it to the Black family vault and be kept there. No one will ever find it there." As Travestor departed with the prophecy, Arcturus turned to him. "Now what is fight going with Neville? Have I not taught you both that you are each other's strength? That a Potter and a Longbottom always go together. And you fought over something as trivial as shower time. I have received worrying letters from Dowager Longbottom and Daphne about it. She even told me you can't even tolerate his presence in the same room. Is your ego bigger than your friendship? Of the bond of brotherhood that exists between you and him? Bigger than the ties that bind House of Otter and House of Longbottom in an alliance older than even the Ministry of Magic? Grand Uncle, Neville started resenting me since we reached the castle. Everyone fawned over me, which I did not like. And he resented all the attention which was being given to me. He could not bear the thought that I can be friends with someone other than him and Daphne. I am not going to apologize to him." Arcturus sighed but said nothing. It was the way that he had trained the boy. If he had made up his mind, then there was no changing it. He could only pray for a miracle to happen. As Harry was being grilled by Lord Black, Neville was being questioned by Augusta. She was fuming at him. "What in the blazes made you seek enmity with Harry, Neville? What has he ever done to you that you would end your friendship with him? What exactly happened? Minerva has sent me countless letters asking exactly what made things sour between you two. Daphne has been writing me to resolve the conflict between you both. Gran, he changed. When we went to school, he changed and didn't remain the boy that had been my friend for these years. I mean, we both got a lot of friends, but he kind of started making more time for them and not me. I wanted to be his friend, but he refused. That day that we fought, he actually told me that I am subordinate to him and should do as he asks," Neville replied. She growled, "I know that boy better than you think. Neville Longbottom. He cannot talk this way, not to anyone. He loves you like a brother. Tomorrow I am invited to the Black Townhouse for Easter and you are coming with me. You will pay your regards to Lord Black and both of you will apologize to each other for your conduct. Is that clear?" Neville whimpered. "Yes, Gran. And this chapter has not been edited and updated. Will be edited and updated at a later date. Enjoy." Chapter 25. The Burrow. Ronald Weasley was home for the holidays and he was bored out of his mind. He was also very annoyed. The reason of his annoyance was his best friend Hadrian Potter Black. "Harry Potter is the best seeker in Hogwarts, isn't he?" asked Ginevra Weasley, his younger sister, the reason of his annoyance. The first thing that Ron had to correct was Harry's name for his little sister. He knew how cross Harry could get if someone used Harry Potter for him rather than Hadrian Potter Black. He only allowed those to use his short name, Harry, whom he considered as close to him, and it took a lot to get that honor. His full name is Hadrian Potter Black, Ginny, and he doesn't like when people shorten his names. And he has played just one match yet. "We will know more at the end of the year," said Ron, anxious to get her to shut up about Harry. This had been the daily routine since Ron had returned for the holidays. When they had arrived at London from Hogwarts, he, Hermione and his other siblings had met Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley at the platform. To his woe, the Weasley parents had also brought little Ginny with them. As the parents saw him, Ginny asked him expectantly, "Where is Harry Potter?" "He is not on the train," Ron told her. "What do you mean?" she asked. "His guardian sent their house elf to take him home," Ronald answered, and Ginny's demeanor had dimmed a little. Ronald knew how much Ginny wanted to meet Harry Potter, the boy who lived. She had no idea how different he was from the storybooks which she had read, and that he was not pleased to be recognized as simply Harry Potter. When they reached home, he was incessantly hounded by Ginny, who had a lot of questions to ask, and all of them about Harry. The sheer numbers of questions were driving him up the wall. She wanted to know everything from where he was his routine like and who were his friends. It appeared as if she had an endless list of questions and Ron was bored answering them. And then there were so many questions which were repeated. He had tried to foist Ginny on Fred and George, but it was not easy for someone like him to get them something to be done. Besides, they told Ginny that Ron was being best friends with Harry and she should ask him if she wanted any of her questions answered. Today also, Ginny had been pestering him about Harry Potter's Quidditch skills. He tried to distract her, but somehow she was convinced that Harry Potter lived in a castle and had a Quidditch pitch where he had practiced playing Quidditch ever since he could walk. Ron knew that most of it was false. He certainly knew that Harry had spent an anonymous life somewhere away from everyone. No one knew where he had been raised. Lord Black certainly didn't feature in any of those silly children's stories. The only thing that could be true was that he probably had lived in a castle somewhere. His reaction to Hogwarts Castle hadn't been like others, as if he was used to seeing a castle. He had been awed only by its enormity. He also knew that Harry was very good at Quidditch, but by his own admission, he had been riding a broom since he was 6. "Is it true that he can do the Wronski feint?" Ginny piped up another question, and Ronald had it with her. He snapped at her and said a bit hotly, "Why don't you wait to meet him when you to go Hogwarts, Ginny?" That had shut Ginny up but infuriated Mrs. Weasley, who roared at her youngest son, Ronald Weasley, "Don't let me catch you talking that way with you sister again." This had dampened his mood further. He was also waiting for an invitation from Harry to visit at London or for him to visit the Weasleys, but no such invitation had come. He knew that Lord Black had told him that he couldn't invite any of his friends to the townhouse this time, but he could always let Harry visit the Weasleys, even if for an hour. The only bright spot of the brief holidays had been the trip to Diagon Alley to Ollivanders. He remembered how Harry and Neville had caught him in the common room one evening before they had broken things off among themselves. "Hey Ron, are you done with the charms practical work?" Ron shook his head. I am trying but my wand does not work like it should. I mean I asked Hermione to help me. She perfected my wand movements, my incantation and all but it isn't just happening. Neville, who was listening to everything thoughtfully, said, "Do a levitation charm, then." Ron did it easily, though he had felt that he had to put some efforts in it, like he was coaxing his wand or something. Neville handed him his own wand. "Now try this one." Neville's wand was a lot easier to work with for Ron. As Ron returned Neville's wand, Harry started speaking, "For a wizard. A wand like an extension of his arm. The wizards do not choose the wand but the wand chooses the wizard. If your wand isn't working for you properly, it means it is still loyal to its previous master. You need a new one to improve in your performance." Ron knew wands didn't come cheap. A new off-the-shelf wand from Ollivanders would cost him somewhere around 7 galleons, which was not easy one with having 5 school-age children and limited source of income. Luckily, he had a way out of his predicament. He had won 100G from the Bishop of Hogwarts Championship and he had not spent a single canute from it. 2 days since he had arrived, Ronald had cornered his father in the evening. "Dad, I want a new wand." Mr. Weasley was a man in his late 40s and was balding in the center of the head. He was a portly sort of man and had a very jovial face. He was a laid-back man and didn't interfere in the house until it was imperative for him. He knew that he could not afford new supplies for each of his children, so they were to manage with whatever they got. Ron had everything given second-hand because that was what Arthur could afford. Ron's robes were Bill's once, his wand was Charlie's, and his trunk has also belonged to one of his sons. Next year Ginny was going to start at Hogwarts and Arthur had no idea how they would afford anything for her. She was a girl, the firstborn in entries in House of Weasley, and they will need to get everything new for her. Mr. Weasley asked him warily, "Sure you have a wand and it is properly working? Why do you want a new wand?" Ron fidgeted. "I want a new wand because I can't perform properly with this one. It did not choose me. Harry and Neville showed me that I can work better with a wand that is compatible with me. Besides, this one is old and battered and the unicorn hair is showing." Mr. Weasley nodded. "I understand, Ron, but you know, between 5 children of school age, I can't manage to buy everything new. I will see what I can do though." Ron's ears turned red with embarrassment, but he had a solution to predicament of his father. "But Dad, I have the gold. I have about 100 galleons of it." He looked at him sharply. "Where did you get gold? I hope you are not doing something dangerous or illegal." Ron enthusiastically told him, "No, father. I had won it. Hogwarts had organized a chess tournament this term and the prize was 100 galleons. Fred, who was nearby, said, "Are you telling Dad?" George added, "About you Bishop of Hogwarts title." Ron nodded and they replied, "And next year you will have to fight with more vigor." Arthur, i.e. Mr. Weasley, who was thinking over what his son told him, said, "Tomorrow, we will go to Ollivanders. We will get you a new wand." The next day, Mr. Weasley took his son to Ollivanders. When they entered, the old wand maker came out from behind one of the shelves as the bell chimed. Ron found the man a bit stranger, as if he was eccentric in the way his blue eyes bore in Ron's heart. It made him shiver. The old wizard said to Mr. Weasley, "Arthur Weasley, apple wood, dragon heartstring, 12 inches, supple isn't it? How is your wand?" The Weasley patriarch smiled. "It is working fine, Lord Ollivander. I have come to have my youngest son fitted with a wand." Mr. Ollivander turned to Ron. "Let me see, young master. Which is your wand arm?" As the measuring tape took Ron's arm's measurements, Ollivanders pulled a couple of wands from the shelves and handed one of them to Ron. "Try this." The first wand felt cold to his hand and Mr. Ollivander snatched it before he could try and handed him another. "Try this one." As Ron touched the wand, there was a rush of wind around him and Ollivander nodded. "Oak wood, unicorn tail hair, 12 inches, unyielding, good for charms work. Use it well." Ron was over the moon with his new wand. This wand felt more comfortable in his hands, his magic flowed easily through it and it followed his commands without offering any resistance. He realized that Harry and Neville were right when they told him that he needed a wand which had chosen him. What's more, it was the first thing that Ron owned firsthand. His father even let him pay for the wand by himself, which made him feel all grown up. He chose to save the rest of the money. He wanted to splurge it on things that he was fascinated with but knew he could not afford that. This CHOICE of his was very fruitful, for the twins asked to borrow 40 galleons from him as an investment. In return of the investment that they asked of him, they promised to return 50 galleons to him after a month. Ron had no immediate need of the money, and giving it to twins with prospect of getting interest on it was a wonderful idea. The rest of holidays were pretty ordinary. He hoped and waited for the rest of holidays to see if Harry would send a letter to him or maybe visit him at the Burrow, since he would otherwise be alone in the house with only Lord Black, but neither he nor any of his friends received any letter from Harry. The dude with the lyre. Quirrell had taken leave from Hogwarts during the Easter holidays. Though his mother had passed away a few years ago in the cottage where he had grown up and he remained at Hogwarts for most of the year, he kept the place after broke for vacations. He left the school and went to the cottage. He knew Dumbledore was watching him like a hawk, even when he was not at the school, so he had to work with extreme carefulness. For 2 days, he kept watching the shadows that he was sure followed him everywhere. The cottage had no flow, but that did not matter. He could apparate anytime he wanted. He waited just to throw off whoever was trailing him. He acted as if he noticed nothing, but he waited for a chance. For 2 days, he waited perfectly calmly and went through his daily routine. He would even take a walk in the neighborhood where the neighbors seemed to know him well, though Voldemort had no desire to mingle with muggles. He laid low and did nothing to arouse suspicion. He knew that Quirrell's house was warded with wards that could tell the caster if he had disappeared from the house by means of apparition. Since he could not apparate without arousing suspicion, he would have to apparate from outside and anyone could be watching. He waited for 2 days and noticed the pattern that he had felt. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, he walked out of his house ostensible for a morning walk, and after walking for a kilometer or so, he disapparated. He appeared in Scotland in the village of Gretna Green. The village had mixed population and there was a luthier. The luthier was a wizard who sold magical instruments to wizards and ordinary stringed instruments to muggles. Quirrell had wrestled with the idea of getting another lute, but he knew of no other place where he could buy one that would play by itself. The luthier's instruments, however, could play by themselves with a tap of a wand. "Good morning. How can I help ye?" asked the luthier with a thick accent. A instrument," stuttered Quirrell. "What you would be interested in, sir?" asked the luthier while keenly watching him. "ICC can't play," he replied. "BB, but I love TT to listen." The luthier smiled. "I have some self-playing instruments, sir." "What would you like? A lyre, a harp, a violin, a guitar?" "A lyre." Quirrell was amused. Asn't there a myth about a Greek musician with a lyre who had entered the underworld and charmed Hades' Cerberus? What a coincidence. Perhaps it was fated that he would have to find a lyre. I will take TT the lyre," replied he. "I will have it ready in 3 days' time, sir," replied the luthier. "Where would you like me to send it?" "What do you mean, send it?" Quirrell asked. "My good sir, it is a heavy work to craft a lyre while enchanting it at the same time, and the enchantments wear off with time. Since lyres aren't bought by many people, I make them whenever anyone demands. Jean, rally, it takes about 4 days to make one. It is the best that I can do." Quirrell frowned. In 4 days, he would be back at Hogwarts, right under the old fool's nose. Alas, he also could not ask for another instrument now without raising suspicion. He also thought that maybe he was reading too much into a situation which really didn't exist. "When it is ready, please send and I'll address to me at Quirinus Quirrell, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The man bowed. "It will be done." Quirrell paid his money and departed. He would take the delivery in Hogsmeade in the Hogshead Tavern, where the traffic was always very low and thus no eavesdroppers. Black Townhouse. Harry was sitting before Arcturus in his office. They had been talking out his plans that he had been putting in action this term and if they were bearing fruits. "Lad, I know you have achieved much, but there is still a lot to be done. As I told you that you cannot those who joined Voldemort in the past, but you can definitely change the mindset of those who are your age or are in Hogwarts right now. If we can deter these children from the ideology that he Ted, then we can take away a lot of his supporters from him. Harry nodded. I know, Granduncle. I have been brainstorming over this for long, but I can't find a solution to this problem. Any man can be motivated provided you are giving them sufficient motivation. This motivation can be anything from gold to power. I know you are very intelligent and you will find some way to get them motivated. Ari understood what Arcturus was referring to. If you can't earn people's loyalties, you buy them. Distasteful, yes, but important nonetheless. There were ways that he could get them interested in do things that others would find amusing. Yes, he would have to do what Lucius Malfoy did best. There was another thought in his mind though. Grand Uncle, can I not be honest with them and make genuine friends? Arcturus sighed. Yes, you can. That will work well, but remember, not everyone is your friend. If someone does not know you like your shadow, then they don't deserve to know your secrets. Harry nodded in satisfaction. He remembered something that he knew and realized that he would have to confide in the elderly Lord Black. Perhaps it would make all the difference. Grand Uncle Thayer, is something that has been troubling me, he said. Spill it out, lad. It doesn't do to keep things bottled up, advised the older wizard. Grand Uncle, a few months ago when Neville and I were taking a stroll in the castle, I heard some whispers from a room about Voldemort. It was someone who was crying and asking forgiveness from Lord Voldemort. The old man's face paled, but he controlled his expressions quickly so the lad would not realize what time it was. Lad. About midnight, Granduncle. I was on the 5th floor when I heard the whispers. I thought maybe I was half asleep, so I heard things. Since then have seen a few things which makes me feel that I may have heard what I think I did. What things did you hear, lad? Asked the old lord. I heard someone crying in that room, weeping and asking forgiveness from Voldemort, said Harry. Arcturus frowned. It means that Fiend is trying to become active again. Lad, there are a lot of things that I have come to know since the WHAR started and haven't talked to you about. There are things that you have no business knowing because I am taking care of them. What I can tell you is that Voldemort didn't die that night, as I have always said. I always knew he would try to return. I only thought we would have more time to prepare you for the confrontation. It scared Harry to hear the old wizard sound so rattled, but surely he is not going to come back. Harry, lad, he will come back. That is written. What we can do is to make preparations to send him back to the fiery pits of hell when he does. I have been working on such a plan since long. Don't worry about it. Till your grand uncle breathes, I will not let him harm you. With that determined reassurance from Arcturus, the day ended. Harry knew Voldemort was powerful, but he also knew that Arcturus Orion Black will leave no stone unturned to protect him. The next day, Harry went to the alley. He had some important business to finish with the esteemed Mr. Gamble of Gamble and Japes. When Harry entered, the old wizard called from his shop, a new marauder. What brings you here, lad? Mr. Gamble, do you by any chance charm quaffles and bludgers? The old wizard cocked his head to side. Very unusual request, young master. What do you want to do with it? When Harry told him, the old wizard started grinning. That will be something worth watching, like the maze. Harry scowled. You didn't tell me that the map was supposed to behave like that. The old wizard grinned. Well, you couldn't expect something straightforward from a prankster. Be careful. To not do anything to these objects though. If anything happened and I got in trouble, I will tell Professor McGonagall that you had performed this commission for me, said Harry, grinning. The old wizard winced. You truly are evil like your father and godfather. Old Minerva will have my hide if I decided to do something funny with it. All right, I will perform the commission to your satisfaction. As Harry was leaving, he tossed a bung bomb in the tea in the corner, saying, This is for the maze. The dung bomb started a chain reaction of dung bombs, and soon, the shop was beginning to stink. Gah, Mbol knew he will spend the rest of the day cleaning the shop. Damn that little whelp. Council. As Harry was having a day off in Diagon Alley, Arcturus Orion Black was sitting in the office of the headmaster. Albus, is there something that you have not told me? Asked Lord Black. I am not sure what you are hinting at, Lord Black, said Dumbledore. Harry told me last night that he has heard whispers of Lord Voldemort in the castle. Is there any chance that the vile, evil wizard has returned anyhow? Dumbledore took off his half-moon glasses, wiping them on the sleeve of his robes and putting them back on. He started speaking. Before I knew about the Horcruxes with a certainty, I have been trying to keep an eye on whatever is left of him. That night, when his body was destroyed, he fled Wizarding Britain. I spent a few years trying to track him down, and some of my sources finally found him in the forests of Albania. He lived there as a wraith, barely able to do anything but alive nonetheless. Since then, I have kept an eye on him. About 2 years ago, he started moving about and I tracked him to the Flamels. Nicholas and Pernell Flamel. Did he get the Sorcerer's Stone from them? Asked Lord Black, agitated. Dumbledore shook his head. No. The protections that they had put on the stone kept it from being discovered, but with so many attempts at stealing it by him had them rattled. They called upon me to help them and hide the stone. I kept the stone in Gringotts for a few months before I had it moved when I knew for certain that Voldemort has arrived back. As I feared, he robbed a vault in Gringotts where I had kept the stone, but fortunately the stone had been moved. Where is the stone now? It is in Hogwarts, Lord Black, said Dumbledore. What? You are keeping such a dangerous artifact in the school? Are you insane? What if some student stumbles across it? What if Voldemort finds it? He can easily regain a body if he came across it in the castle. Dumbledore sighed. I have the same fears as you do, Lord Black. My duty, however, is to delay the inevitable return of Lord Voldemort as much as I can. The stone is kept under some simple yet ingenious protections. Since the school started, Voldemort has tried to consistently gain possession of the stone, however he has not yet went past the first obstacle. Rest assured that he won't gain access to it. How can you be so sure? I have seen his attempts being thwarted. In fact, young Harry also knows about the stone being held in the castle, though he does not talk about it. I assume that he has guessed by now that Voldemort is trying to come back and would stop at nothing to keep him from the stone. Arcturus growled. If something were to happen or if any harm came to my heir, I promise you, Dumbledore, that I will bring the wrath of House Black upon you. I do not wish for any harm to come upon the child, Lord Black. It is why I don't leave Hogwarts even for Wizengamot. Besides, young Harry has friends who would stand by him and won't let any harm come to him. The plot thickens. The day came that Harry had to go back to Hogwarts. Arcturus never liked to be seen in public and would not be caught dead at King's Cross, so he had called for the night bus to take Harry to King's Cross. The night bus was a purple-colored triple-decker bus which was run by the Ministry as transportation for stranded witches and wizards. It could go to any place as long as it was on land, and to flag it down, one had to raise his wand and the bus would appear before them. It was charmed to stay invisible, eat muggles, and had expansion charms on it. There were chairs for the passengers to sit on it during the day, and at night, they were replaced with beds. The conductor of the bus was a bloke named Stan Shunpike, who was a freckle-faced fellow, and the driver was a very old wizard named Ernie Prang. It was a short walk to King's Cross from the Black Townhouse, but Arcturus didn't want Harry to make the journey by himself on foot. The ride was tumultuous but mercifully brief. However, when Harry got off from the bus, he felt like he wanted to throw up. On the train, all of their friends sat together except for Neville Longbottom. Hermione, who had been to her home, was asking everyone about their vacations while Harry talked with Ron, who enthusiastically told him about getting a new wand and having loaned money to the twins to use. The ride was ordinary and Malfoy did show up once, but the strength in numbers forced him to change his mind and go harass someone else. Harry's mind was also on his next part of the plan, which he put into action just the next morning. Harry was at the Ravenclaw table with a third year named Eddie Carmichael. Eddie was known to be a boy who never ventured outside of his housemates, and Harry wished to have him venture out, breaking house boundaries before he would make a move on others. Eddie, he called the boy, I have heard that you like playing bets. The other boy nodded. But I don't make any bet below 10 galleons, Potter Black, and I bet on nothing that would endanger me. It is not something that would endanger you. I wished to know if you can sit with any Slytherin on their table for 10 galleons. It got Eddie's interest. Say what, Potter Black? I bet that you can't sit with Montague of Slytherin at breakfast and make him talk to you, Harry said. You are on, Potter Black, said Eddie. Have that money ready. Eddie stood from his place and went to sit beside Montague. Harry watched from afar. The Slytherin firstly rebuffed the Ravenclaw, but Eddie persisted for after about 10 minutes, Eddie was talking to him as if they were old friends. He had to wonder how that happened. Eddie surely wasn't such a charming personality that he could woo anyone, but there had to be something. He noticed Lucian Bowles sitting beside Montague, who was looking at Harry and trying to tell him something. Harry made the barest of motions with his HEA. D and the Slytherin stood him his place and followed Harry in a corridor which was empty. Potter Black, don't place any bets with someone as shifty as Carmichael. What happened, Bowl? Harry asked. He told Montague about your bet and they agreed to split the winnings, Bowl said before he walked to a side. As Bowl left, Harry realized this one had also failed. Gold will only get you that far. He shrugged, however, because there are too many ways to earn someone's loyalty. It was times like this that he needed Neville Longbottom, but that was not to be. Today was one of their lessons by Professor Flitwick, and maybe they could make up things between them. You were pathetic. When they entered the classroom where Flitwick used to teach them, he started sending a barrage of hexes at them without any warning. They scrambled for cover before they assessed what it was about. The old professor was using hexes that he had not taught to them, and Harry didn't know about most of them. He and Ye raised a shield for themselves and came in to face the professor. However, he conjured ice which he banished at them, forcing them to drop their shields and run. He used the locomotor charm to move desk and tables in the classroom to chase them around, and they had to duck around and try to save themselves. With them being busy trying to save themselves from the furniture in the room, it was very hard for them to pay attention to the diminutive charms teacher, who was using this opportunity to send stunning spells and petrification hexes at them. A look passed between him and Neville, and chubby Gryffindor ran towards him, saving himself from the furniture and Flitwick's curses and hexes. When he reached near Harry, he raised a shield for both of them while Harry retaliated to the tiny charms professor. Professor Flitwick raised the game at that moment. At that moment, they realized why and how Professor Flitwick had become 10 times dueling champion. He was moving so fast that he was only a blur to the Skuld, who was guess where he was going to be or from which direction his next hex would come from. It was at one such moment that an extra powerful stinging hex zapped Neville in the hindquarters, and the boy yelped and turned to Harry. Can't you defend me while I am saving you, Potter Black? Flitwick stopped moving to see what will happen now. Harry was talking to Neville. I would like to see you defend us from him, Longbottom. I dare you to face him while I will do what you were doing. Neville leveled his wand at Harry and Flitwick disarmed both of them. You both are pathetic. You can't win this way. If this is how you are going to play, then it would be better that you don't even participate in the championship. Get out and don't come back in this classroom until you can be civilized with each other again. The rules are laid. Albus Dumbledore sat in the Quidditch stadium waiting for the students to arrive. He knew there was some sort of meeting today to discuss the terms of the night Quidditch that they were going to have. He also knew that little Harry was orchestrating the entire thing. He wanted to see how it would turn out and if it was as pleased. And as it promised to be, then Albus wouldn't hesitate from authorizing the same as an activity at the school. However, the same will be done in such a subtle way that it would get bigger, but it would remain illegal. Watching these students break rules with impunity, he had started to feel as reckless as them and wanted some daily excitement from the students in which he could revel. Of course, at the moment things were tense. The stone was being housed in the school and remained a threat to the safety of the school. He knew someone, most possibly Quirrell, was trying to get to it, though he hadn't got the chance yet. He knew it wouldn't be long before he did something desperate which would put everyone's life in peril. Albus would have to confront him and stop him from doing it before that happened. His musings were broken when 5 brooms flew on the ground and the students dismounted from them. It is not easy to see them from afar, but he had a good idea that they were Hadrian Potter Black, Robert Hillard, Adrian Pusey, Gwendolyn Shaw and Oliver Woods. He knew he couldn't hear them from afar normally, but he had taken care of the problem already. Some charms that he had cast on the Quidditch ditch pitch enabled him to hear whatever was being said among the students. They thought they were being very secretive and clever, but they had no idea that Dumbledore was onto them. Little Harry was bouncing on his toes. All right. Here is the deal. There are 16 of us here, so in ordinary match we have 2 extra for a proper match. This, however, is night Quidditch, and the rules which generally apply are thrown out of the window here. We will have a team of 4 to each team, of which there will be a beater, 2 chasers, and a keeper. Since snitches are costly and we can lose them or they can take a long time to be caught, therefore we are not going to need them. And, asked Oliver, and there will be 6 matches in total, i.e. 1 match every night, right here on this pitch. If they were to be postponed due to some reasons, they will be duly communicated to you in advance. The winner will win the purse of 500 galleons, which I had proposed as the winnings for this tournament. Each match, the winning team will receive 10 points, and in the end it will be added to the score of the championship. How do we determine the winner of a match if there is no seeker to catch the snitch and end things, Potter Black? Asked Gwen. Harry gave his best lopsided grin to her while made her knees weak, even if she was not going to accept it to anyone. I am glad you asked, Gwen. Whichever team SCO res 200 points before the other will win. Fred asked him, and how dear Harrikins you think we are going to be able to see in the dark night? None of us are owls. Owls would be jealous if you became one, Gred, Harry said, grinning. Let me show you something that I have ready for the occasion. As if on cue, a trunk appeared at his feet. Others didn't know, but it was Creature who was bringing the trunk to him invisibly. Just to keep others mystified that Harry knew some complicated magic that they didn't. Adrian Pusey asked, Harry, how did the trunk appear? Harry ignored the question and kicked the trunk, which opened to reveal a quaffle and 2 bludgers. He picked up the red-colored quaffle, which glowed from within with such intensity as if a candle was inside. He showed the quaffle to them. This quaffle can be seen in the night sky without any problems. Then he showed them the bludgers. They were still black in color as they always were, but they were coated with something, or perhaps some charm had been performed on them that made them light in the night like a couple of fireworks. It was going to be a wonder if someone missed them. Appleby said something that was obvious. Potter Black, are we going to play without a referee? Harry shook his head. No. We will not play without a referee. Every night, a captain of an opposite team shall act as referee. That is the ONL. Why way we can keep this thing between ourselves. Everyone nodded. Harry continued speaking. The schedule of matches and referee duty will be sent to you in due time. Now let's fly back. Charting waters. The next logical thing to do in his scheme of things for Harry was to befriend people by himself. The big idiot Neville Longbottom had left him, or he would have a great help to him in befriending others. The chubby Gryffindor wasn't doing bad by himself by selecting a group of students to follow him, sort of like a club. It was as if he was trying to compete with Harry in matter of number of friends. Harry was fine with that. He had no competition with anyone, and certainly not Neville Longbottom. If the chubby Gryffindor was happy with his circle of friends, that was okay with Harry. One thing that Harry had noticed, though, that Neville kept pruning the list of his acquaintances or friends. He had seen Cormac McLaggen in his circle during the dragon fiasco, but since then Neville avoided that boy like the plague. He decided to venture out of his comfort zone and meet people one-on-one. Maybe this was how he could operate. Lord Black acted with subtlety, but it was not helping Harry. He decided he would venture out and meet people and try to find some who were good for him. The next morning, he sat at the Hufflepuff table with some second years he had not talked like ever. It was strange at first, but they soon warmed up to him. They were very interested in him, but to Harry it felt like they were only being cordial to him. In the noon, he and Isabel caught up with some claws in the library who helped the duo with their potions homework, not that Harry wanted any help with it. One thing, however, he realized was that everyone wanted to talk to him, at least once. It was a good idea to work on the students in case he ever needed support from students. He knew he had selected friends who would stick with him through thick and thin, yet it did not hurt if he was not a subject of scorn from the general public or subjected to hero worship from them or something of the likes. He decided to give some time to people who were not from his friend circles, and that would be beneficial to him in the long run. All it would take is a smile here, a word there. Kindness, but it could buy everything. He had also prepared the schedule for the night Quidditch matches and gave them to Oliver Wood. Gwen Hillard Wood Pusey Hillard Wood Pusey Gwen Pusey Hillard Wood Gwen. There were also final exams looming near to them. He just hoped that the year would be a success. Chapter 26. The Tournament. Minerva McGonagall was going to retire early when there was a knock on her door. Now it was pretty common for people to knock of her door, but not so at night. Almost all the faculties at Hogwarts knew better than to interfere with her rest. When she retired for the night, it usually meant that she was not going to respond to anyone until it was life and death scenario. Some had rode away when she had transfigured them into animals or things due to sheer irritation. It was only during the war that she had to dispense with the rule, but otherwise it always held firm. It would be NLY an idiot who would knock on her door at night, or maybe someone brave who could handle her, and there were not that many people in the world. She opened the door, dressed in her nightgown and her hair still in a tight bun and her wand in hand. She saw Albus Dumbledore, who was standing on the door, sucking that ridiculous muggle candy that he was so fond of, and dressed in one of those purple gowns with the moon and stars drawn on it. She asked tersely, "What can I do for you, Albus?" "Professor McGonagall, I was hoping that maybe I could interest you in a game of night Quidditch," he asked jovially. "Night Quidditch? What is night Quidditch?" she asked him. "You see, Minerva, some of the students have come up with the idea of playing a Quidditch match at night. The innovative thing about it is that they have dispensed with some of the rules. Firstly, the teams are made up of students of different houses together. Second, there is no seeker in the game, and thirdly, there are only 4 players to a team." "Who are these students, Albus? And if you knew about them, then why you didn't put a stop to it?" Minerva asked tersely. "You see, Minerva, I have figured out Lord Black's plan," Albus said happily. "What plan?" "You see, Lord Black just didn't raise Hadrian Potter Black," Dumbledore said. "He has made the boy into his likeness. Now Lord Black was a bit older than UCUW. Wouldn't know, but Arcturus Black is nothing if not resourceful, cunning and ambitious. He has given the same traits to Harry, who was trying to become an undisputed leader of the students. Have you not wondered about all that Harry has been doing since coming to Hogwarts? He has been trying to become friends with everyone. His friend circle has everyone who would be heir to the ancient and most noble houses. Then he is trying to foster unity between the houses. The chess tournament, these Quidditch competitions are just some of the things. He is a show-off just like his father and godfather, but not without good reason. They used to flaunt their skills for people to see. He employs his skills to gain things. Why don't you try to stop him?" Minerva asked him. "Why would I do that?" he asked. "What do you mean? You are the headmaster." He chuckled good-naturedly. "I am the headmaster, and that is all the more reason for me to not to interfere. I am the headmaster, but I am also the chief Warlock, and it is my duty to see that our society is progressing. We have been stuck in the 20th century, but our neighbors have been advancing. I want them to advance, yet my hands were tied. However, Lord Black has been making such waves that we are moving fast in the direction of progress. Since the Lord is doing so much for our world, can you imagine what the heir can do for us when he comes into his own? I won't be the one who would obstruct him or stop his progress. The school will be his training ground, and from here he will move ahead and become the leader that he is destined to be." She gritted her teeth. "As noble as you may sound, yet it does not excuse the fact that these students are breaking the rules and they need to be punished." Dumbledore chuckled. "Think of it as an experiment, Minerva. If this proves to be successful, we can launch an official version of Night Quidditch from next year. And students from different houses are working together. Also, there is the fact that entertainment is very hard to come by for a person like me, so when it comes my way, I should grab it by its tail. Now, I am going to ask you for last time if you are coming with me or not." She nodded. And they proceeded to the Quidditch pitch. McGonagall was also surprised that the students could go out of the castle without being noticed. She didn't want to admit it, but the idea also had her curiosity piqued. If Night Quidditch proved to be as entertaining as it promised to be, then she would find ways to improve it and introduce it as a supervised activity next year. The change in rules also caught her off guard. A Quidditch match without a seeker was bound to be boring, but how they could expect to decide a winner in that case? Also, if there were any seekers playing, then they would be playing in different roles, and that would be interesting to see. "All right, Albus, we are going to see this match, but later. They won't escape punishment," she said firmly. Dumbledore shrugged. "I don't care what happens as long as you are not going to interfere with what they have planned." On the Quidditch pitch, the first match was about to start. Harry was there with the captains and the referee and was speaking. I am going to do the honors of reading the riot act to you all before the match starts. I don't want to see those bats used on anyone except a bludger. I want a fair match. H is being played for entertainment, and I would be disappointed if I find anyone lacking in sportsmanship. The match will start when the referee will toss the quaffle and will end when 1 hour has passed since start of the match. There will be no seeker in the game but a keeper, 2 beaters and a chaser. Any questions? When none were forthcoming, he produced his broom, mounted it and said, "Good luck then. I will watch from a distance." The match was intense to say the least. From the first shot, the chasers had their work cut, for they had to dodge 2 bludgers at once instead of the normal. And then none of them had ever played in the night. The bludgers were coated with some silvery substance and they could be seen in the night, but they moved too fast for their liking and almost unseated many of them. The quaffle, however, was easy to see, and that was the only mercy. The keepers were having hard time to dodge the bludgers which would come their way and to catch the quaffle, which if thrown too fast was like a blur. It was a test of skills and reflexes for the keepers. The first match was very low scoring but fiercely competitive. As the match ended, Harry Potter joined them. "I hope you all have liked the match. I would like to hear your views." Wood was grinning like a maniac. "That was brilliant, Harry. It is the kind of thrill that this sports should have. I am thinking of holding practice sessions like this for the Gryffindor Quidditch team." Underscore said, "Well, I really liked this. It was so thrilling, but the abrupt end to the game felt me wanting for more. If we played this in front of the school, it will keep people on the edge of their seats." Harry rubbed his hands in excitement. "Excellent, truly excellent. Now we will meet tomorrow. First let me send this box to storage," he said, pointing to the crate which contained the balls. As soon as he finished speaking, the crate has disappeared. "Now let's fly back to the castle before the prefects can find that we are breaking curfew," said Harry to them, and they all flew away in perfect formation. McGonagall watched them go, thrilled with the match, waiting for the next and vowing to punish them for rule breaking as she could. Whispers again. Hadrian Potter Black was walking towards the Ollery intent on visiting Hedwig. He had ignored his pretty owl for the last month, for he had no letter to send. Lord Black always sent his letter by Zeus and expected him to answer promptly. Besides, Zeus always waited for Harry to finish writing the letter and would only return when he had an answer. Remus and Sirius WOULD talked to him on the mirrors and had no use of sending letters to him. In that way, there was really no one that Harry would write letters to. The last time he had used Hedwig was to write a letter to Augusta Longbottom, for he had not heard from her since the winter vacations. Now that he wasn't talking to her. I, not F. Fail Y. You, he heard someone whisper from the nearby room. Now, Harry H. has been taught to not to eavesdrop generally, but he knew otherwise. Lord Black was not someone that one would call morally upright, and the man had taught him that there but the end. He had outright told Harry had that if he could not earn someone's loyalty, he should buy it. To Lord Black, power was the ultimate thing that mattered, and the old wizard could employ anything to get it. The same thing he had hammered into Harry. The other person whose influence was profound on his life was Remus Lupin, and the man himself was honorable, but told Harry that his father and godfather didn't earn a reputation for them by being unscrupulous. Sirius and James often any means to achieve the end that they vied for. Whatever was happening in that room certainly demanded attention from Harry and Deck. IDED to try to listen whatever was happening in the room. He edged closer, his wand in hand, and trying hard to listen to the voices that were coming from the room. You have disappointed me a lot of times. It is unfortunate that Lord Voldemort has to depend on you. Someone was speaking inside the room, his voice filled with fury, and it felt grating to Harry. Harry went into shock hearing the cold, cruel voice of his arch-nemesis. Voldemort here in the castle. It was a thought which scared him, because he knew he was nowhere powerful enough to face Voldemort and win. Even if defeated, he was still a formidable enemy. Then there was the other person in the room who was clearly Voldemort's servant, and there was no telling what the servant would do. Assuming it was Severus Snape inside the room, Harry knew the danger was double for him. Snape, by Mooney's own admissions, was a very formidable wizard and a daft hand at dark magic. It would be easy for him to disarm Harry in a second. Then a thought arose in his mind. He could clear his doubts regarding the involvement of Snape in the entire affair. He just would have to throw the gate open and run after taking a peek inside the room. "I know I have failed you, Lord," said the man inside the room, and Harry thought it was Snape as he would speak if he were not drawling. "I will make sure that it does not happen again." "You better would. Ensure that this won't happen again, for we are very close to our target now, or that would be." Suddenly Voldemort, or Harry assumed it was, stopped speaking and shouted, "There is someone on the other side of the door. Catch him." As soon as Harry heard it, he ran back the way he had come with his tail tucked between his legs. He had to get away. He heard the lock turning in the door and turned a corner. A group of students was going towards the greenhouses and he mixed in with them. He went with them to a distance before ducking into another corridor and waiting to see if someone went by. As he had apprehended, Severus Snape passed that corridor soon, and Harry's worst suspicions were confirmed. Severus Snape was working to bring Voldemort back into a body. He had to tell someone. "Oh, Daph." Harry went into the library and found Daphne on a corner chair with Tracy. He pulled the ward meter from his pocket, activated it and kept it on the table. "What are you doing here, Potter Black?" asked Tracy. "Miss Davis, will you please excuse me with Eris Greengrass for a minute?" he asked. "I have some urgent matters to discuss with her." Tracy left without speaking a word, but Daphne looked at his distastefully. "What do you want, Harry? You know I am not going to talk to you until you both idiots come together and talk to me." Harry sighed. "Well then, I guess I will have to talk to someone else about what I have found." Quote, as he started to leave, Daphne caught his wrist. "No, you are not leaving. Tell me what you have found." He sat again and gave her his best lopsided grin. "I guess you want to hear it now." Then Harry told her everything that he had heard and that had happened. After he was done, Daphne sat quietly for a long while. "Who told you to try to eavesdrop on them, Pratt? Have you lost your mind? Could you not be more careful? What if something had happened to you?" "I was an idiot to think I could find out and run, Daphne," he said, "but I could not resist the temptation." She said furiously, "Next time, remember that I will complain about you to Lord Black, if I find you doing anything stupid." He nodded. "I only wanted you to know about it, Daphne. I will take care." "Now what is going with that night Quidditch?" she asked. "That is going great. We are enjoying it and Wood's team is leading at the moment, and the final match today is between Pusey's and Wood's team." "I wish we could watch the match," she said. He grinned. "Well, you are going to get to watch the inter-house Quidditch competition, don't you?" She swatted him on the arm. "You prat. And the winner is." That night was the final of the night Quidditch tournament. The students were excited with the prospect and really had been enjoying the tournament so far. They were looking forward to the conclusion tonight and then maybe a repeat of the same next year. Apart from them, McGonagall was excited too. She may not approve their nightly excursions, but she was really enjoying the thrill that the tournament was bringing to otherwise mundane nights. Then the high-intensity matches which were played and lasted only for an hour charged her with adrenaline. In fact, she got excited that she could have hopped on a broom and played with the students. In these matches, the students were giving their all for the match. Since there was no snitch and they knew that the win depended on their scores within a restricted time space, therefore they did their best and resultantly the game was equally vicious. Many of them sported bruised ribs and maybe a few of them were busted. This evening, she had already arrived before Dumbledore and waited for the match to begin. When Dumbledore did arrive, he was amused to find her there. "Professor McGonagall, I would have thought that I didn't like these activities and wanted to punish these students, but you have arrived early today," she said with a hint of mischief in her voice. "Well, I am most certainly going to punish them for King rules, but that does not mean that I can't have some fun. As you said the other day, entertainment is hard to be found in the castle." He chuckled good-naturedly. "Let's see what they have in store for us today." When the teams arrived on the field, Adrian conferred with his team. "So today is the last match. We are comfortably close to Wood's team and we can defeat them. They are leading the table by a margin of 40 points over Gwen's team, and we can take them down if we do our best today." Harry nodded. "Adrian, when I thought about it, it was supposed to be only a friendly competition. Ion aimed at cultivating friendships between all of us and not about winning or losing. What I am going to do out there is to enjoy the match. As a seeker, I don't get too many chances to enjoy the match as I would like to. Winning means nothing to you, Potter Black? Adrian asked. It does matter to me, Adrian, but not here. This is for us to purely enjoy, he said, and try to know people from other houses. Pusey nodded. All right. When the match started, it proved to the most intense match that they had played by that time. Weasley twin in Wood's team accounted for half the bruises that Pusey's team suffered, which included a nasty hit on Harry's rib cage which made breathing difficult for him for a few minutes. Oliver showed top performance and saved many goals. There were too many lose saves though, and when the game ended, Adrian's team was behind 50 points from Wood's team. Wood's team had won the tournament. As the teams descended, Harry addressed them. It was a great experience and I learned a lot from it. Now, let's scatter and regroup at our usual spot tomorrow evening to discuss the last event. Rest assured that the last event will not collide with our Quidditch matches. The aftermath of the tournament was reflected in the points that those students lost at the hands of McGonagall. They knew what was happening, but they could do nothing to stop it. The only consolation that they had out of entire episode was that the Lions were losing the most. She was particularly harsh on her own house in Deal XT evening. They met on the astronomy tower when it was empty. Welcome, my friends. We have had a good year and the tournament was amazing. However, I feel that we need something to put the icing on the cake, as the Muggles say. I also remember that I had promised there will be 4 events and so far we have had 3. The next shall be after the Quidditch tournament is over and it will be a race to the end. We will fly through the castle at a given time and evade notice and meet at a specific point. Each player who safely makes it will receive 10 points and a team can score 40 in total. With the tournament over, Wood's team is now leading with a margin of 5 marks over Adrian's team. The last race can be the deal breaker. Snape, a referee. The Gryffindor team was practicing for the next match and Fred and George were playing around on the field. They were trying to disturb the practice as best as they can and just goofing around. Generally they just created disturbance in the team disturbance and Oliver would overlook it, but this time, he snapped at them, pay attention here. You two or Snape will find reasons to take points off us. Fred said, you are talking as if he is going to be our referee in the match. Wood snapped, yes, he is going to be the referee for the next match. Fred almost fell off his broom, tell me you are joking. No, Professor McGonagall just told me, said Wood dejectedly. But he has never ridden a broom in his life. How can he be a referee? Asked George. While the team debated it, Harry was thinking what it would mean for him. Later in the common room, Harry was thinking over the same, sitting by the fire when Ron asked him. What happened, mate? How was practice? Practice was fine, Ron. Snape is going to be the referee in the next match, Harry told them. Ron almost fell out of his chair. You are not joking, right? No, he is going to be referee for next match, Harry told him. That is just barmy, mate, said Ron. Snape doesn't know a thing about Quidditch. Still he will be the referee, said Harry. You will have to be very careful, Harry, said Hermione. Snape has already tried to kill you on Voldemort's order. He will get a good chance again. That is what has me worried, Hermione, he replied. What are you going to do, Harry? Hermione asked. I will play the match. There is no other way, said Harry. Pretend that you have broken your leg, said Hermione. Really break your leg, added Ron. I wish I could, but Madame Pomfrey would mend it with a spell, Harry said. Besides, Gryffindor has no other seeker. What reason has he given to be the referee? Ron asked. Quote, Wood told me that he is thinking that I can be attacked again, Harry told him. Since no one knows that he is helping Voldemort, they would believe him. Harry, if you know who is alive, then why he hasn't tried to attack you here? Ron asked him. Because he is weak, Ron, said Harry. Remember I told you both that he was killing and drinking unicorn blood to stay alive. I think he is scared of Dumbledore, said Hermione. I have heard that you know who only ever feared Dumbledore back when he was powerful. Till Dumbledore is there, he can't harm you. Harry nodded. Yes, that can be one of the reasons, but the match is still there to think about. Maybe you can finish the match early before Snape can cause more harm, Ron suggested. Harry started to grin. Brilliant, Ron. That would be brilliant. Hufflepuff versus Gryffindor. Before the Gryffindor-Hufflepuff match had been the match of Ravenclaw-Slytherin where the Claws had defeated Slytherin by a narrow margin. Higgs had been having a bad day and he was a few seconds behind the Ravenclaw Seeker in getting the snitch. For the next couple of days, the Gryffindors were treated with sympathy by other houses for everyone knew that Snape was going to be the referee and he definitely would make things difficult for them. The Slytherins were however gleeful because Snape would take points off Gryffindor and push them far from the Quidditch Cup. In fact, all the trash talk had started to grate on their nerves and Harry was feeling the pressure for first time. When the team was in the lockers, Wood was giving his prep talk to the team while George was looking around in the stadium. Suddenly he turned and yelled in triumph, "Now the Dungeon Bat can't take points off you, Harry, and no one will attack you today." "What do you mean?" Harry asked him. "Dumbledore has come to see the match," George said gleefully, and Harry rushed to see the stands and could see Dumbledore's silvery beard in the stands. That was a problem solved. Snape won't attack on him with Dumbledore looking. As he was returning to his seat from the window, he did a double take as he recognized the man beside the headmaster. He couldn't believe his eyes. Lord Black had come to see the match. This was extraordinary. Lord Black, the recluse who never did anything without a reason, was here. "Welcome to the Gryffindor-Hufflepuff match of the season," Lee was saying. "In this match, our very own Professor Snape is going to be referee." There was a loud boo from 3/4 of the stands. "You have made that Death Eater the referee?" Lord Black asked sternly. "Lord Black, Professor Snape is a teacher and no more a Death Eater than I is," said Dumbledore, "so please, don't insult him. If something happens to Harry during the match, I am going to drag the Death Eater before the Wizengamot and will get him the Dementor's kiss," he growled. Lee was continuing, "Professor Snape tells the rules to the candidates who are shaking hands. And they are off." The quaffle is released and grabbed by Angelina Johnson, who is rushing to the other end, and, "That's a foul." "What? Are you kidding me? That was a foul, you Jordan," admonished Professor McGonagall. "But Professor," Lee protested. "Enough," she snapped. The teams are back in position and the quaffle is grabbed by Alicia and Harry rushes past Professor Snape and does a sharp dive and he has got it. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins 150-0. Snape looked like he had tasted a sour lemon and Harry was grinning from ear to ear as the team descended to the ground and they were mobbed by the Gryffindors. After Harry extricated himself from the Gryffindors, he walked towards Lord Black, who hugged him. "That was some splendid flying, my boy." Then Lord Black noted the Weasley children standing near him. "How are you all, Percival, Gred, Forge and Ronald?" They all dutifully bowed to him and then he turned to Harry again. "I will take your leave, lad. I had just come to watch this match which was supposed to be fun." As Lord Black was leaving, Harry could see that the old lord had stopped and talked with Neville, who was talking to the old lord like nothing was amiss between him and Harry. The hypocrite. The prank of pranks. The Lions were leading in the prank battle, but it was getting stale. They needed something that would push others out of the water. Something enormous. Harry had a few ideas that he had brought from the Marauders in person and was constantly polishing it. It was going to be spectacular and would require a lot of preparation. And he would need lots of help with it. It was at moments like these that he missed the chubby Gryffindor. Neville was handy with planning and resourcefulness. Being brought up in pureblood house and having the resources at your disposal which could get you out of a situation was always useful. Finally, they had decided the time and place for the spectacle, but how this was going to be done was something that only Harry and the twins understood. They employed their resourcefulness and creativity skillfully, asked for some help from Mr. Gamble and Zonkos, and they were set to let loose upon the school. On a fine morning, when the students started coming in the Great Hall, none realized that something was amiss. In fact, breakfast was well underway when it began. First the hangings in the Great Hall changed to the Gryffindor colors. Then suddenly the tables vanished and what replaced them around the students, there was an enormous beach. The ceiling above was changed to show a sunny day the sun shining bright in the sky, and the staff table too had disappeared. The dresses of the students transfigured into beach clothes. It went on and on until it looked like they had brought the sea into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Many students looked flabbergasted, Some looked surprised and others simply accommodated to the change which had come over the school. Dumbledore himself was sitting in a recliner, dressed in his robes, a crooked cap on his head and a tropical drink in his hands. Minerva looked at him. "Are you going to do something about it, Albus?" He shook his head. "We can't find the perpetrators of the crime." Minerva: "This is the work of a master, and as far as I know, there is none except me and you who can put so much detail in something. I have tried to undo it, but it is not worth the effort. I would rather that you sit back and relax." She pursed her lips in a straight line and glared at the students, but that was all she could do. Snape was sneering and glaring at where the Gryffindor table used to be. Harry and his friends dressed in beach clothes were busy building sand castles. Snape himself was dressed in a shorts and sleeveless t-shirt. His greasy hair was pulled back in a bun and made him look different. Dumbledore finally stood from his chair. "Since a disturbance has been caused which has disturbed our daily routine, it has been decided that class will remain suspended for the day." The announcement was welcomed with a lot of cheers. Harry's friends who were with him were trying to get the secret out of him. Isabel asked him, "Is that your doing, Harry?" Harry looked at her incredulously. "I am grieved, Isabel. You think I am already a master of such complicated magic?" Isabel huffed, but she was interrupted by Susan Bones. "I don't think Harry did it. I mean, he was right with us when it happened. He can do things without being there," said Ron. "Won't it past him to have done it?" "I am sure that it was work of some Gryffindors," said Hermione. "And why do you think so, Hermione?" asked Pusey, who had joined them. "The hangings of the Great Hall are showing the Gryffindor colors," she pointed out. The reveal. The students were D1 with exams and they were in the grounds. Harry was sitting with Hermione and Ron discussing the exams, and the only thing on his mind was a stone. It was canny how he had got to thinking about the stone suddenly. Last night he had a dream that Voldemort had got the stone and was back in a body. He was taunting Harry and telling him that he was coming for him. Harry had woke up with a start and then realized that it was a dream and went back to sleep. This morning, as the students were done with the exams, Harry had started to revisit everything that he knew about the stone, and suddenly he sat up. Hermione asked him, "What happened, Harry?" Harry pointed to Hagrid, who was peeling potatoes outside his hut. "Hermione, don't you think it is strange that Hagrid got a dragon's egg when he wanted it? Isn't it convenient that he had a run-in with a person who had a dragon's egg with him? How many people you know who keep a dragon's egg with themselves?" "What do you mean, Harry?" asked Isabel. "I need to ask Hagrid who gave him the dragon's egg," said Harry, and walked towards the giant. At the same time, he saw an owl winging towards the headmaster's office. A sense of dread settled in Harry's stomach. "Hagrid, who gave you the dragon's egg?" Harry asked him. "Didn't see his face," Hagrid said. "His face was covered with a hood." "Did he ask you anything else?" Harry asked apprehensively. "Why?" Hagrid asked. "Hagrid, tell us. Let me remember. He asked me if I could handle a dragon or if I had handled big beasts before. I told him that after Fluffy, nothing scares me." Harry's breath caught in his throat. "What did he ask about Fluffy?" "He said that controlling a three-headed dog is not easy no matter how professional you are, but I told him that Fluffy goes to sleep if you place some music near him." Harry turned on his heels, running towards the castle with his friends on his heels. Isabel finally caught hold of him. "What happened?" "Voldemort knows a way past the three-headed dog. He will try today to get the stone. We have to warn someone." "Dumbledore," said Hermione. "Right idea," he said, and took off with his friends behind him. In their haste, they almost ran into Professor McGonagall. "What are you all doing inside?" "Professor, we are going to see Professor Dumbledore," Harry panted. "I am afraid Professor Dumbledore is on his way to Ministry," she said. "You can tell me whatever you want to tell him." Harry decided to ask for her help. "Professor, someone is going to steal the Sorcerer's Stone." She was surprised for a minute before she controlled herself. "Who told you about the stone?" "Never mind, you don't need to worry about it. It is safe wherever it is." "But Professor..." "Enough, Mr. Potter Black. I don't know how you know about the stone, but it is well protected," she said tersely. "Now get going." As they were returning, Harry turned to Isabel. "We have to stop Snape from getting his hands on the stone." "How?" she asked. "We will try to get it for ourselves," said Harry. McGonagall had brushed aside their concerns, but suspicion had taken root in her mind. What if the students were correct and the stone was stolen? What if their protections fail? Something in Potter Black's voice made her cautious. Firstly, first-year students were not at all supposed to know about the stone at all. If somehow Harry knew about it and how did he know if someone was going to steal it? She decided to increase the security of the castle for the night. Whoever may try, they will not get to the stone at any costs. Dumbledore had trusted the security of the castle in her hands, and she was not going to fail him. Planning. Harry knew it was time to test his friends. A few of his tested friends he had made in the last few months. As Remus had told him, the Marauders used to plan everything beforehand so they won't have to deal with last-minute rush or things would go wrong for them. He met the twins first, who were sitting with the IR heads joined together thinking over something. "Guys, I need your help." "What is it, Harrykins?" they asked. Harry told them everything about the stone and how Voldemort was going to try and steal it. Then he told them about his intention to steal the stone. "Wow, you have been busy all the year," whistled Gred. "Why you want to take the stone?" asked Forge. "I mean, it is safe wherever it is. Why risk going to remove it?" "Because I know that whoever is behind the stone would try to steal it in Dumbledore's absence. If we take the stone, we can stop them from getting to it," Harry explained patiently. "What do we do with it once we got it?" asked Fred. "We are not going to use it," said Harry. "It is a dangerous thing and it should not have been made in the first place. Wherever it goes, it will bring sorrow. Now will you both help me?" "We will help you, Harrykins," said Forge. "Remember that Snape is going to try and steal the stone for Voldemort, and he was a Death Eater," said Harry. "We don't know what he is capable of, but from what we understand, he is very adept at dark magic and he would stop at nothing to get his hands on the stone." They nodded in grim determination. "We will remember it, Harry." Lee, who was coming in the common room just then, said, "Did you guys hear it?" "What?" Harry asked him. "McGonagall has gone mad," he said. "I just overheard her talking to Professor Flitwick. She was telling him something about putting all the prefects on duty. There are going to be about 26 people on duty, not including about 5 teachers and Filch." The twins shared a look with Harry. "It looks like we have our work cut for us, Harry. We will make sure that you have a safe run to wherever you want to go tonight." Harry nodded. It was time to use the trust-old invisibility cloak. The stone. That night Harry, Hermione and Ronald, while everyone went about their business as usual. They watched as all the Gryffindor prefects left the common room one by one. They watched until the last student walked upwards to their dormitory, including Neville Longbottom. About 10 minutes after Neville was gone upstairs, Harry sent Ron to check on the chubby Gryffindor. Ron returned about a minute later. "Everyone in the dorm is asleep, Harry. The coast is clear as of now." Harry nodded. "Now let us go." Hidden under the cloak, they walked slowly towards the 3rd floor, and in the way they saw everything that was done. The twins hadn't dealt with every prefect, but only those who could be in the way of the trio who were going to retrieve the stone. Percy was knocked out cold in one of the corridors. They could hear banging from one of the nearby broom cupboard and realized that perhaps some of them were locked in that cupboard. They found Mrs. Norris licking a cat, nip plant, and not paying attention to anything at all. Then there were the head boy and the head girl, who were stuck in their places, unable to move. As they kept walking, they heard a distant bang and then hell broke loose. Harry knew it was the twins who had done something spectacular. There were shouts throughout the castle and Harry for a moment was stumped at what had caused this chaos. It sounded like more than 2 students had created commotion so bad that it was getting hard to get in under control. Severus Snape was furious. First, Minerva had put him on guard duty for the night and and assigned him with a couple of Ravenclaws on the 2nd floor when he really wanted to be on the 3rd floor. Dumbledore had told him how important it was for him to be on the 3rd floor on his abs. But he just couldn't explain those things to Minerva McGonagall. He was waiting for time to give a slip and to go check on the 3rd floor when he heard the commotion. "You two stay here and stay alert. I will go and check what it is about," he said briskly, and walked towards the commotion when he heard the shrill "Reet!" and had to jump aside. A firecracker in the shape of a pig ran by where he had been. He roared, "Weasleys!" and ran to where the pig had come from. To his surprise, it was Lucian Bowl who was there with a few of his Slytherins. "What are you doing here?" he growled. "Professor, as the term is over we thought we would have some fun," said Lucian innocently. "Go to your dorms and stay there. I will deal with you all later," he said, gritting his teeth. As the Slytherins ran to their common rooms in the dungeons, Snape decided to walk towards the third floor. He knew that Aurora Sinistra was supposed to be on the floor, but he could not risk the safety of the stone to anything. When he reached the third floor, it was deserted. He looked into the left wing first and saw no one patrolling the corridors. Inside one of the rooms, there was Professor Sinistra, knocked out cold, and she had an injury on head which was bleeding. The students were trussed up like turkeys and shoved unceremoniously in a corner. Panicked, he checked all of them and heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that there was nothing to worry about and they all would be fine. He staunched the bleeding on the wound on Sinistra's head, which was caused by a common cutting curse and could be cured by a simple flick of wand. He treated her wound and then freed the students of the ropes which had bound them. Knowing what lies ahead, Severus put them into deep sleep with the deep sleep charm, so that they would be out of harm's way. He left the room, put an imperturbable charm on the door, and then walked towards the door on the right side of the third floor. Dumbledore's woe. Dumbledore was regretting. He had received a letter from the ICW in the morning about this urgent session being called to discuss the issue of giants, and he had rushed in to make his voice heard. He had been advocating for giving some more rights and protection to the giants, but he was heavily opposed by his peers. In fact, recently, some of them at the ICW had even started asking to get more provocative against the giants. There were talks of even eliminating them. He had come to attend this session because he had feared that they would be taking such steps, but his fears were in vain. More than half of the members of the ICW believed that getting into a direct confrontation with the giants was not a wise idea. He had left a lot of things unattended back home and he needed to return swiftly. The status quo here would be maintained without needing for his interference. "Supreme Mugwump," said an orderly who was coming towards him with haste, "this letter has come from Hogwarts for you." Albus took the letter, read it, his facial expressions changing. He hastily walked towards his friend and longtime confidant on the ICW, Mr. Brooks. "Brooks, I need a favor from you," said Dumbledore. "What happened, Albus?" "Something important has come up at Hogwarts and I have to be there at the earliest. Can I impress upon you to prevail in this session and maintain the status quo?" "You can trust me, Albus," said his friend. It took almost 2 hours for Albus to leave the conference because of the security protocols, and it was nearly midnight when he was finally able to return to the castle. As soon as he got inside the castle, nearly headless Nick came floating over to him. "Headmaster, Quirrell has gone to steal the stone." He smirked in satisfaction. "Today, I will get him. A lot many people have gone in after him." "Headmaster," said Sir Nick. Dumbledore looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean?" "Hadrian Potter Black for one, Ronald Weasley for another, and Hermione Granger. There have been a few more, but I don't know what happened after they went in through the door." He nodded. "Let me also go after them then." Into the trap door. The trio had come to the door, which was always locked. They had encountered no one between here to the Gryffindor common room, but they knew everyone in between was removed or was kept busy by the twins. Harry touched the door and it opened as if it was already open. He said to them, "I guess Snape is already inside." "What should we do?" Hermione asked. "We will try to stop him. It is possible that he has not yet reached the stone." They silently opened the door and Harry saw the Cerebrus dozing off to a sleep, and there was a lyre near him playing itself. Snape had found a solution to the problem. "We are going to open the trap door and jump inside before the lyre stops playing itself," said Harry. He and Ron took off the heavy paw of the dog from the trap door while Hermione opened it. Harry was about to jump in when she said, "What do we know about what is inside it?" Quote, "Hermione, it is not a time to stay and talk," he said. "Snape has already gone this way and we have to go too." Chapter 27. Third floor. They didn't wait for the three-headed monstrosity to wake up but jumped inside one after another. They realized their folly a minute later when they were free falling through a space. They didn't know how deep it was going to be. It was pitch dark around them and they could not see anything around them. Suddenly their fall was broken by a sort of net which made a squelching sound as they came to land. "It was nice of them to place it here for us," said Ron from somewhere to Harry's right. Harry was trying to see where they were and touching the net. It was made of thin ropes and he could feel as if something was slithering over his feet. Before he could say anything, it started tying itself around him and Harry cursed, "This is not a net but devil's snare." To his left, Hermione said, "I have read about it. It fears sunlight and fire. But where can we find fire here?" Ron shouted incredulously, "You are a witch or what?" Harry himself could have cast the incendio spell but his hands were tied to his side. His wand was in the holster attached to his arm, making it hard to draw. Hermione muttered, "My bad." A few seconds later, there was a cry of, "Incendio," and the vines which had wrapped them retreat away from the fire and they becamelling to the floor one after the other. "I guess that was Sprout's work," said Ron. "What are you on about?" asked Harry. "Harry, I am sure that all the Professors have helped in putting defenses for the stone. This is a devil's snare which is taught in herbology so it can be Professor Sprout." "That is good reasoning, Ron. So next we should face something put by another professor." They walked in the direction where the light was coming from and they could hear beating of metallic wings. "What's that?" Ron asked. "No idea but I am sure we are about to find it," Harry said. When they reached in the next chamber, there was a door on the other side of the room and it was locked. Ron tried the Alohomora charm but it didn't work. Hermione tried a couple more locking charms but found nothing. Harry was looking around and noticed something in the distance. "Guys, the door has been charmed not to open without a key. And we have to catch it." "What do you mean?" Hermione asked. Harry showed them a broom which was hovering at a mounting height. Putting his hand on it, he could hear it vibrating underneath his hand, ready to go. He pointed to the insects flying in the room. "Those are not insects but charmed keys. The door to this key is flying up there and we have to catch it." "Get on with it, Harry," said Ron. "If Snape can do it then you can too. You are the youngest seeker in a century." Harry looked at the keys for a moment before he spotted a key which was flying with a wing which was bent at an odd angle and it looked slightly old, matching the lock on the door. Taking a deep breath, Harry took off behind the keys. The broom was one of the old brooms of the school and it vibrated as it flew. Harry willed for it to go faster but despite his best measures it just wouldn't go faster. As he took a sharp turn to catch the key which was trying to evade pursuit, he realized that it won't turn as quickly as Harry liked. Finally he leaned a little forward on his broom and it tilted downwards towards the key. As the key tried to evade him, he did a barrel roll and caught it in his fist. When he came down, the first thing that he did was to cruelly tear apart the wings from that thing. Hermione asked him in shock, "What are you doing, Harry?" "Going to stop it from flying away again," Harry answered and put the key in the lock. The door opened and they stepped in and were immediately assaulted with foul smell of a mountain troll. The troll was sprawled in a corner of the room, a wound open on its head. This one was bigger than the one that they had faced and they didn't had Hagrid with them to wrestle the troll to the ground. Covering their noses, they crossed the room and opened another door. Before they stepped through, Harry did a recount. Sprout had put the devil's snare, Flitwick charmed the keys and I guess the troll was put by Quirrell. That leaves McGonagall and Snape. The next room was a bit dark. Stone shapes were scattered throughout the room and as they walked forward, the statue nearest to them came to life, spreading his hands containing swords and barring their way. The room lighted up at once, and they saw that they were standing on the edge of a giant chessboard, behind the black chessmen, which were all taller than they were and carved from what looked like black stone. Facing them, way across the chamber, were white pieces. The towering white chessmen had no faces. "How do we get across?" Hermione asked. "I guess we have to play the game," said Ron. "But how did Snape cross it?" Hermione asked. "We don't know, Hermione. Maybe he knew something that would take him across without any problem." "What do we do now?" Ron took charge. "Right. So we are going to play and you take your positions. Harry, you take the bishop's position. Hermione, you take the position of castle and I will become the knight." As he dictated, the aforesaid pieces gave way to the players took their places on the board. About half an hour later, they were on the verge of losing. Harry had stopped thinking about it altogether. If they lost, he would ask his friends to retreat. The way the chess pieces were being destroyed, it was not worth the effort to put their lives in danger. "Harry," Ron called, "when I make a move, the queen is going to hit me. After I am down, walk to the king and checkmate him." "Ron, you prat, don't do this. We can retreat. You don't need to risk yourself." It appeared as if Ron had not heard him. "Remember, only you can defeat Snape and protect the stone. Neither Hermione nor me, but only you. Don't move until the queen has made her move." "Ron, please don't do this," Harry shouted again. Ron, however, had stepped towards the queen, who struck him hard and he fell down. There was complete silence in the chamber for a minute. Harry couldn't believe that Ron had taken such a risk. Ron had willingly sacrificed himself so that they could get to the stone. Hermione tried to rush to Ron and Harry shouted, "Hermione, wait. The game is not finished yet." He swiftly moved towards the king and, reaching him, said in a loud voice, "Check and mate." The king took off its crown and threw it at Harry's feet. A way was cleared between the statues to walk through. Harry and Hermione rushed to Ron, and Harry had never been happier than that moment to see his friend breathing. By the looks of it, he had broken a few ribs, but he was alive and unconscious. "Hermione, you can stay here if you want. Take care of him. I will go and stop Snape." She shook her head. "He risked his life so we can go after Snape. I am coming with you." The next chamber was bare. As they entered, a purple lit on the door through which they had entered, and a black fire burned at the other door which led out of the room. There was a table in the middle of the room which contained 7 bottles full of potions. The bottles were opaque and they could not open them. There was a parchment on the table. Harry picked up and read it. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead, another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine, 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for, first, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end, but if you would move onwards, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size, neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight." "I can't understand it," said Harry, handing it to Hermione. Hermione read it twice before her face lit up. "It is a puzzle, Harry. It is ed on logic, and there are 7 bottles here. Since wizards don't rely on magic, therefore it is hard for them to understand. 2 have nettle wine, 3 have deadly poison, 1 will help you move ahead and 1 will help you go back." "So which is which?" Harry asked. She explained patiently, "Since the giant bottle is not poison and it is a twin to the second from the left, we know these 2 are nettle wine, i.e. second and sixth. Therefore, 2 of the poisons are to the left of these, i.e. first and fifth. The ones at each end are different, and since we know the left end is poison, both nettle wines have been found. And it will not help you move onwards, the rightmost bottle sends you back, i.e. the 7th. This leaves 2 bottles, and we know the dwarf is not poison, so it must be the one to move ahead, i.e. third. Finally, the remaining bottle must be the 3rd poison, i.e. the 4th. "Brilliant, Hermione. So which bottle will help you go ahead?" he asked. She picked up the draught bottle. "This will help you go ahead." Harry took the bottle from her and found that it hardly contained a mouthful of potion. "Snape must have passed through here already. And which will take you back?" he asked, and she showed Heil in her hand. "Drink a mouthful of this and go back." She tried to resist, and he said sternly, "No, take it and go back. Drink a mouthful and take the bottle with you. Take Ron with you and go to the Ollery and send a letter to Dumbledore right now. Then go and find McGonagall and send her here. If Snape somehow defeats me and comes back, he will not be able to go back without drinking this potion. I don't want it to remain here. Now go." She hugged him. "Take care, Harry. I don't want anything to happen to you. You are a great wizard. You are a great witch, Hermione," he said. No, Harry, I only know books and knowledge. You inspire loyalty and friendship. That is more important. Go and stop him." Harry gulped the rest of the potion and approached the flames. His insides Lieutenant-like he was frozen and crossed the threshold. The other chamber was lit and at the other end of the chamber was standing the mirror of Arised. So it was where the mirror had been brought by Dumbledore. There in front of the mirror, a man was bent over the mirror trying to find something. Then man turned and Harry spat, "You. Main castle." Dumbledore was met with Severus Snape on the second floor. "Headmaster, someone attacked me." "What do you mean, Severus?" Dumbledore asked, arching an eye. "I had entrusted you to take care of the stone. If you are here, then should I assume that things are fine and my fears were unfounded?" Professor McGonagall increased the security of the castle manifold, putting all prefects and teachers on duty. She sent me to the second floor and put Professor Sinistra on duty on the third floor. Later, I found Professor Sinistra and her assistant stunned in one of the corridors. I secured them in one of the classrooms and was going to the third floor corridor when someone stunned me from behind. Quote, "So you mean that Voldemort has gone after the stone?" Dumbledore asked anxiously. "I am afraid it is so," said the potions master. "What are my instructions?" "Go back to your patrolling duties." Dumbledore said. "I am going after the stone myself." Dumbledore started climbing the grand stairs when he started noticing what had been going on. All the prefects were stunned from there to the top floor. They were stunned and unceremoniously shoved into corners and out of harm's way. The teachers were also out of commission. Professor Flitwick was knocked out with a bump on his head. Filch was trapped in a broom closet and his cat, Mrs. Norris, was stunned. Suits of armor were out of place from their usual places and littered in the corridors. He kept waving his wand as he passed, making things right as he went. He met McGonagall on the second floor. "Minerva, what is this happening? I have not seen the student body acting in such a manner before, Albus. I have never seen too many students out of bed and only harassing the prefects. From what I have seen, these students belong to all the houses," she said as her lips were in a firm thin line. "What made you put everyone on duty?" he asked. "Hadrian Potter Black and his friends came to me telling me that someone was going to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. I showed that I did not believe them, but as a caution, I increased the security of the castle. Send everyone back to their dorms, Minerva," he said. "If things get bad, I don't want students to get hurt." She nodded and conjured the purple microphone. "All the students and prefects pay attention. Return to your common room immediately. It is on the headmaster's orders. Now Minerva, follow me to the third floor. There is something that needs to be done." When they opened the door where the Cerberus was housed, the dog was still in sleep. Together, they raised their wands towards it and intoned as one, "Stupefy." The dog fell into a slumber and they dragged him aside. As they opened the trap door, a broom sprung out of it. Dumbledore's impulse was to fire, but he stayed his hand as he realized that there were two children on the broom. It was Ron, who had come around enough to be able to fly a broom and had taken Hermione with him out of the pit. Minerva caught hold of Ron, who was about to pass out from the pain, and Dumbledore asked Hermione, "Harry has gone after him, isn't he?" She nodded. Dumbledore wasted no time in jumping down the pit and preventing his fall with the Ascendio charm. He stood and walked towards the chamber where the keys were. He found the key, devoid of its wings and in the keyhole. He smiled inwardly. "Aren't you genius, Harry?" He vanquished the chessboard by undoing Minerva's spell W. Hitch allowed the chessboard to return to its original size. He crossed the rest of obstacles without any trouble whatsoever. He, however, was scared. He had already wasted too much time reaching here. "The man in the turban. Harry Potter," said Professor Quirrell. "But I thought," Harry stuttered. He was short of words. He never would have that fearing from his own shadow, Quirrell was the real culprit. "You thought it was Snape," said he matter-of-factly. After all, who would have suspected the stuttering Q when there was someone such as Snape nearby? "I have known everything that you have been doing, Potter Black." "Snape was not trying to kill me?" Harry asked again. "No, dear boy," he said in a way that it felt like poison on his ears. "He was trying to save you." "Save me?" "Yes. If he had not been countering my curse that day, I could have killed you in that Quidditch match. It is not his fault, really. He even has the look that brands him bad. Why are you helping Voldemort? You dare take his name?" he roared. "You don't know what you are dealing with, boy." Enough talk now. Let me get the stone and then I will tell you what I have planned to do, he said again conjuring ropes which bound Harry in his place. Now I can see myself holding the sorcerer's stone in the mirror but I can't find it, he muttered to himself. Use the boy, said a rough voice and Harry shivered for once. I will not help you, he said loudly. Quirrell dragged him to the mirror. What do you see in the mirror? Harry refused to comply with his wishes. Let me talk to him. But master, you are weak, Quirrell said. I will make him do as you wish. Let me talk to him, Quirrell. Don't make me punish you. Quirrell turned to face the mirror again. He started unwrapping his turban and when he was done, Harry could barely stop himself from shrieking in fright. On the back of Quirrell's head, there was another head which had slitless eyes without an eyelid and a non-existent nose. Harry Potter, we meet again, said Voldemort. Voldemort, Harry said snarled. See what you have done to me, Harry Potter. Me, the greatest wizard, is forced to live like this. Your mudblood mother's sacrifice saved you and I. The great Lord Voldemort is reduced to a wraith. It was your own doing, Voldemort. You fell from power by your own mistakes. You killed my parents. You have caused me great harm, Harry Potter, but I am offering you a choice. Join me and we can rule the wizarding world. It does not whether one is half-blood, full-blood or muggle-born, but what matters is the power. We both are powerful. Help me arise and we can rule the world. You are a murderer but I am not. You killed my parents and attacked a child. I can't become that. I am not going to help you, Harry said resolutely. You will help me, Harry Potter. Willing or unwilling. Lord Voldemort does not take no for an answer. Quirrell sees him. Before Harry could take action, Quirrell had him hovered to mirror, removing his ropes but keep his wand trained on Harry. Harry unwillingly peeked into the mirror hoping to see his family again. But dashing his hopes, the mirror showed his own reflection having the blood-red stone in his hand which his reflection pocketed, winking at Harry. What do you see in the mirror? Tell me, spat Quirrell. Nothing. I see nothing, lied Harry. The boy is lying. Seize him. He has the stone, roared Voldemort, and Quirrell lunged for Harry, seizing his throat. Gathering his strength, Harry pried apart his hands which were beginning to smock just a boy alone and without any help. Kill him. Voldemort was roaring. Quirrell lunged for him again despite the discomfiture to himself, and this time, a banishing charm came from behind Harry which carried Quirrell to mirror, and Voldemort crashed on the floor. Standing in front of Harry was Neville Frank Longbottom. The boy's wand was trained on Quirrell, who tried to get up again, and this time, an incendio met him putting his clothes on fire. Harry, who was feeling bone-tired, pulled his wand and joined his god-brother. I will light him and you cut him into pieces, said Neville. You, croaked Voldemort. Yes, me. I hope I was not late, Harry. Harry grinned from beside his god-brother. A wizard is neither late nor early, but he arrives at the time that he is meant to be. Neville started sending unending barrage of incendio over the fallen professor while Harry cast Defendo repeatedly. The boys kept at it until the defense professor had crumbled to ash since he had started to disintegrate. Harry altered for a moment and Neville caught him in his arms. I have got you, brother. Rest now. At that moment, Harry could see Dumbledore's outline on the door of the chamber before falling unconscious. Hospital wing. I had told you that no harm shall come to my heir, Dumbledore, yet you have failed in your duties, Lord Black was growling at Albus Dumbledore. Lord Black, little Harry himself went to seek out the stone knowing how dangerous it was, Albus was explaining to him. No one had forced him to do this. He is right, Lord Black, said Neville, who had come into the infirmary. Harry had went to Professor McGonagall, who told him that she will see to the safety of the stone, but Harry was not satisfied and planned to take the stone to keep it safe from Voldemort. The headmaster is not to be blamed in the affair. We were told to stay away, but we poked our noses in business that was not ours. Seeing Neville tell him what had happened, Lord Black was pacified a bit. What has happened to Harry? Why is he not still conscious? He used a lot of magic yesterday, Lord Black. That is the reason that he is unconscious still. In fact, he should be waking up anytime now. There is no harm from the incident caused to him. What about the stone? Where is it? I talked to Nicholas and Pernell Flamel after the events of yesterday and we had agreed that it should be destroyed. In accordance with their wishes. It has been destroyed earlier today. Grand Uncle, what are you doing here? Harry croaked. Albus flowed me to inform what went here, lad. I came to see you and I find that you acted like the typical Gryffindor. Mr. Longbottom, let's give them some privacy. As it happens, there are a lot of questions that I have to ask, said Dumbledore to Neville, steering him away from the hospital wing. Dumbledore led Neville to a room beside the hospital wing and after making sure that they had enough privacy, he asked, now Mr. Longbottom, tell me everything from start to end. I know you and Harry have been taking everyone on a walk for the last many days. You and Harry didn't fight at all but were posing. What I want to know is what purpose did it serve? Professor, I have no idea what are you saying, said Neville with a crooked grin. We had fought over something trivial, sorted our differences that very evening and then forgot to tell everyone. I don't know Hat gives you the notion that we have some sort of enmity between ourselves. Dumbledore sighed. He wasn't going to get anything out of these boys at the moment. However, at the moment, he had to talk to Harry as soon as Lord Black left him alone to recuperate. You are free to go, Mr. Longbottom, but don't talk about today's events with anyone. Neville left and Dumbledore walked to the infirmary where Harry Potter had woke up. Arcturus had hugged the boy with all the strength that he could muster. It was clear for Dumbledore to see that the old man was fond of the young wizard and loved him. Seeing him there, Arcturus stood up. I will wait for you at the townhouse, lad. Don't forget to write me later. After Arcturus was gone, Dumbledore turned to Harry. Mr. Potter Black, you owe me some answers and so do I. Firstly, let me tell you that I knew everything that you have been up to this year. My fellow teachers would say that I should have put a stop on your activities, but you have WHAR to bring together a lot of students. Last night, many students from all houses worked together to keep the prefects busy and away from the third floor, giving a straight way to you and your friends. I am glad that you can unify the school and the students, making them forget their differences. For being able to do this, I take off my hat to you. Professor, I just wanted to have fun here. When I came to the castle, I just wanted to unite the houses and have fun studying in one of the most premier institutions of magic in the world. I haven't done anything special. Dumbledore nodded. If his is how you want it to be, then it is the way it shall be. Professor, when I caught Quirrell's hand to stop him from choking me, his hand started to burn and he crumbled into ashes later. How did that happen, Harry? When your mother stood in front of the curse despite being given a choice, she gave you a lasting protection against anyone who wishes to harm you. Due to that protection, no one can harm you. Even touching you without your consent can bring agony to them. Does it mean I killed him? Harry asked. No, Harry, you did not kill him. He was already dead when Voldemort started possessing him. If he had got the stone, he could have used Quirrell's body to make another body for himself, but you stopped him. He is still weak and he fled. Professor, what happened to the stone? The stone has been destroyed, Harry. The Flamels and I agreed that it is the best if the stone is destroyed. But they will die. They have already lived for 600 years, Harry. They have enough elixir left to put their affairs in order. After that they will die, but to a well-organized mind, death is but the start of the next great adventure. Now take care, little Harry. I am sure you friends are eager to visit you. Your friends have brought you some gifts yesterday. Harry could see that the side table was filled with various sort of gifts from many students. Suddenly there was a dull thud and a toilet seat appeared beside their bed. Dumbledore chuckled. I guess this is the doing of your friends, the Weasley twins. They tried sending one before, but it was confiscated by Madame Pomfrey, who thought it might not be hygienic. As it turned out, Madame Pomfrey shooed him out of the infirmary shortly after he had finished his lunch, and there was no need for Harry's friend to be concerned for him. All the gifts that he had received were distributed among all students. 2 days later, it was the last match of the season and Gryffindor won it handily, thus securing the House Cup. Wood's excitement was palpable, McGonagall's happiness was infectious, and it passed on to the rest of the house. Harry's team won the title of Prank Lords of Hogwarts for the prank where they had changed the common room into a sea beach. The Quidditch competition was won by Gwendolyn's team, whose all members had made it past the end point in the final event. They had also met Flitwick and convinced him They had been practicing together in secret and were ready to participate in the championship. Finally, it was time for them to go to London, but before that Harry and Neville had received a missive from Daphne. They approached her, with their hands raised, and as they sat, they dived under the table. Daphne was irritated, and when they made no motion of coming out, she growled, "Show yourselves or things will end badly for you." "Don't shoot," said Harry. "We come in peace," added Neville. "We also promise to bring you Honeydukes chocolate if you don't shoot us. Take a seat, you two mongrel. LS, and tell why I should not hex you within an inch of your lives." "Daphne, it was just harmless fun. It was also to find out who was my enemy, or with the split evident between us, people started flocking to him. I am sorry that I didn't tell you sooner. And all the times that you felt alone without him. What was that?" "Neville was always with me, Daph. When we were smuggling the dragon out, He had intentionally stuck Cormac to the powder so we would know what path to take. All the times that Cormac McLaggen or his friends have been in detention, it has been mainly due to Neville here. He helped me with a lot of things while remaining behind the shadows." "What happened down in the chamber?" "I had already told my plan to Neville, and then I went down to chamber with," Harry narrated entire incident to them that had happened down in the chambers. "And where did Neville come in?" she asked. Hermione and Ron had asked the same questions, and Harry had told them everything, not hiding anything from them. "Did you forget my trusty invisibility cloak? Neville had it on him the entire time when he entered behind us. He had destroyed the devil's snare entirely when he came after us. I had torn the wings of the enchanted key so he wouldn't have to catch it like me. I asked Hermione to take rest of the potion with her that would help her pass through purple fire. She had only used half of it, and Neville asked her for the rest of the potion. It allowed him to enter that chamber. But what about the black fire? Daph, did you forget one of our competitions was to steal the potion that could help you get through fire without being burned? That we had purchased from others. Neville had it on him at that time and walked through the fire after having downed entire bottle. The rest is as you know it. What have you planned for the next year?" she asked. "I would like to become a part of it." "Sorry, Daph. You will have to wait and see. We have a lot to do in the summer. Lord Black has told me to invite you on our trip to the World Under-14 Championship in Greece. I have already invited a few of our classmates." "That sounds wonderful, but I will have to ask permission from Father, Harry." "All will be well. I am sure Lord Greengrass will easily allow you to come with us." The House Cup. The houses were particularly boisterous that evening. They were at their tables, making all sorts of noises. It was the end-of-year feast, and the winner of House Cup was going to be declared. Please pay attention. Before I declare the winner of the House Cup, I want to make some announcement. As you all know, 4 students of Gryffindor House helped save the school. For that feat, I am going to award 40 points to Ron Weasley for defeating the giant chess set of Professor McGonagall and playing the best game of Hogwarts in a century. There was thunderous applause for the Bishop of Hogwarts, who ducked his head in embarrassment, but Percy was beaming and telling to anyone who would listen that Ron was his baby brother. To Ms. Hermione Granger, I give 40 points for showing cool logic in face of extreme danger. There was equal applause for Hermione. It takes courage to fight and more to stand with someone in mortal peril when you have the option to retreat. To award 40 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom for standing with Hadrian Potter Black in face of insurmountable odds. There was deafening applause for Neville, for he had become popular among students like Harry. Lastly, I award 40 points to Hadrian Potter Black for his courage and bravery. The applause was tremendous, and it was from all the tables. However, Harry stood up soon. "Headmaster, we are honored that you gave all these points to us, but we were helped by many students, and giving points only to us is not fair to them. Either take these points away from us or award the same points to every house." The other 3 had stood up and were murmuring assent to whatever Harry said. When Harry finished speaking, standing applause began for him from Slytherin table, where Adrian Pucci stood and clapped for him. Soon other houses joined in, and Dumbledore wiped a tear out of his eye. The boy was indeed a wonder, and he could do anything that he put his mind to. When finally everything was quiet, Dumbledore stood again. "So Hufflepuff has scored 320 points, Ravenclaw has scored 340 points, Slyth Heron has scored 370 points and Gryffindor has scored 400 points. Gryffindor wins the House Cup. The applause which followed the announcement was such that anyone standing outside the Great Hall WHOR have confused it for a riot breaking in the Great Hall. Inside, Neville was murmuring to Harry, "Were you not taking awful risk asking him to take back those points?" Harry grinned, "Well, we were already up by 30 points and winning the House Cup. We could afford it. Remember, Lord Black always has a plan. And here ends the snake-like lion. I know the last bit seems rushed, but there was no in to stretch things which have no bearing on the story as a whole. The next part will be released in due time, though I guess it will be a wait for all of us." Chapter 28. Thank you all for your overwhelming response to this story. I really loved reading your comments. The first chapter of the second part is up for you all and can be found on my profile. Now to the anonymous reader who left a Scath NG review. Harry is smart and cunning, but he is a child. I think I had already established in the previous chapters that Harry is pants at chess, so obviously someone else had to do it for him. Yeah, he could have worked out the puzzle by himself, but Hermione was able to analyze it faster than him, and there is no reason for him to deny her help. The Harry Potter series has always been about friendship and love. I am not going to make him a lone horse, if that is what you want, nor he is going to be super powerful. As for Neville helping him, then he could have defeated Quirrell on his own as in he books, but then the exhaustion that was caused to him would have taken the Quidditch Cup away from Gryffindor. At last, thank you for your review. To other patrons, thank you all for the lovely reviews that you leave. I hope to continue to entertain you with my writing. Link to the next part story _edit_. Story ID =141035574.